Hi, my name is Rose, and this is the story of how my uber young dad started telling everyone I was his sister. You see, he could get away with it because he was only 17 when my mom had me and left me at his doorstep. One fine day, when my grandma opened the door, she found me sleeping peacefully in a crib.
Ah, there's a baby at the door. What are you going on about? Good God, there's a baby at the door.
They found a note on me that read, "I'm going to college. Take your baby, you moron. P.S. It's called Rose." Immediately, Grandma started yelling at Grandpa.
You cheater. I loved you, and you cheated on me with a college girl. What? No, it's not mine. Look, there's a picture here. It's Jason's.
Well, long story short, as soon as Dad saw me, he hid under his bed and started to cry.
I'm too young. I'm just 17. What about my college?
But my grandpa wasn't having it.
If you're old enough to have kids, you're old enough to raise them. I'm not feeding another mouth.
Then he kicked Dad and me out. Dad decided to keep me, but he mostly seemed to find me annoying. Growing up, I was always nervous around him, so much so that I started to stutter whenever he was around. But then Dad found out that there was one major benefit of keeping me around. Once when I was 4, Dad threw a party and invited all his friends. When he told me to go to bed, I said, "If you let me stay up, I'll give chips to everyone. I'll even to throw things in the wash. I promise, Daddy."
Fine. Just stay out of my face.
But just then, a group of girls saw me and crowded around my dad. "Oh my God, she's so adorable. Is she your sister?" That's when Dad realized I was what they call a babe magnet. All these girls were paying attention to him because of me. Of course not. But Dad picked me up and pinched my cheeks.
Keep your mouth shut and you'll get a whole tub of ice cream for dinner.
Sold. After that, I followed him around the whole evening, telling every girl I saw, "I'm his sister. I'm his sister." I was such a success. Dad said I could have ice cream the whole week. From then on, I spent the whole day playing with Mila, my neighbor, and in the evenings, I was at Dad's game night or movie night. A few months later, Mila told me she was starting school. I told Dad I wanted to go too.
Why do you want to go to school? By the time you finish, the only thing you'll have is a baby, and we don't need any more of those.
No, Daddy, I'll study.
Don't be a smarty pants. I need you to come to the park with me today. I want a girlfriend.
No.
Listen, Mila, you should help your dad. I'm telling you this, and don't forget it. If you're not on my side, then you're the enemy. Nothing in between.
But I want to go to school.
I said forget it.
The next morning, I secretly tagged along with Mila to her school. As soon as we entered the class, the prettiest woman came to me and said, "Hello there, sweetie. Are you new?" "Yes, I'm Rose." She looked confused and said my name wasn't in her register.
"Where's your mom? I can't let you just sit in class like that."
"I don't have a mommy. I'm scared."
"Oh, you poor thing. Where do you live?"
I took her home, and when Dad saw Miss Maud, his jaw dropped. He invited her inside and was drooling so bad over her, he agreed to enroll me in school immediately. I was really happy at school, till one day in 6th grade, Mila came over carrying a huge pile of stuff I'd given her over the years, and she looked furious. "I'm here to tell you that our friendship is over." "What? Why?" "Because your dad is a creep. My mom told me he tried to flirt with her, also with my sister, and also with our babysitter, and also Mom's boss when she was over for dinner." "Come on now, don't go." "Why?" "Because I love you." "Don't love me then." With that, she dumped everything on me and left. After that, she simply wouldn't talk to me and told everyone in school that my dad was a weirdo, and so was I. I was so distressed, my stutter actually got worse. The only good thing in my life was that Miss Maud and the other teachers thought that I was really smart. One day, my teacher asked me what I thought about the poem we were reading. "It's okay, but I prefer Shakespeare."
What would you know about actual Shakespeare? She's a really big show-off. Always has been.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. My teacher gaped at me in shock and took me to Miss Maud's office, who was now the vice principal. She was delighted to hear my recital, and then she called up my dad to praise me.
Wait, I can't hear a word. I'll come to the school.
any excuse to see Miss Maud.
I knew she was a genius, just like her dad. I always encourage reading in our home because, like Shakespeare said, the more that you read, the more things you will know. The more that you learn, the more places you'll go.
I burst into giggles. Don't be silly, Dad. Dr. Seuss said that. Dad turned red as Miss Maud held back a laugh. Yes, she is smart. Dad was fuming all the way in the car. The minute we got home, he snatched the book from me and started yelling.
I don't see why you have to act so freaking smart, stupid. No one likes smart girls, especially when they're ugly like you. I don't know why my daughter couldn't be sweet and pretty, like Hinata Hyuga.
You're just jealous because you need to be as smart as me to date Miss Maud. I'd clearly crossed a line. I had to do some serious damage control. Pronto. If you stop bugging me, I'll set you on a date with Miss Maud.
What?
Yeah, she's also totally not married. I bet with my help, she'll like you too.
Okay, but this better work.
The next day we started Project Miss Maud. I helped Dad write the cutest notes and emails to her. Finally, she agreed to go on a date with him. They were meeting at the park, so I hid in the bushes to keep an eye on Dad. Things were going fine enough until Dad did the stupidest boy thing in the world. He stood up and said,
"It's amazing being amazing."
And then he tried to kiss her. Miss Maud clearly wasn't ready for it. She smacked him across the face and marched off. This was going to be such a disaster. Sure enough, as Dad got home, he started yelling at me.
No more school for you. If I didn't get to complete mine because of you, you don't get to go either.
Oh yeah? You wanted to take me out of school? Guess you'll have to go through Miss Maud to do that, and she won't like it.
I don't care what that woman thinks.
Even though he never mentioned pulling me out of school again, we barely spoke to each other for the next few months. He just kept moping around the house miserably watching anime. When I finally started high school, things started looking up for me, because on my very first day, I found myself being wooed at the end of literature class. A shy-looking boy named Ethan slipped a note to me.
Dear Rose, every time you're close, red goes my ears and face and nose. I wish the world froze. I'm trying to ask you out, I suppose.
I wrote a small yes in a heart and returned it to him. He grinned, and just like that, I had a boyfriend on my first day of high school. But there was one person who could never stand to see me happy, Mila. She'd never even noticed Ethan before, probably, but as soon as he and I started going out, I'd always see her trying to flirt with him any chance she got. One day when Ethan and I were sitting in the cafeteria, she just plopped onto his lap. Oh, sweetie, are you sure about this dummy? Wouldn't you rather date me? I'm so much more perfect. With that, she suddenly turned and kissed Ethan. Back off, Mila. He's my boyfriend. Immediately, he pushed her off, looking super red.
Yeah, Mila, get off me.
Mila laughed brightly. Well, whenever you're ready to date someone who doesn't sound like an idiot, let me know. Mila, everyone has their own insecurities. We're teens, remember? Oh, who is there? Who is talking now? Dr. Phil? Are you there? Come on, Mila. Don't use my stutter against me. I know a lot of things to use against you. We used to be best friends. Used, and that's a past tense. And it stays in the past. Goodbye for now. When is this going to end? Oh, it hasn't even started. With that, she literally skipped away, that crazy witch. As if Mila trying to ruin my life in school wasn't bad enough, Dad was giving her serious competition at home. Over the years, he had a string of girlfriends who would stay with us for a while before he dumped them. I was just so tired of finding some new bimbo at our place every few weeks. I even caught one of them stealing all our stuff before Dad threw her out. A few months later, Ethan offered to walk me back home one day. As we walked up to the house hand in hand, I saw Dad standing in the doorway. He saw us and looked like he was having a stroke.
Rose, get away from him right now.
Why, Dad? What's wrong? He marched to us and pulled me away from Ethan.
I don't send you to school so you can become pregnant one day.
Are you crazy, Dad? Ethan and I haven't even kissed yet.
Yet? You are never to kiss a boy, even hold his hand until you get married. Do you hear me? Or else I'm really pulling you out of school. You, stay away from her, idiot.
That's it, Dad. You're officially crazy. I'm done with you. I'm leaving. I marched straight up to my room and packed my bags. By the end of the day, I was at Miss Maud's place. I wish your dad would stop being so immature. You can stay here as long as you like and just focus on your college admissions. Yeah, I'll finally have some peace. But of course, I'd spoken too soon. After that day, I'd noticed that Ethan was mostly ignoring me at school and always had an excuse for not hanging out later either. I called him up one day to ask if I could come over.
Oh, babe, I really don't feel well. Coming down with the flu, probably. I'll see you when I'm better.
Before I could say another word, he hung up on me. He'd been acting so weird, and I had a nagging feeling that something wasn't right. Later that night, when I was at the mall, I got my answer. There he was, Ethan, and he was kissing Mila. I was furious. I marched up to him. So this is your disease, huh? Ethan looked shocked to see me, but Mila just grinned at me and said, no, I'm the cure, sweetie. I glanced at Ethan, expecting him to look ashamed, but he just shrugged.
Everything Mila has ever said about your dad is right, and I don't want to deal with all your drama. Plus, your stutter gets really annoying sometimes.
All my anger bubbled up to the surface and I smacked his face before I stormed off. Days later, I was still furious about the whole thing, but I had bigger things to worry about. I was anxiously waiting for an acceptance letter from my dream college, but the next day I got an email from them and I was shocked. I was so sure I'd get in, but the email said I was rejected for violent behavior towards my peers, and attached was a video of me slapping Ethan. I marched straight to his house and banged on his door. He came out grinning. Why did you do this?
Oh, I thought you were here to apologize for slapping me. Fine, I forgive you. Give me a hug?
Jerk, I'm going to tell Vice Principal Maud what you've done. For a minute, we stood in shock. I'd never yelled at him before, and suddenly my stutter was gone too. All I needed was a shock to my system. But I had to deal with him now.
Your stutter's gone? That's amazing. I'll take you back now. Mila's too high maintenance anyway.
Back off, you trash bag. I never want to see you again, and you're going to pay for this. And pay for it he did. While I started college at another place, Miss Maud suspended him for a month, which meant he couldn't get into the university of his choice also. One day the doorbell rang and I opened it. To find Dad. He pushed an envelope into my hands and burst into tears.
Rose, I know I've been terrible, but I'm really trying to change, okay? I found out from Maud what Ethan did, and we both went to your dream college and talked to the admissions professor there to clear everything up. You can transfer to that place now.
I couldn't believe what he'd done. Did he just act like a parent?
Please. Forgive me. I've been foolish and selfish and lost the people I love the most, but you're the only family I have.
My heart went out to him and I found myself hugging him. I forgive you, Dad. And maybe if you keep your act together, you'll be able to win back Miss Maud too. Just then, Miss Maud walked in behind him, smiling. After what he did for you, I decided to give him another chance. I couldn't be happier for both of them. Here we are a few months later, and I'm at my dream college now, and started dating an amazing guy who treated me like a princess. I could not be happier. Hi, I'm Cece, and this is my story. Before I begin, don't forget to like and subscribe. And hey, new MSA merch alert! Our latest bottles and notebooks are out now. Grab them via the link in the description and upgrade your gear. I was born in Paris, the city of love. Love was everywhere, in the heart-shaped cakes in the bakeries, in the balloons all the street merchants sold under the Eiffel Tower, and in the random rounds of applause whenever someone proposed publicly, which happened like 100 times a day. Yeah, love was everywhere, except our house. My earliest memories are of my parents fighting over the tiniest things, and of Lola, my sister who was 7 years older, distracting me. I got you new furniture for your dollhouse. Let's rearrange it in my room. Why are Mom and Dad yelling? Are they gonna be okay? Of course they'll be okay. Parents fight. This is normal. Don't worry. It didn't feel normal. It felt like my whole world was going to crumble down, and the only stable thing around me was Lola. When our parents eventually divorced, Mom moved to Italy to become an opera singer, and Dad soon realized his mistake and spiraled. He locked himself up in their room, and we rarely saw him. From that moment onwards, Lola became my unofficial parent. You cannot eat ice cream before dinner! You're not my real mom! Why did you fail math? I spent my whole week tutoring you! You're not my real mom. It's fair to say I drove Lola crazy. She was forced to become my mother at a very young age, and I could be a brat. Also, I kinda ruined her plans for the future and her relationship with her very serious boyfriend, Jordan. Jordan and Lola had planned to go away to college together. Seeing that Lola had to work and take care of me since our dad was useless, Jordan left her and went off to college on his own.
I'm sorry, Lola. There isn't a place for both me and Cece in your life. This is it for us.
I felt guilty that Lola had lost both her boyfriend and her dreams, so I no longer wanted to give her a hard time. I started paying attention in class, helping her around the house, and even preparing her favorite meals and desserts. Ugh, there is no love like sisterly love, Cece. Never forget that. We only have each other in this life. One day, as I was working at my part-time cashier job in a coffee shop, I noticed a very rich-looking guy staring at me. I could feel his gaze without even lifting my head. Naturally, I decided to stare back until he got uncomfortable and broke eye contact. But he was a tough opponent. Give it up, creep. Didn't your mommy teach you it's rude to stare at people? But he still didn't flinch. He insisted on being in the line I was serving, even though the other one was empty.
One Americano, please.
Will that be all?
How about your number on the side?
I just stood there with a poker face until he finally gave up and said,
Yes, that will be all.
One Americano coming up. Name?
Ben.
That'll be €4, Ben. He gave me 100 and told me to keep the change with a wink. Nice try, jerk. If you think you can buy my number, you're sadly mistaken. Take your stupid money.
I'm just a generous tipper, girl. But I will get your number eventually. And by the way, your eyes are gorgeous.
And then he left. I wish I had shoved that change in his stupid face. Oh well. I could just use it to buy Lola something nice. This rich jerk kept coming back every day, and I'd always notice he had bodyguards waiting outside the shop for him. One day he came in when the place was empty.
I won't leave until you give me your number.
Then I hope you brought a change of clothes and a toothbrush.
You know, Cece, not to be a self-centered jerk, but I'm a great catch.
If you're so great, why are you so desperate to get my number?
Determined is a better term. I enjoy a hard challenge, and I just can't get you out of my head.
Then get a new head.
I would, but I have great hair.
You're not getting my number, weirdo.
We'll see.
For the next few weeks, he showed up with extravagant gifts, like a full mariachi band or roses that filled up the stores and customers couldn't get in. My boss finally snapped and told me to handle the situation or I was out. Of course, I couldn't get fired. I had to help Lola with the household expenses. So I caved and gave him my number. I'd just block him later. When I told my coworkers what happened, they all burst out laughing and started showing me his pictures on the internet. Turns out, he wasn't just a rich kid, but a famous actor as well. Apparently, he had bought the staff's silence because he didn't want me to go out with him simply for being famous. To my surprise, he wasn't that big of a jerk either. He was crazy romantic, like crazy romantic. One day, I mentioned that I was craving pizza, so he insisted on going to Napoli for lunch. I thought he managed to get last-minute tickets on a plane to Italy, but turns out we were going with his private jet.
You know, Cece, when I first met you and realized that you didn't know who I was, I felt truly alive. I had a rare opportunity to introduce myself however I liked to someone who didn't already have some opinions about me.
Well, for future reference, you didn't do a great job at it. He came off as a creep.
Yeah, you made that very clear. Don't worry.
He was sweet, charming, and attentive, and I found myself falling for him. I was hesitant to bring Ben home to see our poor house and meet my useless dad. Only when I made sure he actually loved me and accepted me no matter what, I invited him to dinner. But Lola wasn't too enthusiastic about him. You're spending too much time with him, Cece. Boys are trouble and a distraction. You should be focusing on your studies to get into a good college instead of dating flamboyant stars. I'm not a kid anymore. Don't worry about me. Also, I can do both. Then, Ben and I went public, and he started taking me to all his premieres and movie sets. Sometimes, I would miss school and travel with him wherever he went. Lola was furious about this. I did not break my back to keep you in school and give up on my dreams so you can live in some stupid fairy tale with a boyfriend. Fairy tales aren't real. I'm grateful for the things that you've done, but you can't keep holding that over my head. You also chose to do this, and I try to pitch in. You're welcome to stop caring for me now and go back to school. You're an ungrateful brat, Cece. You just met this boy. You're not his first love, nor the last. Don't get too used to this lifestyle, cause it won't be long before he drops you. Then we'll see what you'll do, kiddo. You almost sound like you resent me for getting a taste of the good life. Just let me be, Lola. But she didn't let me be. One day, I came home after a trip to Hollywood and found Lola waiting for me in the dark. Have a seat. OMG, you freak! You scared me! I think you should see this. What's this? Your Prince Charming isn't so innocent. I hired a private detective to follow him around. See for yourself. I couldn't believe Lola would go that far. Where did she even get the money to do this? In the folder she gave me, I found pictures of Ben in Saint-Tropez playing volleyball with many models and screenshots of him replying to other girls' stories on Instagram. That didn't really bother me till I saw a photo of him having dinner with one of his exes, and they were holding hands. I felt utterly disgusted and couldn't believe Lola was right. Ben had already left on another trip for 2 weeks, so I just blocked his number and blocked him on all the socials too. And I promised Lola that I'd never speak to him again. But I did find myself missing him. So, instead of caving and unblocking him, I decided to watch one of his movies. So, one evening, there I was, engrossed in his latest spy film and a family-sized pizza topped with pepperoni and my salty tears, when I caught a glimpse of something outside my window. It was Ben, swinging from a rope off the roof like a low-budget action hero. I quickly opened the window before he fell down and smashed his most valuable asset, his money-making face. What are you doing?
Well, it was impossible to reach you by any normal means, and Lola wouldn't let me in, so I thought I could swing outside your window until you tell me what's wrong.
Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I wouldn't know about your affairs?
What the?
You heard me. I know all about Saint-Tropez and your DMs with other girls, and the dinner with your ex. I showed him the pictures, and to my surprise, he burst out laughing and tussled my hair.
You dummy, you. Well, first, these so-called models are my cousins. Gross. I can't help it if we're all a good-looking bunch. Secondly, these DMs are made by a very famous fake account. Everyone on Earth knows this person is acting like me. How did you even miss this?
Okay, fine, but what about the dinner? How are you going to justify that?
Well, now that's embarrassing. I got an anonymous call telling me that this big-time director wanted to meet me to discuss his upcoming superhero franchise, for which he wanted to cast me. I smelled something fishy because the call didn't come through my manager, but I was too afraid to miss the opportunity, so I went. There I found my ex, who had received the exact same call. It was obviously some kind of stupid setup, but there wasn't even any paparazzi around that we could see. And here I'm holding her hand because she's telling me her cat died. I didn't bring this meeting up because it wasn't anything important.
Do you honestly think I believe that?
Yes. Do you know why? I voice recorded all my calls and meetings, so here you go.
Oh man, he humbled me quickly and left me speechless. I hated being proved wrong.
But where did you get these pictures? Did you hire someone to stalk me?
Don't flatter yourself. They were thrown my way. Don't think for a minute that I'm obsessed with you.
Cece, baby, it's too late. I've seen you eat that pizza with snot and tears crying over me.
I hit him with the cushion as he laughed, then he hugged me. The next morning, I told Lola everything, but she wasn't relieved or happy. And you believe him? You're so naive, Cece. Well, I know him more than you or your private detective. He's an honest guy who loves and spoils me. Can't you just be happy for me? You're my sister. Is that too much to expect? Lola looked at me and then sighed. You're right. I suppose I can give him a chance. I was only trying to protect you. He seems too good to be true. I know, but maybe I lucked out and he doesn't have any skeletons in his closet? Yeah, maybe. But just as I thought everything was on track, it all exploded in my face. One morning, as I was watching the news, I saw a picture of Ben's father shaking hands with some thug.
In the latest Hollywood drama, the famous businessman, also known as Ben's father, is allegedly smuggling illegal goods and accepting bribes. Does this mark the fall of his empire and possibly Ben's reputation and career too?
As I watched in horror, I suddenly noticed Lola standing behind the couch, a huge, evil smirk on her face, and the realization washed over me. Lola was somehow behind this. Lola! My scream shook the house, and I turned around to pounce on her. Even Dad, who hadn't come out of his room in ages, came out running as we rolled around on the floor. How dare you humiliate Ben and his family like that? What did you do? Just use some AI-generated images. Ow! Calm down, will you? I'm doing what's best for you. This is what's best for me? Ruining my relationship and someone's life? How could you do that? Ben was nothing but nice to you. I've been nothing but nice to you. What is your problem? And then Lola's face twisted with rage. My problem is you thinking you deserve to go off and live your fairy tale life with your stupid, perfect boyfriend when I gave up everything for you. So what? I should just live here and take care of our useless dad after giving up on my boyfriend and my dreams? And it was all for you. Finally, the truth comes out. You jealous, horrible dinosaur. I slapped her hard. You selfish, ungrateful pig. Our epic slap showdown kept going until our palms were sore and Dad finally intervened. I stormed off and shut myself up in my room. How could I tell Ben my sister ruined his family's reputation? I tried calling him to see how he was taking it, but I couldn't reach him or anyone from his family or managers. He just disappeared from the face of the earth. I joined my dad in despair and didn't leave my room when Lola was in the house. And I certainly didn't leave the house. One night, as I was watching one of Ben's films, I heard loud knocks on the door and police sirens outside. Dad and I got out of our rooms quickly, only to find the police taking Lola away.
You're being detained on suspicion of defamation through made-up evidence. You have the right to remain silent.
Lola, I swear, I had nothing to do with this. I know, Cece, I did. Lola turned herself in? But why? I rushed to prison after her and waited until I managed to see her. Why did you do that? I couldn't bear seeing you so miserable. I already lost Mom and Dad, and I can't stand the thought of losing you too. I was afraid you'd go off with your prince one day, and I'd be alone and miserable, and I got really jealous and selfish. Ben made you happy, and you deserve that. Now that it's public his father was framed, I'm sure he'll turn up again. I was speechless. I believed Lola regretted what she'd done, but she had to pay the price for it now. And Ben would get to hear that it was Cece behind everything and would make sure he stayed away from me forever. But one day, as I was leaving the police station after visiting Lola, I bumped into Ben. I thought I'd never see you again.
My family and I were advised to stay low and not to talk to anyone till the matter was cleared up. Now I'm here to pay Lola's bail, and we're dropping all charges against her.
What? Why would you do that?
Because she turned herself in, so she obviously regrets it. And because I love you, and she's your sister. And because I'm confident that I can win her over too. I wore you down, didn't I?
You sure did, and I love you too. Hi, I'm Grace from Vermont. Before I continue, hit the like and subscribe button. If you do, you'll meet the love of your life while on vacation near a pool. My parents were billionaires, so I got whatever I wanted growing up. Dad was the head of a huge fashion company that my mom helped him run. Dad was ruthless in the boardroom, like an ancient warrior. But when it came to me and my mom, he was a total pushover. He gave us everything we could ever want.
Just one island? Anything for my girls. I'd give you the moon if you asked for it.
Even though my life was practically perfect, I had a bad stutter, which made me a laughing stock at school. Wow, that's a pretty skirt. Where did you get it from? Shouldn't it? It's cool. I'll just check some stores. It was awkward, and my parents took me to the best doctors, tried speech therapy, medication, and even hypnotism, but nothing helped. I started to lose confidence, but my parents were always supportive and inspired me to accept myself, just as I am.
It doesn't matter if it takes you 1 try or 100. Never stop speaking your mind. Your voice is just as important as anyone else's.
As I grew older, I became more comfortable with my condition and even made friends at school. But my favorite thing in the world was being the princess of my house. Life was good, till I turned 13 and everything changed. My parents told me they were adopting from the orphanage, but it wasn't just 1 girl, but 5. I wasn't as thrilled as they were, but I didn't show it to my parents. Besides, it could be fun to have so many sisters. So I got on board. The day they were supposed to come home, I decked up the whole place and must have tried 100 dresses before finding the perfect one. I wanted to make a good impression. The oldest one, Olivia, was my age, and from the looks of it, she loved fashion just as much as I did. I'm Grace. Pleased to meet you. Olivia was so busy sizing up my outfit, I don't think she even heard me. I like your dress, but the ribbons are so tacky. And what's with those shoes? You know what? You look so cute with braids in this outfit, even though it's a little, weird. I think she looks nice. Ignore Olivia. She's just jealous. It was clear from the beginning that Olivia had an issue with me for some odd reason, but at least the other 4 were gentle. Margot and Beatrice didn't care about fashion. but they were easy to talk to. We became friends in no time, gossiping about boys and school and fighting over the best spot by the pool. Harper and Quinn were younger and stuck to themselves. Harper was obsessed with insects and was always collecting ladybugs and other creepy crawlies. Quinn was like her sister's shadow, silently following her everywhere. A week after my sister's arrival, my parents took us on a shopping spree so they wouldn't have to wear the same clothes from the orphanage. And Olivia bought everything I did. At first, she just wore the same belt or hat, but soon she was copying my whole outfit. Why are you copying me? I think you're copying me. But it's cool. I know I have a great eye for fashion, so it's a compliment. Oh my God, the new Gucci bag! I didn't care if Olivia wanted to dress like me. It just bugged me that she was lying about it. So one day, I pretended I was gonna wear the ugliest outfit, but then I changed at the last second. Olivia showed up to breakfast looking like a clown. Wow, Olivia, you look so good. Yeah, right? I saw Gummy Hadid wearing this. You mean Gigi? And I don't think that she would ever wear something this funny. The only thing funny here is the way you talk.
Olivia, apologize this minute.
Why? It's just harmless jokes between sisters, Dad. Whatever. Sorry, Grace. Please don't cry now. After that day, Olivia stopped copying my outfits, but we just couldn't see eye to eye. I tried to be friendly, but she was just a mean witch. So after a while, I stopped being nice and just ignored her. While Olivia was a pain in my butt at home, in school, I had Pearl. She was the head cheerleader and a total bully. One day, my sisters and I were eating in the food court at the mall when Pearl swooped in like a vulture. How are you doing, Grace? Just leave me alone. What? I didn't quite catch that. Were you trying to say something? Zip it, moron. Don't you have something else to do? Like bore people with your dumb cheerleading moves? Oh, but I'm getting bored. And you're so entertaining. Did I do that right? That was perfect. Before I could say anything, Harper pulled out a jar of ladybugs from her backpack and dumped them on Pearl's hair. What have you done, you moron? Pearl screamed and ran off. Instead of staying with us, Olivia took off to help her. Thanks for sticking up for me, you guys. Of course, we sisters need to have each other's backs. I just wish Olivia wasn't such a blind duck. Oh, she'll come around. Only she didn't. She started getting weird around me. And then one day, something unbelievable happened. Pearl turned into Olivia's evil minion. She followed her around like a shadow. If Olivia made a dumb joke, Pearl laughed. If Olivia wanted a cookie, Pearl brought her one. Pearl would have helped Olivia make a monster in a lab if she asked. This was so weird and fishy. I tried to find out what Pearl's deal was, but then I got busy with school assignments and forgot all about it. They were a match made in hell anyway. A week later, Mom and Dad called us into the study for a big announcement.
It's my dream that my girls join the family business one day. And with Fashion Week coming up, I want all my girls to help with their brilliant ideas. The best ones will end up on the ramp, so give it your best shot.
Oh, my God, Dad. This is such an amazing opportunity. I won't let you down. Yes, Dad. You'll love our designs. Olivia smiled at me, but the moment Mom and Dad left, she went back to her devilish smirk. Ugh, dramatic much? This opportunity is mine, and I will own it. You can relax and watch me work if you'd like. Think of it as a learning experience. Say what you want, but I know Dad will pick my designs, so watch out. I stayed up late every night working on my dress. My other sisters made their own dresses for fun, but everyone knew Olivia and I were the only ones taking it seriously. We both really wanted to impress Dad. The night before Dad judged the dresses, Olivia snuck into the studio and destroyed my dress. Luckily for me, Harper and Quinn saw her sneaking out and told me what happened. I knew she was jealous of me, but this was an all-new low. How was I supposed to make a new dress overnight? That's when an idea struck me. If I couldn't beat Olivia fair and square, I'd just have to play tricks with her. So, I swapped her dress for my ruined one. The next day, when Dad walked into the studio to judge our dresses, we both took the sheets off of our mannequins, and Olivia's mouth dropped open in shock to see what I'd done. But obviously, she couldn't tell Dad that the dress was really hers without admitting that she'd destroyed mine.
Grace, I pick you. This isn't your usual style, but it's certainly beautiful. Olivia, it's a shame you gave up on your dress. It looks like it could have been something special.
I know, Dad. Wonder what happened. Oh, don't be a sore loser, Ollie. I'm sure you'll do just as good as the next time, if there is a next time. I wasn't one to gloat usually, but the look on Olivia's face was so satisfying. A few days later, we were all on a flight to Paris for Fashion Week, and Olivia couldn't stop glaring at me. That's my dress that's about to go down the runway. You shouldn't steal credit, and you shouldn't sabotage people. Olivia, why can't we leave this stupid fight and just be friends? Friends? With you? No thank you. And I know you hate me, so please stop pretending. I don't. Stop talking. You're giving me a headache. Olivia then got up, and for the rest of Fashion Week, she totally ignored me. Pin that hem. Olivia, hand me that hat. Olivia! What? Can't you see I'm on the phone? Can you help? Who are you even talking to? Ugh, just leave me alone. This girl was so weird. Even when we got back, she wouldn't talk to me, not even rudely. She'd either stay in her room or hang out with Pearl. And worse was that she'd started inviting Pearl to our place, which really annoyed me. Oops, I got to that first. Ugh. After a successful show at Fashion Week, Dad started getting a lot of orders. He worked for months on a new line, and all the designs were kept under lock and key in his studio, and nobody was allowed inside. But in less than 2 weeks before his runway show, someone leaked pictures of the new collection all over the internet. The tabloids went wild guessing who it could be.
I can't believe someone would do this. All my hard work is gone. Nobody has access to my study except you girls. If anyone knows something, tell me now.
I took a quick look at everyone, and all of us were equally shocked.
Fine. If that's what you want, you're all grounded with no phone privilege or allowance.
But we didn't do anything. That's not fair. But Dad simply frowned and left. We all know you did it, Olivia. Just admit it. It wasn't me. I would never do that to Dad. Relax, guys. This is not the time to turn on each other. Dad didn't talk to us for days, and it really hurt me to watch all my sisters so sad and depressed. But Olivia looked extra worried. She would stay in her room, refusing to talk to anyone. One day, I was taking an evening stroll in the garden when I noticed Olivia slipping out of the house, and she looked really anxious. I wanted to stop her, but then I decided to follow her, and she stopped in front of Pearl's house. Ugh, what do you want now? I know you're the one who stole my keycard and then stole Dad's designs and leaked them, Pearl. I should have never taken you into the study that day. Yeah, that was kinda dumb. Especially since you know my mom's company is your #1 competitor. You made it so easy to steal your designs. And now we'll be on top, while you guys will eat dirt. In your dreams, you sick psycho. No, not when the whole world would know what big fat cheaters you all are. Olivia looked at me in shock as I pulled out the phone and started playing back the recording with Pearl's confession. Give me that. Not so easy. Besides, I've already uploaded it, so there's nothing you can do. Pearl was at a loss for words, and suddenly her phone started ringing. Must be your mom. If I were you, I'd think of going underground for a few days. Pearl ran away crying, and Olivia turned to me. I'm so sorry, Grace. I should have been smarter. You should have. But right now, we need to figure out how to help Dad. We don't have much time before the show. So are you with me? Yes, of course I am. My sisters and I locked ourselves in the mansion for a week straight, staying up late every night, altering his designs. Harper and Quinn did all the sketching, and Marco and Beatrice gathered all the fabrics and accessories Dad would need. Then Olivia and I helped Dad put everything together. When the day of the fashion show arrived, we were ready. The paparazzi and critics were waiting for the curtains to rise, expecting the show to be a disaster with all the leaked designs. But when the curtain rose and the spotlights came on, the entire audience gasped. The new designs were even more beautiful, and the show was a massive success. And Dad was super proud.
You set aside your differences, and you worked hard. You pulled together as a family. I'm so proud of all of you.
It was Grace. She's the one who brought us together on this. Team effort. That's what sisters are for. Olivia and I smiled at each other as the rest of my sisters hugged me. I just knew everything would always be fine as long as we stuck together. Hi everyone, I'm Hayden from California. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. I was born into a big, happy family, and growing up with 4 spunky older brothers was always a blast. And we ran into a lot of trouble, like when we kicked the ball into our neighbor's window, and another time when we all fell into the pond and Mom thought slime monsters were invading the house. Yeah, we were all grounded, except for my younger sister Rose, the only odd one out who never joined us and only cared about her looks and her clothes. Ugh, Hayden, I can't believe you dress like that. Why can't you wear a proper dress? I can't believe you like those clothes. Look at this t-shirt. It's large so I can get underarm ventilation, and I can stuff my face without veering my waist. And these pants, they have pockets. Here, want to see the frog I found? Eee! Well, my brothers became super boring after they started high school. They got girlfriends and hobbies. Ugh, it's not like I need them to have fun. I can find my own friends. One day, when I was on my way home from school, I spotted some meanies hassling a puppy. Not under my watch. I grabbed a stick and rushed over to them screaming, but then I tripped on a stone and fell. They all started laughing at me, but I got back on my feet. Let that puppy go.
Or what? You'll fall on your face again?
Or I'll teach you a lesson.
Ew, we're shaking in our boots. An army of ants is coming our way.
That boy was my new neighbor, who was the same age as me, but half their size. And then the puppy bit the bully's hand, and the new boy rushed in and snatched the puppy away. He grabbed my arm, and we started running until we got away.
Wow, that was brave. I'm Rashid.
And you got there just in time. I'm Hayden. He adopted the puppy, and from that day on, Rashid and I became best friends, and everyone called us the Terrible Duo. But things changed the summer before high school when Rashid decided to visit his grandparents in India. Can't you stay home?
Aw, I'll text you every day, and then we'll be in the same class this year. Finally, we can sit together.
Without him, I was so bored that I even tried spending time with Rose. She pulled me out for shopping or a salon, which I never liked. She even dragged me to her ballet class. Ugh, all that pink tulle and that boring music. I was starving, so I searched for a vending machine and almost crashed into a girl doing a backflip. I peeked into the classroom and everyone was doing backflips and handstands, and the splits, they looked free, strong, and flexible. I wanted to be one of them, and that was my true calling. I caved in and trained every day, and by the end of the summer, I had already won 3 trophies at local competitions. I couldn't wait to show them to Rashid. On the first day of high school, I got in early to save us the best seats, but when I got in, someone was already there. Hey, can you? The guy looked at me, smiled, and
Hey, Hayden, I missed you.
OMG, Rashid? Wow, I almost didn't recognize you. He looks tall, and the glasses are gone, and wow, he's so… No, he's the same guy as before. Don't act all weird around him now. Every time Rashid looked at me, I felt myself blushing, and if we bumped into each other, my insides turned into a giant knot. I needed bug spray to kill all the butterflies flying around me, and I felt so jealous when I saw all those girls falling for him and fighting for his attention, though he dodged the swooning like a ninja dodging throwing stars. Ugh, I don't know what to do. What if he decides to date one of those girls? Try to give him some hints and see if he likes you back. So I decided to put Rashid to the test. I left my lunch at home, and he shared his with me, but then he did the same for my classmate the next day. And when it started raining, he also shared his umbrella with me and my sister. Why does he have to be so nice to everyone? Ooh, I smell heart trouble. My sister has a crush on her best friend. How predictable. Unfortunately, he likes girly girls. Girls like me. He sees you as one of his buddies. I was crushed. Not only did he not like me romantically, I wasn't even part of the competition. I liked the person in the mirror. I liked that I was strong enough to walk on my hands, or that I could sleep more in the morning because I wore no makeup. And then I decided that if Rashid liked those girls, I could be one. And like Cinderella, I just needed a fairy godmother to help me with the transformation. Or rather, will you give me a makeover, sis? OMG, I thought you'd never ask. I would love to. And you need to learn that Puma and Adidas are not the same brands. Well, leave it to me. I'll take care of your closet. Suddenly, Rose turned into a whirlwind. She plopped me in front of the mirror, pulled out brushes and paint, stuffed me into tight clothes, and gave me the highest heels to wear. Are you sure about these? Maybe I can still wear my sneakers. Do you want to catch a boy or not? I was shocked. Was that even me? Rose had certainly transformed me, but I wasn't sure it was for the better. It's okay, Hayden. Think of this as an undercover mission. I thought being a girly girl would be a breeze. Boy, was I wrong. I had to do this awkward, clumsy walk because of that dress. And of course, I missed the bus and got to school late. As if that wasn't bad enough, when I walked into the class, my dress tangled on my feet and I stumbled, but thankfully Rashid was there.
Oh, Hayden, you look...
Magnificent, majestic, breathtaking?
You've got lipstick on your teeth. I didn't know you were into makeup.
Well, you know, of course I'm into makeup. I'm a girl, no?
Okay, let me help you with that backpack.
It worked. Rashid had never offered to carry my books before, but every day I got into a new accident. Once I sneezed while putting on mascara, and I drew a line all across my face. Another time, I found a fake nail in my lunch and almost swallowed it. No matter what I did, it felt like we were growing distant. Rashid was treating me more like a girly girl and less like a friend. No more games of basketball or all-you-can-eat buffet lunches on Saturdays, but I'm still the same person. I can stuff my face even if I wear a tight shirt, right? Luckily, I still had my gymnastics practice, where I could burn out my frustration. I trained so hard that I was ready for the regional competition by the end of the year.
Congratulations! I'll come and cheer you on.
Perfect. I'll tell him about my feelings there. With Rashid cheering me on from the stands, I felt like I could do anything. And soon enough, I won first place. It was such an exciting moment. Even a scout stopped to watch.
I run a prestigious academy for stunt actors. You've got the looks and you've got the moves. If you want to make it in Hollywood, give me a call. It's never too early to start.
I wanted to run to Rashid to talk, but I was a disgusting sweat fountain. Plus, I needed the time to rehearse the speech I had prepared with the help of Rose for him. So I snuck into the storage room. Hey, I know we started as friends, but since last summer, I started to like you, you know? I won today because you're here. Brian! OMG, you scared me! Brian was one of my teammates, just a couple of years older than me.
Sorry. I just needed to put these away.
Sure, I was leaving anyway. Oh gosh, what if he heard? This is so embarrassing. Brian had said nothing, so I hurried to get changed and do my makeup perfectly. Wow, look at you. You're really girly now. Just Rashid's type, right? But when I came out of the changing room, Rashid wasn't there. I texted him and he replied coldly.
Sorry, something came up. I couldn't wait.
That's disappointing.
Hey, do you need a ride home?
I turned. Brian was waving at me, and for the first time, I noticed how cute he was. He was leaning against a nice sports car. I could wait for the bus, but I was sad and I didn't want to go home alone. Well, thank you. We spent the ride home talking about gymnastics, and by the end of the trip, Brian had asked for my number.
I like this new style, by the way. You'll look even better with long hair.
Long hair is such a chore, but I guess that's what guys like. From that day on, Brian started texting me, and soon he asked me out on a date. I still liked Rashid best, but he had barely spoken to me since the gymnastics competition. It was clear he wasn't interested. I might as well go out with someone who appreciates me. Brian had booked a super fancy restaurant. I wore my high heels, and I even borrowed a wig from Rose to complete the look. When I walked into the room, I felt everyone looking at me with awe.
You look stunning. All the boys here are jealous that you're my date.
Wow, this is what being a girly girl looks like? Everyone is always staring at you? Brian was impressed, and we started chatting about ourselves. Brian already had his life figured out. He would work for his father's company.
And what about you?
I don't know. I might consider this stunt acting gig. I'd get to kick butt for a living.
Aren't those film stunts too dangerous for a girl?
What? How could you say? Just then, the fire alarm rang, and a fire started erupting from the kitchen. Everyone started running toward the exit, but I heard a cry and turned around. An old lady had fallen, and nobody had noticed. But with my high heels and tight skirt, I couldn't run. So I took off the shoes and ripped the dress and rushed to help the lady up. We made it out just in time, and nobody was hurt.
I can't believe you rushed back. back like that. Thank God you made it out, but you look like a proper fright.
Well, I wouldn't have had to rip my clothes if I wore my old t-shirt and sneakers. Of course I look a fright. I just ran into a building on fire.
Oh, wait. Please don't sit in the car. You see that ash on you? Ugh, let me call you a cab.
You know what? I'll get it myself. We're done.
But you like me. That letter.
That wasn't for you, jerk. And you know what? You were my biggest mistake. I left. And with the fire, all the cabs were stuck in traffic. So I decided to walk home. And after a short while, it started to rain. I was miserable, dirty, and wearing no shoes. So when I saw the diner where Rashid and I always went, I walked in to wait out the rain. But as I stepped in, I froze. Rashid was there with his friends.
Hayden, what happened? Are you okay?
I'm fine. Just a bit. Well, I was going home, but I couldn't get a cab.
I'll take you.
But I'm all dirty. What about your car? He didn't care about his car, and he drove me home. Around him, my heart fluttered. My feelings for him rushed back like they'd never gone, and I couldn't hold it in anymore. Hey, so that day at the competition, I wanted to tell you that since last summer, I started to like you.
Wow, you really have changed. I didn't think you were the type of girl who jumps from one boy to the next.
What? You mean Brian? I only went out with him because you kept ignoring me. You're the one I've liked for a long time.
Sure, well I don't. Bye, Hayden.
Rashid drove away, and I felt devastated and humiliated. When I walked in, I saw Rose. I hugged her and told her everything. I'm sorry. I feel like this is partially my fault. I actually don't know what kind of girl Rashid likes, but I lied so we could spend more time together and share everything like sisters do. You're the only sister I have, but you were always hanging out with our brothers. I was stunned that my sister lied to me, but I understand her. It wasn't all her fault. That same night, I called the Stunt Academy director. I'd like to accept your offer, but I want to move in immediately. Rashid texted me after I started going to the academy, but I ignored him and even blocked him. One rejection is enough, thank you. The classes at the academy were intense. I was learning the most amazing moves and killing it as a stunt girl on big sets. Who needed Rashid when I had my passion and talent to keep me going? I also abandoned the heels and skirt and went back to my style. No one cares what you wear if you can jump from a moving helicopter. Years later, I was at the premiere of my latest film when I saw Rashid as one of the waiters. He was even more handsome than before. Forget him. He rejected you. You're not even friends anymore. But everywhere I turned, he was there. And finally, he cornered me at the buffet table. What are you doing here? And when did you become a waiter?
I tried to get into your premiere, but all the tickets were sold out, so I sent flowers, but you weren't interested, so I had to dress up as a waiter and sneak in.
Whatever.
Hayden, please stop running. Talk to me. At least let me explain.
You were very clear the first time.
Look, when we were at the competition, I overheard your confession, and I saw Brian, so I thought it was for him. When you confessed to me, it kind of made me feel like I was your backup plan. It made me pretty mad because I had a crush on you. And later, I got to know the truth from Brian, and I felt too guilty. I tried to reach you, but you blocked me.
Wait, you had a crush?
Yeah, since we met. After you started dressing more girly, I got really confused because I liked you the way you were.
So I didn't need to change for you?
Absolutely not. You were perfect, and I never stopped liking you.
I couldn't believe it. All these years, I could have been with Rashid, and it was all because of a stupid misunderstanding. Well, it was clear now what I needed to do. I spun on my heels and perfectly landed into Rashid's arms in the perfect position to kiss him. I never stopped liking you either. Let's get the camera rolling.
Hi, my name is Caroline, and my life is literally the stuff out of television. When I was 4 years old, I started having the hiccups. I just chugged some water, thinking it was going to go away soon. 72 hours later, the hiccups hadn't stopped. I was crying and freaking out now. I said to my big sister, "Carly, please take me to the hospital." The doctors had no idea what was wrong with me. They checked my throat for irritation, blockages. There was nothing. I was a normal, healthy 4-year-old girl who just couldn't stop hiccuping. 3 months turned into 3 years, and my hiccups never stopped. At first, it was so hard. Our parents were gone before I could even remember, and Carly had to take care of everything. All the visits to the hospitals, the insane expenses, the stress. She was going nuts. The only thing that made her feel at peace was that I was smart, and I got excellent grades at school. I was the top of the class 3 years in a row. I'm so proud of you. Oh, my precious little genius. Carly loved my grades, but it made the kids at school hate me even more than they already did. So what if you're the topper? No one can understand what you're saying, Caroline. You sound like such a freak. I can't help it. Have you tried drinking water? Let's make her drink a bunch of water, guys. I drank like a gallon of water really fast, and it made me so dizzy. These kids were jerks. I felt the puke coming, and I didn't hesitate. I let it all out on the kids around me. Ew, she's disgusting. My quirk pissed off the teachers too. When I was 13, I was taking a test when my teacher literally blew up at me. No one can hiccup for this long. You're obviously faking it to mess with the exam. Why would I do that? I get the highest score in class. Ugh, so annoying. I'm calling your sister and we are ending this. When Carly reached the school, she was red with anger. She told off my teacher in front of everyone and threw a bunch of medical bills right into her face. Look at those bills. Does that look like she's faking it? Huh? It may be a real condition, but she is disturbing the class. Then I don't want to be in your stupid class. I'm the only math teacher here, you brat. Don't talk to my sister like that, or I will kick your butt in front of your students. It's okay, Carly. Just find me a different school, because this one sucks. And that's how I got taken out of school right in the middle of the year. Okay, I know this is bad, but don't you worry, Caroline. There will be plenty of schools that will want you. Carly had no idea how right she was about to be. You see, one of the kids watching the spectacle at school had recorded it. He posted the video on the internet and it kind of went viral. In an instant, my condition became famous in my little town. Everyone in the comments was bashing the teacher for how rude she was and praising us. People started waving at me on the street, and the kids in my neighborhood stopped throwing eggs at our house. Carly and I even got invited to do a radio interview with a celebrity. Why are you interested in us? A girl with non-stop hiccups? Lady, your kid's gonna be famous. Famous? I had no idea that I was special. As Carly took me from radio interviews to TV segments, I watched in awe as people were amazed by me. I can't imagine your life, Caroline. You're so brave, and your sister Carly is such a wonderful human for raising you. This was so much fun, and Carly loved the attention. She adored getting us dolled up for the interviews, and the money coming in really lightened her workload. I was so happy to help her out. We finally bought our own house with that money. I joined a new school and got ready to start a new, better life. I was heading out for my first day of school when I saw 3 strangers in my apartment. Oh my God, were we getting robbed? Carly, someone's in the house. Oh, it's okay, Caroline. This is just the crew. The crew for what? I'm making a reality show about renovating our new house. You'll be in it, obviously, because you're the hiccup girl, but it'll mostly be about the house. I couldn't believe this. Carly signed us up for a show without even asking me. I got really annoyed at her, and she begged me to forgive her. I know I should have asked you, but I had to say yes. You're too young to get how huge this could be for us. I don't have time for a show. I have school. They'll come to school with you. Say what? This was so embarrassing. I walked into the first day of school with a camera crew around me. Everyone was staring at me, and one girl laughed loudly and said, "Can you believe her? So self-obsessed." That's the hiccup girl. Doesn't she have her own show now? Hi, hiccup girl. My name's Caroline. I just ran out of there. This was so overwhelming. When I finished freaking out, I realized the crew had been filming me the whole time. Oh my God, go away. We're just getting your reaction. This is great TV. The crew was relentless. They followed me everywhere, and whenever they were around, people started acting really weird. Like one day, my chemistry teacher just stopped teaching us and started singing. This is my only chance to showcase my real talents to the world. Love you, hiccup girl. This song is for you and Carly. I wanted the earth to swallow me right now. And this was just the start of the craziness. People started stopping me in the hallways to do choreographed dances for the cameras. Couples would stage loud, dramatic breakups in public just to create drama and get on the show. People were going nuts. Even if they seemed like they just wanted to get to know me, there was a hidden agenda, like with Adam. I always thought he was cute, and when he asked me out, I happily said yes. When I suggested leaving the crew at home for the date, he was like,
Whoa. We need the cameras there.
"Why?"
That's the whole point of being with the hiccup girl. You're famous, and I'm gonna be a model one day. It just works, baby.
I got up and dunked my juice all over his stupid head. I'm not your baby. You can find someone else to launch your career. I ran out of there before the cameras could spot just how sad I was. And all this insanity at the school and the filming at home, even my grades started to fall. I just couldn't do this anymore. I went to Carly's room to talk to her about all this. When I opened her door, I saw Carly making out with one of the cameramen. Oh my God! Carly! Oh, Caroline, don't freak out. Trent is my boyfriend.
Fiance, babe.
Oh, dang, I forgot. Trent just proposed. We're getting married? No way. We're going to announce our relationship on the show tomorrow. The fans are going to love it. Carly will tell you in front of the cameras, too, and you have to act totally surprised. This is so important to me, okay? Of course I said yes, but I stormed off and slammed the door shut behind me. I doubled down on my studies and started ignoring everyone at school to save time. People started calling me snobby, arrogant. Even the crew started getting annoyed with me.
What are we supposed to record if you're just in the library all day? This is so boring.
I really didn't care. I had to achieve my goals, just like Carly was achieving hers. Her surprise love engagement to her own cameraman made her a sensation online. She followed it up with a surprise wedding episode in Hawaii, and the fans fell in love with them. We were celebrating after the wedding when Carly came up to me with some surprising news. My lawyer gave me the go-ahead, Caroline. I can officially adopt you as my daughter. Are you serious? Yes, I have the adoption papers right here. A little surprise for you. I was completely speechless. For a moment, I couldn't breathe. Because I was full of so many emotions, I just ran to my sister and grabbed her in the tightest hug of my life. I'd love to be your daughter, Carly. What you've done for me?
Caroline, can we do another take of the reveal moment? I think we can do better.
Excuse me?
When Carly shows you the adoption papers, your reaction isn't, really working. I need you to show more emotion. Maybe cry loudly or faint. Let's do one more take.
You interrupted my real moment to tell me how to fake it?
It's not a big deal. Just one more take.
No, nuh-uh. Not happening. I'm not doing this again. You are insane. You need to stay away from me and my reactions.
You need to do your job. For weeks, we've just been recording you hiccuping in the library. Do you know how boring that is? We're the ones who answer to the boss.
You know what? You can tell your boss. I quit. Chaos broke out then. Half the crew started filming while I fought with the other half. Carly tried to step in and calm us down, but there was no stopping me. I can't live with that crew around me anymore. Caroline, I know it's tough, but this show is the best thing that ever happened to us. To you? I hate it. And if you hated something this much, I'd never force you to do it. Carly was defeated by that. She knew it was true. She still begged me to put up with the crew till college. Just one last season. If you quit before that, we lose millions of dollars in bonuses. Money that can take care of us for the rest of our lives. Caroline, please. God, what wouldn't I do for my sister? I agreed to put up with the show for one more season and prepared myself for another year of misery and isolation. Little did I know that in another month, my life would change forever. I went for a regular checkup at the doctor's office, and he said the magic words.
We can stop your hiccups, Caroline. We have medicine for this.
Oh my God, I couldn't even process this. Stop my hiccups? They had been my identity for so long. I didn't even know what to feel as I ran home to tell Carly. Carly was stunned into silence, but the crew started sharing their opinions right away.
You can't touch your hiccups. The contract says your condition is crucial. The show could get canceled tomorrow if you do this.
We can make enough drama for the show without my hiccups.
There is no way. People love the hiccup girl.
I don't want to be the hiccup girl anymore.
If you do this, you will lose all your bonuses. So you might as well quit.
Carly suddenly stood up. We quit.
What?
We're going to stop her hiccups.
You're crazy, right? The hiccup girl is a moneymaker.
She's not a moneymaker. She's my sister. We started this show to make something good come out of her hiccups. But stopping them is always the priority. She is my priority.
Then the show will get canceled.
So be it. When do we go to the doctor's next, Caroline? I hugged my sister tightly, fresh tears flowing from my eyes. We finally put an end to the show and used our savings to survive. Carly managed to get a new job in no time, and I got into the college of my choice. The doctor prescribed a medication to me that actually worked, and for the first time since I could remember, I was not the hiccup girl. I was just Caroline.
Hi, I'm Blessing from New Zealand, and I have a skin disease called vitiligo. But that didn't stop me from getting revenge on all the good-for-nothing jerks in my life. When I was 5 years old, I spent all day making a beautiful Mother's Day card for my stepmom. Look what I got you, Mommy! That is the ugliest thing I've ever seen. And how many times have I told you not to call me that? I'm not your mommy. Your mom is dead. And with that, she tore it into two. But I made that especially for you. Who asked you to? Not me. Why would I want someone like you to love me, stupid girl? I ran to my room and jumped onto my bed, crying myself to sleep. I couldn't understand why I was born with this disease. I just wanted to be normal. Dad was only 17 when he had me, and he never even got a proper degree. The solution he found for his problems was marrying my evil stepmother, who was 15 years older than him, but very rich. It made things worse for me, though, because she was a massive pain in the butt. When I was 6, I found out that I was high-key a genius. One day, the teacher asked us all to memorize some nursery poems about winter and recite them in class. I snuck into my stepmom's library at night and took my favorite book off the shelf. I memorized Shakespeare's Winter by heart. When it was my turn to read out loud, the teacher looked stunned. I was asked to take a series of tests the next day, after which she called my parents and told them I was a genius with an IQ of 180. Oh, wow. I guess that explains why she's so ugly. Here's a brochure for this amazing school for gifted kids. God, that looks expensive. No, we can't send her there. It's bad enough that we'll have to spend a fortune on beauty products to cover up her skin. I hoped Dad would say something, but he was just quiet as usual. He mostly just did whatever she said because, well, he was living on her money. I thought I would always be miserable between my annoying parents, but one lucky day, I stumbled on an amazing secret, and it was the happiest day of my life. You see, I found out by accident that Dad had a girlfriend. That day, I understood that stepmom was probably horrible to me because of her own insecurities. She was just a loser who was getting cheated on, and I would never let her words or actions affect me again. A few days later at dinner, Dad left the table when his phone started ringing. I instantly guessed it might be Dad's girlfriend, and before stepmom could pick up the phone, I ran off with it. She started chasing me around the lounge and caught me by the shirt. I didn't know what to do, so I flung the phone at the wall, smashing it to bits. Just then, Dad walked in.
What's going on? And who broke my phone?
Daddy, I can explain. And with that, I jumped onto the sofa and whispered in his ear that his girlfriend was calling, and I'd stopped stepmom from answering it. He immediately gave me a big hug. Stepmom screamed in rage and stormed out of the room. While things were looking up at home, they were just getting worse at school. My condition made kids look at me like I was an alien, and it just seemed to annoy everyone I was smarter than them, especially that horrible Luna. She was 2 years older than everyone else because she was really dumb and had been held back twice. She never missed a chance to make fun of me. In the 5th grade, I entered an international physics competition and had the highest score among 500 participants from around the world. You've made us all so proud, Blessing. You don't speak for us, miss, because we're all pretty ashamed to have her here. She should be in some school for freaks. Luna, that's a terrible thing to say. Apologize right now. Okay, sorry, Blessing. Not Blessing. And then she knocked over all my books and started stomping on them. The teacher yelled at her and immediately dragged her off to the principal. She just kept being a jerk, so I knew I had to find a way to deal with her. One day, I found it. We were in the 7th grade celebrating Cultural Day when she came up to me and said, "And what are you supposed to be? White? Black? A Dalmatian? A panda? What are you?" "I'm a human being, unlike you, you monster." "Oh. Since when did you become so brave?" "Since the day I saw you cheating on your boyfriend with 2 boys." "What? I don't know what you're talking about, idiot." "I saw you behind that tree, Luna. So you better leave me alone or I'll tell everyone about this." "And who do you think they'll believe? Me or a weirdo like you?" "I'm pretty sure they'll believe me." And with that, I played a video of her I'd made on my phone, and from that day on, she didn't mess with me anymore. I could finally focus on my studies in peace. Boy, was I wrong. Things were getting much worse at home. Dad had started coming home really late every night, and I could tell stepmom was getting suspicious. One night, I woke up with a start when I heard loud screaming. "How could you cheat on me? You don't think I have feelings?"
Ugh, give me a break. It's not like I'm ashamed of having a hot, young girlfriend. Just look at her. She's running for the Miss World contest next year. Really, you can't blame me for cheating on you. Have you looked in the mirror lately?
"That's it, you two-timing, gold-digging jerk. Get out of my house, now." I quickly ran back and jumped into bed, feeling sure Dad would come any minute and tell me to pack my bags. But 5 minutes later, I heard the front door slam shut and saw him leaving. I was certain stepmom would throw me out on the street, but to my surprise, she didn't. I kept thinking she'd take out all her anger on me, but she just started ignoring me, and I didn't mind that at all. For the next few years, everyone just let me be. Until one day in 9th grade, I was shocked when the cutest guy on earth, Ronald, came and sat next to me at lunch.
Hey, would you be interested in tutoring a dumb kid like me?
I was more than happy to. So I said yes. We started our sessions the next day, and Ronald turned out to be the sweetest guy. He never brought up my condition and treated me like a gentleman. One day, he suddenly took my hand and looked deep into my eyes.
"Blessing, I don't know why people say these terrible things about you. You have to know, you're the most beautiful girl I've ever met, inside and out."
He held my chin, pulled my face close to his, and kissed my neck. Just as he kissed me on the lips, I heard that ugly Luna.
"Weren't you gay?"
"Who?" "Ronald, you said you were gay when I asked you out. And look at you now, kissing this ugly creature."
"Don't call her that."
"It's okay, babe. I'm used to her nasty words. Let her burn in her jealousy." And with that, I took his hand and started walking, making sure to push Luna as I left. "I'll make sure you regret this." That evening, I snuck Ronald in through my bedroom window to spend the night with me. Just as we'd snuggled on the couch, the door flung open and stepmom barged in, looking insane with fury.
"Oh no, you can't see a man when I can't."
"You can't do that just because your husband left you." She grabbed Ronald by his t-shirt, practically spitting in his face.
"And why are you with a freak like her? Do you have some kind of condition too? Couldn't find any other girl, huh? She's a great girl, and I like her so much."
"Oh yeah? Prove it. Kiss her foot right now, and I'll leave you alone for good."
"Back off, lady. Sorry, but I can't be a part of this drama. I'm out of here."
And with that, he left looking angry and embarrassed. Stepmom gave me an evil smile as she walked out, and I screamed as I slammed the door hard behind her. That witch! Ronald didn't turn up for our tutoring session the next day, and when I saw him around campus, he completely avoided eye contact with me. I decided to give him some space. Luna looked extra happy these days, and I knew it was because she could see Ronald and I weren't together anymore. One day, I spotted them by the lockers, and the minute she saw me, she started touching and hugging him. And even worse, he didn't seem to mind at all. I couldn't believe he'd do this to me. I went home in tears, only to hear a familiar voice as soon as I entered. It was Dad. I knew the only reason she'd call him back was because she was jealous that I had a man and she didn't. She was just that petty. The next day when I went to school, I was determined to punch both Ronald and Luna the moment I saw them. But as I was walking down the hall, someone suddenly pulled me by the arm and into the janitor's closet. It was Ronald.
You horrible... Listen, I love you, okay? I thought maybe this relationship wouldn't work, but I haven't been able to stop thinking about you. Luna's been all over me, but she is not who I want to be with. Please, give me another chance.
He looked and sounded really sincere, so I decided to forgive him. And then he started kissing me gently on my neck. Oh, I missed him so much. We started dating secretly at first, but then I decided I didn't want to hide it anymore. Ronald, I'm strong and smart, and if you're ashamed of being with me, then I don't care to be with you. So you have to make a choice and decide what's more important, being in this relationship with me publicly or your reputation. The next day when I walked into school, Ronald came over to me and immediately took my hand. My heart soared with joy, and then I spotted Luna down the corridor staring right at us. I was expecting her to throw some horrible tantrum as she walked over to us, but what she said left me in shock. Congratulations, you two. I'm so happy for you. And Blessing, I'm really sorry for the way I treated you before. She squeezed my arm gently and walked away. This girl was definitely up to no good. One day when Ronald and I were hanging out in my room, we suddenly heard loud screams from downstairs. You're cheating on me again with a teenager?
Yeah, but she behaves like an adult. She's a lot more mature than you are.
I expected stepmom to throw him out again, but she didn't. She simply walked to her room, packed her bags, and left. And that's the last time I ever saw her. The next day at lunch, Luna suddenly stopped by our table and said, "Hey, I just wanted to say that I've finally come to accept your condition and I'm not ashamed of you anymore." Excuse me? Yeah, I told your dad, I really want to be a good stepmom to you. I sat there with my mouth open as she walked away. The 18-year-old dad was dating was Luna? I ran home to confront Dad with Ronald right behind me. Have you completely lost it, Dad?
Oh, don't be like your stepmom. Luna's older than you, and I'm still pretty young, so why not?
Why are you the most selfish, useless dad in the whole world? You've never had a proper job. You've never stood up for me. And now you're just chasing one bimbo after another?
I just got you an amazing new stepmom who accepts your condition. And you live in this house because of all the hard work I've done. You think putting up with that old witch was easy for me?
Seemed fine to me. You just used her for her money and left her to treat me like dirt. Gosh, I really hate you. Of course, Luna was nothing more than a gold digger and was just getting Dad to buy her expensive stuff all the time. One time, when we were watching a movie, she just squeezed in between us and started touching Ronald. I slapped her. He deserves a real woman in his life. And you deserve to get your butt kicked right now. I want him, and I'm taking him from you. We'll see about that. And then I pulled Ronald and kissed his face off. She stormed out of the room angrily. I just did my best to ignore everything and focus on my studies. I needed a scholarship to go to college and leave this madhouse for good. The day that I was leaving, Dad came to see me off at the door, his eyes swollen.
I found out last night that she's been cheating on me. Maybe you shouldn't go. Blessing, I don't want to be alone.
Dad, you have to start acting like an adult already. And if you really care about her, you should try and win her back. You have to put up a fight for people you love. I still have to go, though. Good luck. Ronald and I moved away to the same college, and 4 years later, I was asked to give a speech at graduation. I spoke about my condition and how I'd never let it stop me from achieving my goals. The speech went viral, and since then, I've become a spokesperson for people suffering from vitiligo and other skin conditions. I've even been offered modeling contracts. Ronald and I have a beautiful baby girl now, and I will make sure she always knows she is perfect, just the way she is. Hi, my name is Arya, and I'm from a very small village in India. I was born on a dark, stormy night on Friday the 13th, which isn't a big deal except when your parents are crazy superstitious. Instead of letting out my first cry, I made some spit bubbles and giggled. This child is weird. Why isn't she crying? Look at her devilish smile. Once when I was 2, I was playing with my grandmother, and it was the first time I called out her name, Dadi. But it wasn't a celebration because the same day, she passed away. A few months later, when I learned to say my grandpa's name, Dada, he passed away too.
Oh my God. This is the beginning to an end. If she says another word, she might kill us all.
And the very same day, my uncles and aunts left the village with their entire families, and my parents just got weirder and crazier. I loved the color black, but they thought it was demonic, so they'd paint all my favorite black things pink. One time when I was 5, I rescued a cute black cat from the streets and brought her home. I named her Kali, but my parents went ballistic. Black cats are evil. They'll bring death upon us.
But he's my little meow meow. The only thing that could kill us is his cuteness.
They didn't listen to a word I said and threw Callie out of the house that night, and I was furious. I started screaming at the top of my lungs, and just then, there was a loud clap of thunder, followed by a loud bang. My parents looked out the window in horror to see an ancient sacred tree struck down by lightning. Mom turned as pale as paper, and Dad started praying to all 33 million gods.
We're sorry. Please, forgive us. We've been really, really bad.
Yes, we're going to bring your precious little Callie back right now. They immediately dashed out of the house and came back with Callie at 3 in the morning. The very next day, they woke me up at 5 in the morning and took me to see my aunt, who lived in a far-off village. When we got there, a woman dressed in black clothes came out. "That's your aunt. Go hug her. She's just like you." I got off reluctantly, but before I'd even reached my aunt, Mom and Dad were gone. They just left me there. I was about to burst into tears, but my aunt gently took my hand. And when I went inside, my jaw dropped. The entire house was full of black ornaments and decorations. This place was heaven. "You don't have to worry about anything, love. I'll take care of you from now on." For days, I thought my parents would come back for me, but they never did. And I didn't even mind because, unlike them, my aunt adored me. She was a tarot card reader, but she never taught me any of it. Instead, she put me in school. When I went to school on the first day, I was in for a surprise. It was an empty piece of land with cows and buffaloes grazing there. Oh, I'm so sorry, darling. I thought they had a building around here somewhere. Don't worry, I'll teach you at home. Well, she did teach me a couple of things, but none of them were useful. Once when I was 13, I was playing in a field with the neighborhood kids when suddenly one of them got bit by a snake. Everyone started screaming and running around in panic. Just then, a man came and decided to take him to the temple instead of the hospital. "What are you, crazy? He needs to go to a doctor right now."
Are you out of your mind? God will heal him.
This was nuts, but I wasn't gonna back off that easily. I bit him hard on his hand and he started screaming.
This girl is crazy. She bit me. She bit me. I need to go to a doctor.
"No, you don't. God will heal you. Let's take you to the temple." He immediately backed off and someone called the doctor and the boy's life was saved. But strange rumors about me spread through the entire village, and this stupid girl, Maya, she was the biggest gossip of them all.
She's evil. She can talk to snakes.
She's possessed. She tried to eat a man alive in front of my eyes. Oh yeah? Then you better stay away unless you want to get hurt. Well, it was fun scaring these silly kids away, but Maya wasn't one to be scared easily. She had this habit of picking on other people for no good reason. One time, when I was swimming in the lake by the jungle, she came along with her minions and grabbed all my clothes.
Let's see you transform into a snake now, Anaconda.
Hey, are you crazy? Give me my clothes back. But they just ran away with them. OMG, what was I gonna do now? Make a gown out of leaves? Well, it wasn't such a bad idea, but I was furious at Maya. I had to take my revenge. One day, I saw her making out with a guy behind a barn, and I just knew what I had to do. I picked a huge chunk of cow dung lying on the ground, made a ball out of it, and threw it at her. Ew, gross, who did that? Come out this instant. The guy who was with her ran away with the speed of a bullet, but Maya looked raging mad. As I was tiptoeing away, I accidentally stepped on a thorn and screamed out loud. You witch! I knew it was you, you evil witch! You're so gone today! And do you think I'll spare you? Then she picked a chunk of cow dung and we broke out into a massive fight. But just as I was about to throw a huge chunk right in her face, she screamed, "No, not my face! I can't afford to get pimples. It's my wedding in 2 weeks. What? Wedding? But she was just 14. For a second, I thought she was bluffing, but no, she was actually getting married. In fact, her parents were going crazy, boasting about her grand wedding all through the village. And Maya, she was getting all the attention she craved for. But this was crazy. She was just a kid. On the day of her engagement, my aunt took me to the party. When all the people left, I saw Maya crying all alone. Something was wrong. Maya, are you okay? Get off me, witch. I don't want your sympathy. It's bad enough I'm getting married without my will. Just go away. But you looked so happy, and you always tell everyone how excited you are. I lie, because I don't have an option. That's just how things are done here, okay? But a dummy like you would never understand. Go away, for God's sake. This was so wrong. Even though I didn't like her that much, there was no way I was gonna let it happen. I had to do something. So I decided I was gonna kidnap the groom and lock him up in a room. After all, it wasn't just about one girl. It was about all the young kids in the village and their future. On the night of the wedding ceremony, I snuck into the venue. But just then, I tripped over something and crashed into the pole, holding the weight of the entire tent. The tent came crashing down, and within seconds, everything caught fire. People started running around like crazy. And just then, Maya came out screaming. I thought she'd thank me for saving her life, but she attacked me instead. You ruined my wedding, you witch. I had been preparing it for weeks. What? Something was really wrong with my ears. Her thank you sounded more like, I'm gonna kill you, witch. Suddenly, a man came rushing in and said,
The crops, they're burning. The fire has spread to the fields. We're all ruined.
OMG, what was it now? All of this because of a stupid tripping incident? But instead of running to the crop fields, everyone looked at me in shock, and I knew that look too well. I was so doomed. I ran home to save my butt and locked all the doors and windows. Just then my aunt came running.
What's wrong? What happened?
Who's knocking like a mad dog on the door? No, don't open that! There were angry villagers chanting outside that they wanted to throw me out of the village this instant.
She's the devil. She put our crops on fire. We can't let her live with us anymore.
What? It was all a freaking mistake. Why were they acting this crazy? For the first time, I felt so bad and almost burst into tears. My aunt hugged me tight and said, Don't worry, my child. I got this. She went out and told the villagers that I had already fled from the village, but the villagers wouldn't believe her. They stayed outside my house day and night until they were sure that I'd actually left. My aunt kept me hidden inside the house for months until one day I heard that there was a serious illness spreading all through the nearby villages. Auntie, I'm so scared. What's gonna happen? I have no idea, Arya, but no matter what, promise me you won't step outside of the house. Well, I did as she asked, but then one day, she also fell seriously ill, and I had no choice but to leave the house to get her medicine. But as soon as the villagers saw me, their faces turned pale white. They were running away from me and screaming at the top of their lungs. She's back! She's back! The devil is back!
She's brought a new plague with her to kill us all this time.
What? Why were they all so freaking dumb? But I didn't care. I had something more important to do. I rushed to the hospital, but as soon as I got there, even the doctors looked at me in shock. What? Did they also think I was a freak? A doctor called me and asked why I had no red dots on my body like everyone else. Well, I bathe daily. I guess that's why. He looked at me confused, but then they conducted a whole lot of tests on me. I was all freaked out. Why were they doing all this? I wasn't some freaking alien. Moments later, the nurse came out and screamed,
You were right, sir. She's the one.
The one? What the one? It turned out they found the antibodies to the disease in my blood. Apparently, my blood was now the cure to the deadly disease that was spreading, and I could save everyone's life. When everyone recovered, the doctors told all the villagers that it was me who saved lives. Everyone looked shocked at first, but then they started screaming, Goddess, goddess, she's a goddess. She saved our lives. People started coming to me with gifts and presents. It was all so crazy. For God's sake, what was wrong with these people? No, stop it, please. I'm no goddess, and neither am I the devil. I'm just a normal human being like you people. It was just a stroke of luck that my blood had the cure. For the first time, I felt the people were actually listening to me. If you really want to give me something, then please stop with these stupid superstitions and abolish all the age-old rules that are ruining our kids' lives and their futures. We don't need that. We need schools and facilities and better hospitals so that more lives can be saved. After that, there was a long silence, and I was all ready to sneak my butt out of that place in case they got mad at me again. But thankfully, they understood. After that, I left the village to go to school and study more about science and medicine, and I was appointed the new chief of the village.
I spent my whole life being told what to wear, how to act, and what to be when I grew up. My name is Sarah, and my parents were the absolute worst. They were always trying to control me. They were famous lawyers, and I was destined to be one too. While they were at work, I painted a picture of the three of us, and when they got home, my mom said, "What is this ugly painting?" My dad tore the picture up. "This is a waste of time." They went to their office and slammed the door in my face. My dad asked me what I wanted for my birthday. "I want to go horseback riding." He blew up. "What? How dare you? It's books or nothing." "But I don't want to be a lawyer." They exploded. "You'll be a failure if you don't go to law school. You'll end up just like those kids on the other side of town." They'd shower me with fancy clothes and expensive dinners to buy my obedience. When I was in the 7th grade, my parents started making me proofread their notes and court documents. For smart people, they really couldn't spell. And sometimes I made mistakes on purpose. I wanted to try being a normal girl for once. What's the worst that could happen? I came home with a temporary tattoo once, and my parents lost their minds. They hated tattoos more than anything. "Lawyers don't have tattoos." I was just having fun for once. I ran up to my room and slammed the door. I just decided to follow their rules, not because I liked them or anything. It's just because I want them to let me live in peace until I met a gorgeous boy. His name was Tyler. He played guitar and loved video games. Tyler was kind of a dork, but in a cute way. He even played in his own band. But our first meeting didn't go so well. He tried talking to me one day in between classes. "Hey, Sarah," was all he said. I slapped him. "Don't talk to me." I didn't mean it. I felt so bad because he wasn't popular like me and my friends. My parents would kill me if they found out about him. He never talked to me after that incident. I was sure he hated me. One day after school, Tyler was sitting up on the bleachers and practicing guitar. Whatever he was playing sounded beautiful. He caught me listening to him from behind the snack bar. He got nervous and stood to walk away. I yelled out, "Wait, don't stop. I swear I'm not gonna slap you this time." But he kept going. I tried to chase after him, but my high heels made it hard to run. I took them off and ran barefoot after Tyler. I could tell he was surprised once I caught up to him. "Why are you talking to me? Is this some sort of prank? I thought I wasn't cool enough for you." "I like your music, really. You're such a good guitar player," I answered, and I meant it. We stood in silence for a moment. We didn't know what to say to each other, so I blurted out, "Can you teach me?" He smirked. "Your dad is gonna kill me, you know." "Forget about him. He's stupid. Let's just go back to your place." Tyler agreed, and we met up every Tuesday and Thursday after school for secret guitar lessons on the bleachers. I knew my parents wouldn't approve. I told them I was working with my history teacher to learn about famous 19th century court cases. They were impressed and didn't question it. Tyler had an extra guitar he let me borrow for lessons, but I didn't dare bring it home. He even let me borrow a few CDs of his favorite bands to listen to for inspiration. My parents were not the musical type. When I would sing Happy Birthday, my mom would cover her ears. "Oh, stop, you're giving me a headache." I wasn't bad at guitar. I wasn't good either. But it was never about being good or bad. It was about doing something that I wanted to do, something that made me happy for once. One day, my mother decided to call the school and personally thank my history teacher for helping me with my studies. Of course, he didn't have a clue what she was talking about. She drove to the school and caught me and Tyler on the bleachers. She marches right up, ripped the guitar out of my hands, and smashed it over the metal steps. How dare you lie to me, Sarah? She turned her attention on Tyler. Don't you dare come near my daughter again. I'd had enough. I wasn't about to let her treat Tyler the way she treated me. Get away from him, I screamed and pushed her away. To my horror, she lost her balance and tumbled down the bleachers, landing on the dirt below. I felt terrible and ran down to her immediately, saying I was really sorry, but she just brushed me aside and yelled, "Have fun walking home." And with that, she stormed off. My life got worse after that. When my father found out, he screamed at me. "You're not allowed to see any of your friends ever again." He took all my CDs and stomped on them till they were tiny little pieces. One night, after not seeing Tyler for almost 2 weeks, I got a text from him. He asked if I wanted to come and see his band, the Cadets, play at a house party across town. I sent back an enthusiastic yes and started planning my outfit. Later that evening, I pretended to go to bed early, but instead, I snuck out of my bedroom window, hopped onto my bicycle, and went off to the given address. I got to the party and stuck out like a sore thumb in my pink top. Everyone was wearing torn t-shirts and tight jeans. A rock band was playing loudly in the living room. I recognized a few kids from my high school, but none of them wanted to talk to me. It was pretty obvious I didn't fit in. "Hey, Sarah." Tyler ran over, tripped, and spilled his drink on my cute top. I was mortified, but Tyler laughed and grabbed my hand. "Follow me." He walked into the kitchen where it was a little less crowded. He reached into a box and shuffled around for a bit. Finally, he pulled out a t-shirt for me to change into. I stared down at my stained pink top. I grabbed a lighter off the table and set it on fire. "Burn, burn, burn!" I screamed. "Easy there. Give it to me." Tyler threw the shirt in the bin. Then he grabbed his guitar and hurried out of the kitchen. He got on stage in the living room with the rest of his band. Everyone was dancing and singing along. The Cadets were actually really good. They might actually make it big one day. It was the greatest night of my life. Tyler drove me home and kissed me goodnight. It was my first kiss, and it was amazing. I had the best night's sleep ever. But the next morning, I was rudely woken up by my mom's screams. "What's this?" She had found the Cadet's shirt in the laundry. "Where is the pink top I got you for your birthday?" I set it on fire. It was uncool, just like you. "Oh, yeah?" She took my cadet shirt downstairs and threw it in the oven. "Let's see how well this holds up at 400 degrees. I tried to open the oven door, but my mother held it shut. "Please, please, Tyler gave that to me. I told you, I don't want you seeing that boy. Now go to your room and study. I can't wait to go to college. I can't wait to be away from you and this house." I stormed off and slammed my door. College was only a few weeks away. Even if it meant I wouldn't see Tyler again, at least I'd get away from my parents. But I could never really get away from them. I met all sorts of new people at college, but I only focused on my classes and didn't make any friends. I could always hear my father's voice in my head. "How is making friends going to get you into the country's best law program?" My parents told me I wasn't even allowed to get a job. They wanted nothing to distract me from my studies, so they gave me a credit card to take care of my expenses. The only thing I'd really started enjoying was studying at a quiet little cafe I'd discovered. But Dad even found a way to ruin that for me, sitting hundreds of miles away. "I didn't give you a credit card to spend hundreds of dollars on coffee. Stay in your dorm to study." One morning, I noticed a help wanted sign on the front door of the cafe. I marched up to the counter and, instead of ordering my usual coffee, I asked for an application. The job was easy. It was fun even. Making my own money felt so good. And I also realized something. I didn't want to pour coffee for the rest of my life, but owning my own cafe sounded really cool. I went to pay my family a visit on the weekend, and for a change, I was actually looking forward to it. The minute we sat down for dinner at a fancy restaurant, the questions started pouring in. "How's school?" "How are your grades?" Even Grandma chimed in. "Where are you going to get a job?" As I cut up my steak, I casually replied, "Oh, Grandma, I already have a job at a coffee shop." They stared at me like I'd lost my mind. "What are you doing wasting time in a coffee shop? How's that going to help you become a lawyer?
I looked Dad straight in the eye. It won't, because I'm not going to be a lawyer. Dad went ballistic and smashed his plate onto the floor. Everyone in the restaurant was staring at us, but he didn't seem to care.
Are you crazy? We spent so much money on you and gave you everything, and you just want to throw your life away? I'm going to cut off your allowance.
I didn't scream back. I stood up and took his credit card out of my wallet. Then I snapped it in half and walked out of the restaurant. They would never control me again. I went back to college and reconnected with Tyler. We met up for a cup of coffee at my favorite place. He told me that the cadets were playing a few towns over and needed a tour manager. And even though the opportunity to travel the world seemed really exciting, I wanted to complete my degree and save up for my coffee shop. So I turned his offer down, but we started dating. We got married a few years later, and he was my biggest support in setting up my dream cafe. To this day, I run the most popular cafe in the city. Even my parents eventually forgave me, and they sometimes stop by for coffee in between court dates. People from all walks of life come through my doors, each with a unique dream or goal. Here in my little coffee shop, I hope they make their dreams come true.
Hi, I'm Elena from Manhattan. Please like and subscribe. I was raised by an amazing single mom who worked as a cleaning lady in a fancy hotel. Even though we weren't rich at all, I always had everything I needed. And more importantly, I always knew I was loved. Once, when I was 7, Mom took me to the hotel with her. While she was busy cleaning some rich lady's suite, I spotted something sparkling under the bed. It was a gorgeous diamond necklace. Look, Mom, look what I found! Elena, where did you take this from? We have to put it back. Just then, the rich lady walked into the room, and she started screaming that she was being robbed. Minutes later, the cops arrived on the scene, and the lady insisted Mom had broken into her safe. They immediately arrested Mom and took her away. Suddenly, my whole world turned upside down, and I was sent off to live with my grandma in another city. But after only a few months, Grandma said that she was too old and tired to take care of me, and she shipped me off to an orphanage. Many years passed there, and I really missed Mom. When I was 15, the warden told us one day that some rich benefactors would be paying a visit, and she told me that I had to sing something for the guests. I loved to sing, but I felt really nervous in front of those fancy-looking people. I closed my eyes and gathered all my courage. People have a way of bringing you down. I've been told I'm not good enough. I wish they could be in my shoes just once to hear how their words sound so rough. Just believe in yourself, 'cause there's no doubt you're beautiful and strong inside and out. I wouldn't change a thing. To me, you're a star. You're pretty much perfect just as you are. Everyone seemed stunned, and then they broke out into loud applause. Just then, a very handsome young guy, who was 3 or 4 years older than me, walked over to me from the audience. Your voice, it's truly a gift, Elena. I'm Harry, and I'm a music producer. I would really love it if you'd come and sing for me. It would be amazing to record an album with you. I couldn't believe my ears. Sing for him? Me? An album? It almost seemed too good to be true. But before I knew it, he'd made arrangements for me to leave the orphanage and was whisking me off to his huge mansion. He introduced me to his lovely parents, and then a maid led me to the most gorgeous room. The second they left, I jumped onto my huge bed. This was awesome! But then I went downstairs for dinner. I bumped into a girl in the hallway, and she started screaming at me. Watch where you're going, you clumsy moron! When were you hired as a maid? You're fired! I'm not a maid. And who are you? Who am I? I'm the mistress of this mansion and Harry's fiancé. Just then, Harry came running in. Amanda, remember? I told you we were looking for a talented young girl for the new project. Well, we found her, and she's staying here as my guest. Staying here? Are you crazy? You didn't think it was important to ask me first? I'm your freaking fiancé, and no way is this beggar girl living here. He took me by the arm and pulled me into a room. Harry was engaged? He was too young. And to this witch? What is wrong with you, Amanda? Don't make me say something I might regret later. Yes, you're my fiancé, but we both know why. You're not allowed to interfere with my music. Yeah, we both know why. And you'd better not forget it, Harry. Your family will be broke if my dad finds out you don't want to marry me. I started training with a vocal coach, and soon enough, I was ready for my first song. On the morning of the recording, a maid walked in with some tea. Hey there, miss. Drink this. It's good for your throat and will make you sound even lovelier. I was touched by her sweet gesture and gulped it down before rushing off to the studio. But the minute I started singing, something really strange happened. I love you, baby. I cleared my throat and tried again, but my voice just kept cracking, and I had no idea why. Harry looked shocked, and the director started shouting angrily. What is this rubbish, Harry? I'm a very busy man, and this is a waste of time. She obviously can't sing a note. I rushed out of the studio in tears and stepped out in the back alley. There, I ran smack into Amanda, who was laughing her head off. Oh my God, that was so funny. You sounded like an ugly toad. Want to go home so we can drink some more tea? Wait, what? Did you put something in my tea? Are you insane? Why would you do that? Because I know what you're up to, you gold digger. You're trying to impress Harry because you're after him and his money. But you're not getting either over my dead body. With that, she pushed me really hard into the garbage dumpster. I was so furious that I pounced on her. As we were screaming and wrestling, someone pulled us apart. Stop it! What's wrong with you guys? What's happening here? And suddenly, she burst into crocodile tears, acting all hurt. This filthy rat has gone crazy. She's just angry she couldn't sing, and she's taking it all out on me. She tried to kill me, Harry. This is what happens when you pick up poor people and try to help them. I'm gonna call the cops. No one's calling the cops. Elena, please just go home with the driver. We'll talk later. It made me upset to see his disappointed face, and I quickly left. This Amanda was an evil witch who was out to get me. Oh, Mom, I wish you were around. I wouldn't have to deal with any of this. Later that night, I heard someone playing the most beautiful music. I followed the sound to the library, and I saw Harry sitting at the grand piano. Suddenly, he looked up straight at me. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to bother you. You're not bothering me, Elena. Come join me. I sat next to him, and he asked me to sing this new song he'd written. As it ended, he turned to me with a smile. There's that beautiful voice I know. Listen, Harry, I'm sorry about what happened in the studio. It's okay. You were just nervous. We'll get you back there again. In fact, this music I'm playing is part of an album no one knows about yet. You're the first one, and I wrote this song for you. For your voice. It's perfect. As Harry looked into my eyes, I felt butterflies in my stomach. He moved a little closer and put a hand under my chin. Was he going to kiss me? I suddenly jumped off the bench. I should really go to bed now. Good night. And with that, I fled from there, my heart going 100 miles a minute. After that, I decided I was going to focus on my music only, and I definitely couldn't be alone with Harry, which wasn't too hard because Amanda had practically moved in and was always clinging to him like a snake. One evening, when I returned to my room, I switched on the light and screamed. Freaking Amanda was sitting on my bed. She instantly leapt at me and pinned me against the wall. Amanda, what the heck are you doing? I'm warning you, witch. Do you think I don't see what's happening? I have my eyes and ears everywhere in this house. Half the staff here works for me. Don't even think about it, Elena. Harry's mine, and he's never going to be yours. Oh, if you're so sure of that, why are you here in my room? You're clearly threatened by me, and maybe you should be. She looked livid. Step carefully, or I'll ruin you. And with that, she climbed out of the window and jumped. She was a psycho, and now I'd made her even angrier. In a few months, I was able to record my first album, and Harry wanted to celebrate our success by throwing a huge music release party. I really wanted Mom to be there, and Harry had been helping me look for her, but we hadn't found anything. On the night of the party, I walked into the hall and was suddenly surrounded by big music directors, producers, and artists wanting to talk to me, and I was on top of the world. Suddenly, I felt a gentle tap on my shoulder. "May I have this dance?" Harry led me to the floor, and my heart skipped a beat as he drew me close. We were dancing like no one was watching, when suddenly, the song changed, and we both stopped in our tracks. The DJ was playing Harry's song from the album that wasn't even released yet. Harry walked over to the DJ furiously and shut off his system.
"Where did you get a hold of this song? What are you talking about, dude? It's been on the radio all day and going viral everywhere."
Harry stormed out of the hall, and we followed him out. We went to the library and found all his sheet music, notes, and CDs gone.
"It has to be someone from the house. It was all right here."
Harry demanded to see security footage of everyone who'd been in and out of the house lately, and suddenly we came across a video of me handing a large envelope to the maid. OMG! That's what you're doing, witch? What do you mean? I'm just giving the maid something to mail to the orphanage. But Amanda screamed for the maid to be called in, and what she said left me shook. Oh, this. Miss Elena told me to drop this package at some music producer's studio 2 weeks ago. What? Oh my God, why are you lying? I didn't do anything of the sort. Harry, please. You have to believe me. The disbelief on Harry's face just broke my heart.
"But why would the maid lie, Elena? And you were the only one who knew. The only one. I trusted you, and you sold my work?"
Harry, I would never do that. But suddenly Amanda leapt forward and slapped me. You thief! I always knew what you were like. Harry, will you call the cops now? If anyone has something to do with all this, it's you, Amanda. I know it's you. I leapt forward to attack her, but Harry stopped me.
"She didn't know about that music. You did. I want you to leave my house right now, before I change my mind about calling the cops."
I just burst into tears and left that house within minutes. I couldn't believe Harry thought I'd betray him. I left that city and went back to New York so I could look for Mom. Soon I found a job as a singer in a fancy restaurant, and I kept searching for her, but to no avail. A couple of months later, I was just finishing my performance when I spotted someone in the crowd. Someone I never thought I'd see again. Mom? She gave me a huge smile, and I ran to her, flinging myself in her arms. Oh, Mom, where have you been? Where were you all this time? Oh, my baby, I'm so glad to see you. Oh, you've grown up so much. And I looked for you everywhere, honey. After I came out of jail, I went to your granny's house, but she'd already passed away, and I had no idea how to reach you. But how did you find me now, Mom? I heard about your music album and tracked down the music producer. He helped me find you, and he brought me here. She pointed to someone behind her, and it was Harry. Before I could even say anything, he stepped forward and kissed me.
"I'm so sorry, Elena. You were right. It was Amanda all along, and that maid was working for her. And I was stupid enough to fall for it. I was only ever engaged to Amanda because my family owes her family a huge debt, and they said they'd forgive it if I married their daughter. I did it for my parents. But after they found out everything Amanda did, they told me to break it off immediately.
I knew he couldn't possibly love that witch.
Please forgive me for doubting you. And I'm a much poorer man now, but I'm yours, if you'll have me. I love you, Elena."
I forgive you, Harry. And I love you too.
When I was 5 years old, someone gifted me a 3,000-piece puzzle on my birthday. My parents thought it was too hard for me and put it away, but I snuck into their room when they were asleep and took it. I stayed up all night piecing it together, and when they saw it the next morning, they were totally amazed. "Laura, you're a genius! We're gonna send you to the best schools, the best classes! You're going to be the best child in the world!" In an instant, my life changed. My parents shifted us to a new city, got me into a fancy new school, and signed me up for 6 hours of tutoring daily. But the problem was that I had ADHD as a kid, and it was really tough for me to focus the way my mom wanted me to. Once, Mom even tried to give me pills to control my behavior. "You should take these, Laura. They will help you focus on your studies." "Okay, Mom." When she left, I threw the pills in the trash. What if she wanted to poison me? My mom made me hate studying. So I had no choice but to start sneaking out when my parents weren't looking. My little escapades were awesome. I got to play soccer with the other kids and eat all the junk food I liked. It was all going so well, until one day in the 2nd grade, when I snuck out to go to a soccer match. 2 big girls approached me on the street. "Hey you, give me your bag." "No way." One of the girls grabbed me while the other tried to pull my bag off my shoulder. Suddenly our neighbor spotted us. "Hey, what are you doing?" The girls ran off in a hurry, and the neighbor took my hand. "I'm taking you home to your parents, Missy." "Oh no, not my parents." When Mom saw me, her face turned red with anger. "What are you doing out, Laura?" Once she learned about the incident, she totally lost it. She took away all my toys and grounded me until further notice. "Until you can learn to be a grown-up, you're not going anywhere." I already don't go anywhere." Mom was about to slap me when Dad came between us and stopped her. "Such a rude kid." The next morning, Mom woke me up at 4 a.m. "You're going to learn self-defense with your dad every morning and night." "But Mom, it's not even morning yet." "You start now." I had no choice. He began to teach me kickboxing every morning and jujutsu every night. One day, I was heading to an advanced math exam. My mom had been grilling me about this paper for a year. She wanted me to rank number 1. I was on my way to the exam room when I suddenly spotted an adorable boy with glasses cornered by some bigger kids who were pushing him around. I knew I had to go in for my paper, but I couldn't ignore this. I ran in between them. "Hey, stop it." Is this little girl here to save Devin?" "This little girl will kick your big butt." I kicked one of the boys on his knee and he fell. When his friend ran to get me, I dodged him easily and pushed him away. The boy was totally stunned. "You're awesome." Suddenly, my teacher came out of the exam room. "Miss, this girl just attacked us. She's crazy." Before I knew it, I was being dragged to the principal's office. I already knew what would happen now. He called my parents. Mom came in like a raging bull. "You missed the exam? You beat someone up?" "Mom, they were bullying someone." "So what? Are you Mother Teresa or Wonder Woman? Mind your own business. How dare you ditch your exams like this?" "Dad, I did the right thing. You know that. Say something." I knew Dad agreed with me, but he was just too weak to say anything in front of Mom, who was acting like freaking Godzilla. She signed me up for a replacement exam in 3 months and told me to get to work. The next day, the boy I helped, Devin, came up to me and thanked me for saving him from the bullies. He thought I was amazing and asked me out on a date. My first date ever! And he was just so cute. Of course I said yes. Devin and I began dating, and I did everything I could to keep it secret from my parents. I got a secret phone with my savings to text him, and I'd sneak out every night to meet him. I started to think that life wasn't so bad after all. Until one day, Noah, the gorgeous soccer player from my school, came up to me during lunch. "Hey, go to the Blue Pearl Cafe at 5 p.m. Watch what happens." "What?" "Just do it. It's very important." With that, Noah walked away from me. That was so weird, but I decided to go anyway. When I reached the cafe, I saw Devin sitting there arm in arm with another girl. What? Devin kissed that girl right on the lips before she left. Oh my God! Devin! You cheater! The whole cafe turned to look at us, but I didn't care. "Laura, what are you doing here?" "I'm dumping you!" I walked forward, grabbed his plate, and dunked all his food over his head. Just then, another girl walked into the cafe. "Devin, what's going on? I'm here for our date." Oh my God! I told the new girl the truth about him, and she grabbed some food from another table and chucked it right in Devin's face. Just then, the manager showed up and threw us all out of his cafe. "I hope you rot in hell, Devin!" And with that, I ran back to school. I was going to find Noah. He was practicing soccer with the school team. I pulled him aside and demanded that he tell me how he knew about Devin. "I've seen him around with you, so I knew you were dating. But I saw him with other girls too." "Why did you tell me?" "Because I kind of have a huge crush on you." "You what?" "I'm not sure if you remember. We used to play soccer together before you stopped showing up for practice. I've always liked you, and I didn't like the idea of you dating that slime." Oh my God. Noah had a crush on me? I know it's kind of weird and sudden, but do you want to go out with me sometime? He was so stunning, and I wanted to say yes, but I couldn't get Devin out of my head. How could I ever trust a guy again? I had to turn Noah down. "Maybe we can just play soccer, like old times." "Yes, we can try that." I started playing, and it was the best fun I'd had in years. Everyone loved me and asked me to try out for the official soccer team. I cleared the tryouts easily, but I had to make sure my parents never found out about this. One day, after practice, Noah came to me with a whole bunch of roses and a couple of friends playing guitars. He asked me out on a date, again. Oh my God, you're dating Noah? I turned around to see Devin behind me, and he looked really mad. "It's none of your business what I do with my life. Tell me the truth, Laura." Noah told you about my dates, didn't he? So what if he did? I always knew he liked you. He was always staring at you. Go away, Devin. Yeah, before we make you. The entire soccer team stared him down, and he had no choice but to back off and walk away. I turned to Noah and said, I'm sorry, Noah. I really like you, but I just can't trust someone so soon. That's okay, Laura. I get it. Come on, let's prep for the semifinals. The semifinals of our tournament went by like a breeze. We had trained hard, and our skill and teamwork were totally unmatched. When I scored that winning goal, I literally lost my mind. The thrill and joy was too much. I wrapped my arms around Noah and gave him a kiss right on his lips. The entire stadium began to hoot at us, but I didn't care one bit. Everything was perfect until I heard it. Laura! I jumped away from Noah and literally screamed in shock. Mom? Dad? What are you doing here? Devin called and he told us everything. You've been sneaking away every day to play this stupid game? My mom began to fight with me in front of hundreds of people. I had never been more humiliated in my life. You're grounded! Forever! Mom, the finals are tomorrow. Come on, honey. We can't make her miss that. Why not? She should be punished. She is a bad daughter. To my surprise, Dad finally put his foot down. He told my mom that I was an amazing daughter and that he'd had it with her bullying. My mom went purple with rage. Laura is playing tomorrow, and there's nothing you can do about it. I love you, Dad. I hugged Dad. He'd finally accepted me. My mom refused to say one word to me from that day on. I won the soccer finals 6-0, and without our knowledge, a scout had come to watch the match. They picked me up, and I got a full sports scholarship for my undergrad degree. None of my other teammates got that offer, including Noah. He got into a good college, too, but it was thousands of miles away from me. You have to take this opportunity, Laura. You're going to be great. I loved him so much that I really tried to make it work long distance, but it just became too painful for us to keep missing each other. We had to end things, even though we still loved each other and were on excellent terms. My soccer career was thriving, and I was playing at the state level, topping every chart in the women's league. During a final match with Penn State, I fell and twisted my ankle so hard that I blacked out instantly. When I woke up, I was rushed to the hospital where the doctor told me in clear terms, you can walk and run if needed, but you can't play soccer ever again. My heart was broken, and it felt like my life was shattered. I went back home, and my dad consoled me and supported me. My mom made a few snide comments about how she was right, but Dad chased her away. I believe in you, Laura. We'll get through this together. I eventually started teaching self-defense and soccer classes for little kids in my city. It was good pay, and I really enjoyed working with children. One day, I got a text from Noah, and I flipped. I didn't realize we were in the same town now. He asked to meet me for dinner, and I was shaking. My jaw fell when I saw Noah. He was drop-dead gorgeous, just as the day I met him. He wasn't here alone. Some of our friends from the soccer team were here with their old guitars. Noah had 100 roses, and he gave them to me before he asked me to be with him again. And this time, I said yes, and jumped into his arms. He lifted me up in the air as I kissed him passionately. Noah and I started our lives together, and eventually got married 3 years later. My dad attended, and my mom didn't, which was totally fine by me. A year after our marriage, I became pregnant with our first baby. The pregnancy itself was a breeze, but the delivery was tricky. There was a complication, and I had to go into surgery, which really scared us all. Thankfully, both my daughter Claire and I made it. When I'd recovered, the doctor said, I'm sorry, Laura. Getting pregnant again could be really dangerous for you. That complication would happen again. At first, I was heartbroken because I'd always wanted a big family. But once the grief passed, I said to Noah, I'm grateful I have Claire, and I still want her to have siblings. We adopted 3 children after I had Claire. Claire absolutely fell in love with her siblings, and Noah and I got to give our 4 children a wonderful, loving home.
Hello, my name is Jordan, and I'm from New Jersey. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Growing up, I was a quiet girl and always found it hard to make friends. Like this one time when I was in kindergarten, I was just sitting by myself playing with Play-Doh, and out of nowhere, this one girl by the name of Layla came over. Why do you always sit by yourself? Because I like to? Well, you're weird, and that's my Play-Doh. No, it's not. The teacher said I could have it. Oh, yeah? Saying that, Layla just punched down on the Play-Doh and totally destroyed my creation. When the teacher saw us, she scolded Layla and complained to her mother too. And ever since, Layla had been nothing but mean to me. When I turned 7, my mom met my stepdad, and he had a daughter who was 3 years older than me, Esther. They moved in with us, and at first, I thought Esther and I would never get along because she was so messy and I was a bit of a clean freak. But then she turned out to be really cool. Like this one time when I was in the 4th grade and Layla pushed me as I was walking, but thank God Esther caught me right in time. I am so gonna get that witch. Leave her. She's a brat. Moments later, I heard shouts and saw that Esther had tripped Layla and her minions with a rope. Oh my gosh, Esther, where did you get this rope from? From the gym room. I planned on taking it home. It'll make a great skipping rope. I forgot to mention brave. Esther could do it all. She loved having fun, all the time. And she helped me face my social fears. Esther, you're the best. I so want to be like you. You're not afraid of anything.
You should see her when I mention vacations.
Vacation? Why? I am afraid of airplanes. I don't know why, but everything about them scares me. That's nothing, Esther. When I was in the 7th grade and Mom took us to a park gathering our school held, all the kids got together playing fun games, but I was too shy. And then Esther pulled me from my comfort zone next to Mom. Come on, Jordan, you're missing out on all the fun. But what if they don't like me? You're wasting your time. She's been a sad, lonely girl all her life. Layla, nobody asked you. I decided to be brave, and boy, how much fun that was. We played on the water slide, climbing the longest rope and jumping on the jumping castle. It was the best time of my life. And then the parents called for a talent contest. Mom put my name in, and I had no idea what to do. She said it was good practice to overcome my social anxiety. And to make matters worse, I was the first to go on stage. Go, you can totally do it. I was feeling so nervous because I didn't have any talent besides maybe humming a little, so I closed my eyes and just sang, blocking everyone out. When I was done, I opened my eyes. I was shocked to see people staring at me with pin-drop silence. OMG, was I that bad? But when all the kids and their parents stood up and clapped for me, I couldn't believe it. It was the first time I actually felt confident.
Oh my gosh, baby girl, I didn't know you could sing like that. Yeah, that was amazing.
Esther? Well, she stood there stunned, as if she had seen a ghost. I was hoping she'd congratulate me, but she didn't. When it was Esther's turn, the moment she started singing, everybody covered their ears. But Esther kept singing without a worry in the world. She only stopped when the audience started to boo her.
I feel like my ears will bleed. Someone get her off the stage.
This is pure torture. Esther looked totally heartbroken and ran off. Don't worry about them. I think he sang pretty well. Yeah, right. Easy for you to say. Just leave me alone. Right then, Layla put her arm around Esther, and she actually let her. Looks like your stepsister has stolen your spotlight. Esther didn't say anything and pushed past me. After that day, Esther and I kept growing further apart. She stopped talking to me, and whenever Mom and Dad would praise me for anything, Esther would roll her eyes and leave the room.
Don't worry, sweetheart. She'll come around.
I so wished she did, but things only got worse, especially when Esther started hanging out with none other than Layla. One night, I just had enough and wanted to talk to my sister. So I went to Esther's room and found the door ajar and saw that she was making a face call with Layla. How do you live with Jordan? She is such a Miss Perfect. She totally outshined you on purpose. She could have refused to participate, but she wanted to show how perfect she was and you were not. You really think so? You're probably right. She could have backed off, but she didn't. I can't believe she would do that to me. Oh, let's get back at her. No, I'm not sure about this. Shh, listen, I know just the thing. My mom threw some rotten eggs outside in the trash. I'm sure that'll make a nice hair pudding for Jordan. Then she'll go back to being the mouse she is. I hid before she could see me, and I just felt my heart break into a million pieces that Esther would listen to some witch and plot against me. The next day I went to school early. When Esther got to school, she was fuming because she couldn't find me, and during recess, I stayed in the library. But then they found me and interrupted my MSA moment. Ah, here you are. I thought you bunked school today. Nope. Can I help you with anything? Yeah, but I need you to come with me. So you can throw eggs at me? Nah, I'm good. See, she thinks she's such a know-it-all. No wonder she has your dad wrapped around her finger. Stop filling her head with nonsense, Layla. Our parents love us both the same way. I doubt that. Saying that, Esther stormed off and Layla followed her. After that day, Esther only got meaner towards me. One time when we were in the 8th grade, Mom took us to a concert of our favorite singer, Ariana Grande. Esther and I, we both were crazy about her. And when we were there, the singer called me up on stage since I knew all her moves so well. While dancing with her, Esther popped up on stage like a crazy person and took the mic from her and started singing off tune. Things got kind of messy. I saw the guards coming her way. She was being silly, so I tried to take the mic. Suddenly, I lost my balance and ended up falling off the stage and blacked out. I don't know how long I was out, but I woke up in the hospital and I couldn't move my legs. Mom, something is wrong with my legs. Mom called the doctor and he used a silver metal thing to touch my legs. I couldn't feel anything. And then the doctor told my mom that I couldn't walk until I regained muscle control. And until then, I needed to use a wheelchair. What? Me? On a wheelchair? No, that can't be true. Mom, please, tell him to do something. I was devastated. And then Esther walked in with her dad and I lost my mind. What is she doing here? It's because of her I can't walk. I am so sorry this happened to you, Jordan. Again, I am so sorry. Well, your sorry is not gonna make anything better. Esther cried in her dad's arms and everything was just a big mess. The next few days while at home, everyone was quiet. And then Mom and Dad went grocery shopping, leaving me and Esther alone. I'm making myself a sandwich. Can I, make you one too? I can do it myself. When I tried to reach for the peanut butter, I struggled, so I lifted myself off the chair a little, but ended up falling off the wheelchair. Jordan! Esther ran to help me, but I pushed her away. I was so angry because if it wasn't for her stupid jealousy, everything would have been fine. Get away from me! Jordan, I only want to help. Sometimes jealousy can make one so blind. I was not a good singer, and I should have just focused on something else. Oh, shut up, for God's sake. Save your regret. In my eyes, you're just a witch. She looked at me with tears in her eyes, but my heart was too angry to forgive her. Thank God Mom and Dad came and picked me up. Later that night, Mom and my stepdad spoke to me.
Jordan, we know that you blame Esther for this. She blames herself too, but can you find it in your heart to forgive her?
Really? We are having this conversation? Tell me, Mom, if someone pushed you and you broke your legs, would you forgive that person?
I'm sorry you feel this way, Jordan, but if you want, Esther and I can move out.
No, I couldn't let that happen. My mom loved my stepdad dearly. I couldn't take that away from her. So I decided to come to terms with the fact that Esther was part of the deal, no matter if I liked it or not. I can't promise I'll forgive her, but I'll try. Just give me time. When I went back to school, I was a bit worried about how kids would act around me. But to my surprise, everyone was normal. I wheeled myself over to the drama production board and saw that they were auditioning for a big talent reality show that was happening in LA. I so wished I could try out, but right then Esther came beside me. So you're auditioning? Yeah, it would have been my chance too, but, Jordan, you can audition. You can totally go there and show the world how good you sing. Oh, so now you're going to mock me? Bravo! I am not mocking you. There are no rules that state a person on a wheelchair can't audition. She was right about the rule thing because when I applied and sent the organizers a video audition, they straight away wanted me to come to LA and show them what I got. OMG, I was so excited. A trip to LA. It was going to be magnificent. Mom and my stepdad were so excited, but when they told me they couldn't afford the trip, I felt really sad. But the next day, Dad announced that I could actually go for the audition. I was all ready to go, but one day before my flight, my stepdad had to travel out of the city for business, and that night, my mom fell sick.
Honey, I can't go with you. I am so sorry.
Mom, don't worry about it. It's, fine. Just then Esther stepped in. I can take you.
Don't worry, Mom. I'll take care of Jordan, I promise.
It was just a 5-hour, 20-minute flight to LA, and I planned to sleep all the way. But right when it started to take off, I noticed how pale Esther looked. Are you all right?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I be? I'm fine.
And then it hit me. Esther hates airplanes. She was scared of flying. I held her hand tight and told her to calm down. Throughout the flight, Esther was more concerned for me than herself. The entire flight, she held my hand, even when she was asleep. At that moment, I felt grateful. but I just couldn't forget what she did to me. Once we landed, Esther took me to the audition, and to my utter shock, Layla was there too. Oh God, why her?
Yeah, Layla. How come you're here? I don't think you have any talent.
I can ask the same question. Why are you two here? How could you even afford the trip? Sold Dad's car or something? Excuse me, it's my turn. Move aside. Afford the trip? What was she talking about, Esther? Just nothing. Are you ready for the performance? Who paid for this trip? Our parents can't afford it. I sold the diamond ring my birth mom gave to me when I was little. It's just a ring. You matter more to me, more than anything. I couldn't believe she did that for me. I smiled at her, and she smiled back. Go get him, Tiger. When I went on stage, I absolutely nailed it. The judges clapped for me, and I could see Esther with tears in her eyes giving me a thumbs up. When I reached backstage, Esther came running and hugged me tight, but suddenly, Layla appeared with tears in her eyes. Apparently, the judges hated her magic tricks and she was disqualified right away. You can't have everything in life. She then tried to push my wheelchair, but Esther lunged at Layla and the two broke out into a catfight while all the other contestants looked at them like they were freaks. I had to help Esther because Layla had her hair in her grip, so I tried to lift myself from the wheelchair but fell hard on the floor. I had to help my sister. I gathered all my strength, and when I finally stood on my feet, I was ecstatic. Esther, look! I was still wobbly, but I neared Layla, who was looking at my legs with wide eyes, and I punched her square in the jaw. Finally, security arrived and took her away. I am so happy you're able to stand. I guess I just needed motivation, and saving you from that witch was my motivation. Jordan, I am so sorry for everything. For all the times I was a jerk to you, all's forgiven. We're sisters. That's what we do. Fight and then make up. Hi everyone, my name is Emily and I'm from Michigan. I have a great story to share with you. But first, please like and subscribe. I grew up on a beautiful piece of land with my older sister Rose. Our parents were super successful real estate investors, which meant they could afford to give us everything we wanted, except their attention. But Rose always invented games for us to play to keep me distracted. We spent all of our time in the woods at the edge of our property. I didn't care what we did. I just loved being with her. In the spring, a little creek running through the woods would fill up so high that we couldn't get across it safely. Let's build a rope bridge to get across.
It'll be like our own private kingdom, just for us.
It was magical. Sometimes the boy up the road from us, Ethan, would join our games. He was a year older than me and a year younger than Rose, and he followed her around like a hopeless puppy.
You got a bug in your hair. Ew, where? Right here.
I was super protective of Rose and always jumped in to fight Ethan off with my pretend sword.
Hey, don't mess with my sister. Or else what? It's okay, Em. You don't have to worry about me. It's the older sister's job to be the protector, remember?
But as we got older, Rose began spending more time on her own. We were still close, but a gap had opened between us. Can we go play in the woods? I'm busy today, Em.
Come on. You can be the queen and I'll be your royal servant.
Go ask Ethan.
It's not the same, Rose. Please.
I said not now. She stormed upstairs and slammed the door. I don't get it. Why doesn't she like me anymore? Don't worry, sweetie. Your sister's only growing up and she has things keeping her busy. She still loves you. I didn't like the change much, and I wasn't ready to grow up yet. So, I still went on our enchanted kingdom in the woods by myself. But then one day, everything changed. It was a beautiful spring day, and after school, I threw my backpack in the house and ran towards the woods. Rose was still walking up the path to the house. Come on, Rose. It's a glorious day. Too good to stay inside. Maybe later. I have to finish my homework. Finish it later. Come play with me. Later, Em. Promise. I was disappointed, but I went to the woods without her anyway. But seconds after I'd stepped onto the rope bridge, it suddenly snapped and I fell into the water. My arm hit a rock and I felt blinding pain. I tried to grab hold of something to stop myself, but the current was too strong. I tried screaming for help, but I knew no one would hear me. Just then, I spotted Ethan running down to the shore ahead of me and climbing onto a rock in the creek. As I came close to him, he grabbed me and pulled me out of the water.
Oh my God, are you okay?
You saved me.
Can you walk?
I think so. He helped me back to my house where my parents and Rose rushed out to me.
Emily, what happened?
I slipped and fell in the creek. My arm hurts really bad. Ethan saved me.
Oh, my baby. I'm so glad Ethan was there.
Rose looked too shocked to even speak, but I pressed her hand reassuringly. Luckily, I only had a broken arm and a minor concussion. I rested at home for a week with my parents fussing all over me, which felt really nice. I especially got a lot closer to Mom, who wanted to be near me all the time, and we'd even watch YouTube videos together every evening. Thank God for YouTube. But Rose was strangely absent, and I couldn't help feeling hurt by her coldness. Couldn't my sister take out some time for me even now? When I returned to school, it pinched me to see Rose laughing and talking with her friends, enjoying her life. But anytime I tried to talk to her, she made some excuse and ran away. I had to wear a cast for weeks, and after that, a sling for months. Learning to write with my left hand instead of my right was hard. But Ethan would help carry my books and supplies to school and back. He hung out with me every evening, and Rose ignored us both completely. What was her problem? One day after Ethan left, I barged into her room. What did I ever do to you, Rose? It's like you hate me now, and you won't even talk to Ethan. Why are you being so weird and distant with everyone? Emily, I don't hate you. I'm just dealing with something right now. What is it? You know there's nothing you can't talk to me about. Okay, it's Ethan. I've liked him for a while now, and recently I asked him out, but he rejected me because, well, he's gay. What? Are you sure? Yes, of course. He told me so. But you can't say a word to him because he made me swear I wouldn't tell anyone. He's not ready to come out yet. But yeah, I just feel a little depressed about that. And I can't be around him right now. I had no idea. I can stop hanging out with him if you want. It can be just us again. No, he needs a good friend around. I'll get over it soon. I just need some space, okay? I was shocked about Ethan and a little hurt because I always thought we were close friends. But he told Rose instead of me, and I gave Rose the space she needed. In the halls of our high school, she would brush by me like a stranger. Ethan saw it too, and one day, he asked me about it.
Did you and Rose have some fight?
I wanted to tell him I knew about him rejecting her, but I didn't want to break Rose's trust. I thought maybe if Ethan and Rose could talk, things would go back to normal. I don't know. I really wish I could reach her, but hey, maybe you could talk to her for me.
Sure, I can try.
Thanks, and be understanding with her. She's obviously upset about something. Later that week, Ethan brought Rose her favorite candy and walked up to her locker. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but moments later, I saw Rose's face turn angry, and she pushed him hard to the floor. Just stay away from me and mind your own business. Rose stormed away, and I was shocked at her behavior. I helped Ethan up and took him to the fountain outside.
I have no idea why she reacted like that.
Listen, Ethan, I know you're not ready for anyone to know, but I swear I'll keep your secret. I think Rose is still really hurt that you rejected her.
Huh? What are you talking about?
It's okay, Ethan. She told me everything about you being gay and not wanting to be with her. She said that's why she stopped hanging around us. I thought maybe if you two talked again, things could be normal, but clearly I was wrong.
Emily, whoa, hold on. I'm not gay, and that never happened between me and Rose. She just stopped talking to me out of the blue, and she pushed me just now because I told her she wasn't being a good sister to you.
Huh? I don't understand. Why would she make up this lie? I was determined to get to the bottom of this, so later that day, I confronted her about it. I know Ethan isn't gay, Rose, and he never rejected you. So what's really going on? Ugh, I'm busy, Emily. I don't have time for this right now. That's the thing. You never have time anymore. You used to be the best big sister, but you changed into this cold, uncaring person who makes up lies and excuses to stay away from me. Now you're awful. Yep, I'm awful. So that's why I stay away. And I don't know why you're dying for my time and attention. Maybe it's time you grow up and do something on your own for once. So just leave me alone. And a week later, she left for college. I tried to keep in touch, but she didn't seem interested. So eventually, I gave up. I went to a college close to home and enrolled in an environmental studies program, using our woods as my own personal research lab. Ethan had left town for university too, but he'd visit often and we'd catch up in the woods just like old times. And one fall evening, he told me that he liked me. But I always thought you had a thing for Rose.
I did have a childish crush on her, but that was so long ago. I think I've kind of been in love with you for a while now, Em. I keep coming back for you.
He kissed me under an ancient sycamore tree, and it was perfect. One day, as I was raking our lawn, I saw a luxury sports car drive up to the house, and Rose stepped out. She was beautiful and sophisticated. Everything I was not, but I didn't care. Rose was finally home. I ran to her like we were kids again, covered in dirt after spending hours gardening, but she immediately stepped back. You aren't gonna hug me like that, are you? No, of course not. I'm just so happy to see you is all. Yeah, well, I don't intend to stay long. I have a business opportunity for Mom and Dad. You must have heard. I got into real estate too, and I'm doing really well. We went into the house where my parents were evidently expecting her. They hugged Rose, but it was stiff and awkward, almost like strangers. I left the room to clean up, and when I returned, Rose was finishing her presentation to my parents. I think you will see that this is an amazing opportunity for not only you, but for the people of this town.
I must say, I'm impressed.
What's going on?
Rose has made an offer to buy this property from us.
It has a lot of potential. Once we clear out the forest, we can use the available land for commercial properties, restaurants, a shopping plaza. What? You're gonna cut down the woods?
Well, yes, of course. All that land is otherwise wasted.
And you two are okay with this?
Honey, this is just how business is done.
What about the environmental impact? What about the animals who live here? Ugh, Emily, don't be so emotional about this. It's a great chance for this town to finally move forward. Move forward? Did you ever think maybe the town is okay with where we're at? Maybe you're the only one who wants to move forward all the time. I stormed out of the house. How could they do this? How could she do this? I returned sometime later from the woods to find Rose standing on the porch talking on the phone. Yes, it's almost done. Yes, of course. Let me call you back. My little sister looks like she wants to yell at me again. She ended her call and sighed. Go ahead, Emily. Tell me how horrible I am. I just don't understand. The woods are full of magic, our magic. Why would you want to tear this all down? Doesn't it mean anything to you? Do you really need more money? It's not about the money. Then what? Don't you remember the robins in the trees? The way the sunlight looks on a summer morning? The fox tracks in the winter snow? The sound of our creek running in springtime? It's like you want to destroy our past. Of course, you want to preserve it like some shrine. I swear, the day you fell was probably the best day of your life. After that, you've always had Mom and Dad's constant love and attention. And I'm the awful older sister who let you go there by yourself and almost let you die. And they never let me forget it. What are you talking about? When did Mom and Dad ever say anything to you? They did, Emily, just not in front of you. They always treated me differently after that. And it didn't matter anymore if I had the best grades or achieved anything. They just never noticed me like they noticed you. And I can't really blame them. I blame myself. But finally, I seem to have done something to make them proud. For the first time, I really saw the sadness behind Rose's eyes. Rose, if our parents made you feel that way, then they owe you an apology. It was an accident. And I don't think much about that anymore. What I think about are those hundreds of other days we spent there, just me and you. I would give anything to have that again. For us, for our children. This isn't about preserving our past, Rose. It's about securing our future together. I'm sorry, Em. I've wanted to tell you all this for so long. I know I've hurt you a lot, but I just thought that if I stayed away, I wouldn't be responsible for anything that happened to you. I'm really sorry. There's nothing to forgive, Rose. The woods have always been special, but it's you who made them that way. I just want my sister back. For the first time in years, we stood together, watching the sun set behind the trees. I heard noises coming from the kitchen and immediately thought someone had broken in. I grabbed my baseball bat and tiptoed down the stairs to catch the intruder red-handed. When I flipped on the lights, I was shocked by what I saw. Hiding on the ground, covered in white cheddar Cheeto dust, was my mom. She hissed and ran away, leaving me standing there, disgusted. I know it sounds crazy, but this wasn't the first time this had happened. It all started when my mom was out jogging one day. See, she had actually once been a bathing suit model, which makes this story even sadder. She had a bit of a sweet tooth, but kept herself on a strict diet to stay in shape. My dad was her manager and was very careful not to let her eat anything high in calories. Of course, my mom didn't always have self-control. She sometimes snuck snacks in the bathroom or ate cookies in the closet. But with my dad watching her, she never got out of control. That was until the day of one fateful jog. One day when I was in 8th grade, Mom went on her usual run around the block. But as she jogged past a cafe, she caught my dad with another woman. She was devastated. I was sitting at the kitchen table when she burst in crying. My dad was chasing after her. Right in front of me, he explained how he simply fell in love with another woman. It was nothing personal. You can't control what the heart wants, Dad said. Nothing personal? You jerk, my mom cried before she pushed him out of the door. It's nothing personal, but I never want to see you again. My mom immediately turned to the freezer and started stuffing her face with tubs of ice cream. She got a lot of comfort food. I'm talking about everything from chicken nuggets to tubs of popcorn. She spent almost $2,000 on food. She looked at me and winked. Don't worry, this is all going on your daddy's credit card. One day, after I had been bragging to my friends how I ate ice cream whenever I wanted, they insisted on coming to my house. When they came, though, Mom started acting like we were all out of food. She said I should have asked her before bringing people over, and all we had was a bowl of boiled beans and broccoli. I was so embarrassed, and all my friends laughed at me. We hadn't bought broccoli for months. It must have been rotten. She served the beans and broccoli in a tiny bowl and left. My friends wouldn't touch the beans, so Mom popped back a while later and just grabbed the bowl off the table. You know what, honey? I think your friends aren't hungry, she said, practically running out of the kitchen. I was so mad. I ran after Mom and found her in her room, stuffing her face with a tray of nuggets and a whole tub of ice cream, with chocolate syrup too, half of which was on her shirt. She'd said we were all out. I started yelling at her, and then to my horror, I heard laughing. My friends were standing in the doorway, making fun of my mom. The next day at school, everyone went around asking each other if they wanted beans and broccoli. I wished the ground would open up and swallow me whole. After that, I stopped inviting people over. Over time, I noticed that I was starting to feel really unhealthy. I told my mom that I thought we needed to slow down a bit with our eating. If she kept it up, she was going to lose her job. She glared at me and said that I sounded just like my father and that being skinny didn't matter to her. I'm a model, she cried. If I got cheated on as a super hot model, what's the point of trying to be skinny? Her binge eating was only getting worse. After I'd seen her chow down on a whole bucket of fried chicken meant for a family of 10, I cried to her that I cared about her health. I didn't care if she was hot or pretty. I didn't want her to die of a heart attack. My mom agreed to slow down, at least to my face. After months of having junk food for dinner, we sat down and had a nice, healthy salad. The first bite felt like heaven, but I don't think Mom agreed. When I told her we were skipping dessert, I heard her stomach growl at me. She seemed annoyed, but she didn't push for anything more. I was really happy to see her making progress, but boy was my happiness short-lived. When I went to the kitchen the next morning, I screamed in horror. It looked like someone had destroyed our kitchen. Ripped up bags were tossed everywhere, empty bottles of juice and soda were rolling about, and even the fridge was still open. Who could have done this? My mom screamed. I rolled my eyes and pointed at her nightgown, which had pink frosting and chocolate smudges. She turned red and rushed out of the room. Later, she came to me like a guilty kid and said that she had a problem and she was willing to get the help she needed. For years, Mom tried all different types of therapies and medicines, but nothing seemed to work for long, and her setbacks always meant the worst kind of humiliation for me. This one time, when I was in the 9th grade, I went to the movies with her and my biggest crush happened to work there. Well, my mom made me get up 6 times to refill the family-sized popcorn tub during the movie. It was embarrassing enough to have to constantly get up and miss the movie to have my crush refill it, but the evening quickly went from bad to worse. See, after the 6th refill, the guy laughed and said,
"Hey man, take it easy. You've got to leave some popcorn for the other guests."
I was so embarrassed. I ran off without saying anything. I went back to my mom empty-handed. She charged out and made a huge scene.
"Unlimited refills means unlimited refills," she screamed at him.
When he explained that his boss had forbidden it, she knocked things over and left. After that day, I had a serious fight with my mom. I threatened to move to my aunt's. She felt very bad about the whole situation and didn't want to be left all alone. She begged me to stay and said she just didn't have any control. I warned her that if she wanted me to stay, I was about to get serious. I was in charge of what food went in and out of the house. We had snacks that I kept under lock and key. Even though it made me feel like a prison guard, it worked pretty well for a while. We lived a pretty normal life. My mom even got back to her old figure. Now I was back to having the boys in class staring at my mom. This one time, I even caught my crush looking at her with puppy dog eyes. I rolled my eyes. Still, it was better than her shoving Twinkies in her mouth all night. Anyways, things seemed great for the next few years until they suddenly went downhill again. If it hadn't been for Felix, that angel in a man's disguise, I would have lost it in high school. See, when I was in high school, one day my mom met this guy, Felix, and fell in love. Felix was super nice and was totally understanding about my mom's situation. He said he would do anything to help her. He was always there to keep a check on my mom and made sure there was no junk food in the house to tempt her. But despite everything, Mom was slowly slipping back. I began noticing she was putting on weight every day. Even though whenever I came home from school, I saw Felix had taken Mom for a jog. At first, it was small things. My mom was eating more than she needed to, but it was green, so that was okay, right? Then it got horrible. My mom destroyed our kitchen in the middle of the night again. She ate 6 bags of Cheetos. When she snapped out of her food rage, she looked shocked and embarrassed. She even felt a little sick from her snacking. Felix assured her that she didn't have to hide who she was for him, but she shouldn't have brought snacks home. Mom swore she hadn't. I was so mad, I didn't even argue. I wasn't just annoyed at how utterly irresponsible she was being, but also at how this was affecting me directly. On top of the fact that I never had any snacks in the house anymore, she made it impossible for me to have friends over late. One time, I tried to throw a slumber party in my living room with the few friends that I had. In fact, I even managed to invite Maya, who was super popular. We had a great time and everything was good until I woke up around 4 a.m. to Maya's screams. My mom had so little control, she had started eating the stale chips we'd left in bowls from our party. Then my mom had stepped on Maya while she was trying to reach for a chip under the couch. I was so embarrassed. I tried apologizing to her and she just laughed in my face. She said they'd heard rumors that my mom could smell food from miles away and that they had all wanted to check. Say goodbye to your social life, loser. With that, they all packed up and left. My mom eventually lost her job as a model and stopped working out completely. She was gaining weight so quickly. It was scary. She needed a whole new wardrobe. Poor Felix still stayed by her side, though. He could always calm her down and said he would love her no matter what. Then one day, something really terrible happened. It was so bad that I decided to move out. Even Felix said it was the best idea. I started to finally date a guy. His name was Josh. Well, on our anniversary, I decided to have him over for the best meal ever. I bought a whole bunch of expensive ingredients with my own money to make us a huge meal. I got seafood, fancy chocolates, and a lot of fancy cheeses. When I came home from school and went to cook her a meal, I discovered that it was all gone. I was screaming. My mom promised that she would make it up to me. You want to know what was left in the house for my boyfriend and I to eat on our big day? Cereal without any milk. I was crying. I didn't want him to think I just forgot. I explained everything to him, and he was surprisingly pretty understanding. But it didn't change the fact that I was embarrassed and upset. I'd had just about enough. I had a serious talk with my mom. I told her I was moving out, and I needed to know that she was going to be okay. My mom promised that she would try to be brave and strong. I had no choice but to believe her. Maybe it was a bit selfish, but I needed a break from being the adult of the house. I moved in with Josh and started enjoying the normal life. I started to feel so much more confident and happy now that I no longer had a crazy mom to worry about all the time. Until one day when Josh called me in to check out a YouTube video. He looked super embarrassed and just pointed at the screen. There was a video called "The Fatso Eating the World." Oh my God, is that my mom? I clicked on the channel and sure enough, there were hundreds of videos, all with mean titles that would break my mom's heart. The strange part was that the camera angles were weird. In one video, half the camera was covered. There was even a video from the night that my mom ate all the stuff for my anniversary. She made a fool of herself and was wearing dirty clothes. She wouldn't be caught dead going to the grocery store in pajamas, let alone having millions of strangers see her spill gravy all over her top. I clicked the video and saw it had over 4.3 million views. I checked the account and it turned out someone was taking commissions for eating special food. Now it all made sense. I jumped in my car and drove home. My mom was excited to see me, but her face changed the minute she saw how angry I was. "Where's Felix?" I shouted. "What's the matter with you?" Mom asked. "I want to talk to him, Mom." "That monster is trying to ruin your life," I said. Mom was confused. "Mom, he secretly records you every time you eat and uploads it on a channel he's made. He's making money off of you," I said. She looked absolutely furious now. "You don't live here anymore, so you have no right to barge in and tell me how to live my life. Felix is the only person who makes me feel good about myself. Get out." I could tell she wasn't ready to listen to anything I had to say right now. "Fine, Mom. I'm leaving. It's your life, right? Doesn't affect me at all." I thought I heard something from the kitchen and pretended to leave from the back door. Instead, I walked by. Felix was hunched over a laptop, frantically typing away on it. I was pretty sure he'd heard everything. "I know what you've been up to, Felix," I yelled at him. He smiled, shut his laptop, and said, "No, you don't. You have no proof." I checked my phone and tried to open the channel. It was gone. He must have deleted it. I stormed off. I had to think of a way to catch him. I couldn't let him get away with this. When I told Josh what had happened, he said he was sure there would be some evidence on Felix's laptop. Even if the channel was deactivated, the video files had to be somewhere. That night, Josh and I waited outside his house until we saw him leave, and then snuck in through a window. We decided to split and search different rooms for the laptop. I was looking all over the lounge when suddenly I heard a car turning into the driveway. Felix was back already. "Josh, we gotta get out of here." He was already running down the stairs 2 at a time, and we both frantically made it out of the window just before the front door clicked open. Quietly, we sneaked away as fast as we could. I felt so disappointed. I wanted to cry, but just then, Josh put his bag down and, with a huge grin, took something out of it. It was the laptop. Oh, I could just kiss him. And I did. We ran back home and Josh got down to work. He hacked into the laptop easily, the little genius. We were expecting to see all the disturbing videos of my mom. Let's just say we got much more than we bargained for. See, there were thousands of videos and pictures, but they weren't my mom. These were of 3 different women, all of them eating and stuffing themselves in what looked like mukbang videos. I wanted to gag. What was he doing? Where were my mom's pictures? And who were these women? We tried looking up the first woman. We drew a blank. The same for the second. We hit the jackpot for the third. There were videos of her on YouTube, but to our disappointment, they seemed to have no connection with Felix. We tried looking up her address, and that led us to a hospital room in the neighboring town. We hoped to at least get a few words with her, but the doctor told us she was in a coma. He was nice enough to leave us the contact information for her son, Sam. Sam was pretty reluctant to meet us and talk to us about what had happened with his mom. When he did, he eyed us suspiciously and said she had slipped into a coma 3 years ago and never woke up. It was all because of her eating, he cried. Doctors warned her that if she kept eating like this, she would be dead in a couple of years. This is all his fault. When we asked who he was, all he said was that his mom had had this horrible boyfriend, Gary, who made his mom eat so much that she ended up permanently in a hospital bed. Is this what Gary looks like? I showed him a picture of Felix. Yes, that's the jerk who ruined our lives, Sam cried out. We told him that we found videos of his mom on Felix's computer and even showed him some of them. He started to cry. I told him that my mom was his next victim. He said he was sorry, but he never wanted to have anything to do with that man again. Hearing what Sam had to tell us, Josh and I rushed home. We heard Mom yelling from practically a block away. I was terrified. What had Felix done to her? But what I saw took me entirely by surprise. Mom had Felix tied to a chair and was yelling at him. Next to Mom, he looked so tiny I wanted to laugh. Go, Mom. So, you found out? I asked her. Mom turned to me with flaming eyes. You knew? She screeched at me. I covered my ears. Before I could even get a word in, she continued, You knew he was cheating on me and didn't say anything? She demanded. Cheating? Really? I told my mom I didn't know about him cheating. But, well, I'm not surprised this crook is a two-timing loser, I told her. That was her turn to be surprised. She demanded to know what I meant, and I told her everything about the videos and the women and Sam. For a while, my mom was in shock. Then, she looked like she would eat Felix. The rest, as they say, is history. We had enough proof to send Felix to jail, and we sued him for every penny he had. My mom finally snapped out of her manic food obsession too. And even though she didn't go back to modeling, she started eating healthier. Josh and I? Well, yesterday, Josh asked me to marry him. Whack family or not, he said, I can't live without you.
Musical sensation Cameron Cassie has gone bananas. She's turned the stage into a scene from Jumanji.
And if you don't stop talking, I'll turn you into a scene from The Walking Dead. Yep, that's me, crazy old Cameron. But I wasn't always like this. There was a time when I was the most patient, quietest person around. Want to know what happened? Then stick around. And yeah, like and subscribe to MSA. I grew up in a big family. And by big, I mean I was the oldest one among 10 siblings. You don't believe me? Okay, team, let's go. This is Lana, this is Rose. These are my twin brothers, Brad and Pitt. My twin sister, Hala and Lala. Another sister, Ava, and that's Thanos. Don't ask me why. My parents are huge Avengers fans, and they thought this might be a good idea. Of course it's not. You forgot about me. Again. Just like you forgot me in that park last year. I didn't forget you, Liam. You pooped your pants, so I asked you to stay where you were while I looked for an extra pair of diapers. You were the one who ran behind the squirrel. She was cute. And why didn't you just carry an extra pair of diapers? You were 7. You were supposed to be potty trained by then. My parents worked as hospital nurses, so they didn't have a lot of time, and I had to step up and look after the house and my siblings. They also didn't make much money, so whatever little we had was shared between everyone, and because I was the oldest, I was made to sacrifice the most. I didn't mind that, though. My parents were already working hard enough, so I did what I could to help them out. But sometimes, I wish I could just get a little space of my own, where I could play my guitar in peace. It was a rusty old thing, but I loved it. In this world so big, give me a place oh so tiny, with nobody screaming or acting whiny. Ah! What the heck was that, guys?
Sorry, Pitt started it. No, I didn't. Brad threw his lunch in my face. I didn't throw it at you. I was just throwing it away.
Why?
Because it's tasteless. I want pizza. I want pizza too.
Did someone say pizza? No one's getting pizza. Go inside and finish your veggies or no TV for a whole week. So, yeah, things weren't peachy at home, but school was worse. Between house chores and studies, I had no time to make friends and grew up to be an introvert, which somehow made me the perfect target for bullies like Bailey. We'd been classmates all our lives, but ever since her family struck it rich, she became this mean, hostile person with a personal vendetta against me. It didn't make sense. She was the lead drummer of the school band, really popular, and even had her own YouTube channel where she did covers of famous songs. So I just never understood why she was so obsessed with me. Like this one time in high school, I was casually singing my favorite songs when Bailey barged in. Hi everyone! So in this episode of Off-Key Talents, we we have Cameron Cassie. She thinks she sings well, but she sounds like someone stepping on a squeaky toy. Maybe it's because she's always screaming at her horrible siblings. How many are there again? Can you get that off my face? I'm not comfortable, and I don't care. Anyway, I got what I wanted. You can go back to whiny singing now. You're not gonna post that, are you? Bailey just gave me an evil grin and left. I wanted to scream in her face, but I knew she'd only make my life more difficult, so I kept my head low and went on with my day. But the next morning, I was still in bed when my sister Lana came running into my room and told me that the video Bailey posted had gone viral. What? Why would she post that? That's it. I will bite Bailey's head off and then use her hair to mop floors. What are you talking about? People are loving you. You're famous. Lana shoved her phone in my face, and I was shocked to see that she was right. People were calling me inspiring, adorable, amazing, and all sorts of great things. Within a few hours, it had more than 1 million views, and I was famous.
You got pipes, girl. Would love to take you out sometime. You have the most beautiful voice in the world. Will you sign my pizza?
Sure. Bailey sat in a corner, looking totally humiliated, and it was the best day of my life. I was debating whether to thank her or kill her for posting my video without asking me, when suddenly my phone rang. It was some lady who told me that Tucker Wayne, owner of one of the biggest talent agencies in the world, wanted to see me. Apparently, he was assembling an all-girls band and wanted me as the lead singer. The money was great, and he'd even sent me a first-class ticket to New York for the same night. I was pretty excited, but my parents weren't happy.
Who's gonna look after the house?
Maybe we could hire some help?
Don't be ridiculous, Cameron. We don't have that kind of money. Millions of people go to New York every day because they think they can change their lives. What makes you think you're any different? You'll only become disappointed.
And what if I'm successful? This opportunity could change our lives.
Fine, do what you want, but don't come sulking back to me when you fail at this stupid music thing.
I was hurt that my parents didn't support me, but I knew this was my one chance to turn things around. So I packed my bags and left for New York that night. When I arrived, a limo whisked me away to the most stunning building I'd ever seen. Mr. Tucker greeted me warmly and gave me a tour of the studio. The first day of recording was an absolute blast. Everything seemed to be falling into place until a few days later, I was chilling in my hotel room when the door flung open and Bailey walked in. Ah! Bailey? What are you doing here? Your drummer had to drop out because of personal reasons. So Tucker called me in. Why? What do you mean, why? Because I'm talented, you butt face? Talented in making my life miserable? Ooh, someone grew a tongue while I was away. Relax, that was school. But this is real life. I won't bully my own teammate. You can take my word for it. As soon as Bailey left, I spoke to Tucker and he confirmed Bailey's story. He asked me if I was okay with it, and I wanted to say no, but Bailey was insanely talented, so I let it slide. But the next day, I regretted every bit of my decision. Not only was Bailey somehow more annoying, she was also really controlling. She gave me notes on my singing and would stop the recording every 2 seconds because she wasn't feeling the music. Then one time, in the middle of a performance, she changed the notes to my solo on the spot. What are you doing? Improvising? No, you're messing up my solo. And what are you gonna do about it? Bailey just left, and at that moment, something snapped inside me. I closed my eyes, focused on the notes, and sang. When I opened my eyes, the crowd stood still, and then they burst into a massive applause. Everyone was chanting my name, and Bailey looked like someone had pulled her kidneys out. From that moment forward, my life was an absolute whirlwind. We were getting more live shows, doing interviews, talk shows, and I was truly famous. I even got the first ever call from my mom, but it wasn't what I expected. Hey, Mom, I'm so glad you called.
Your sister plays the oboe, you know.
Lana? Yeah, I know.
So let her in your band.
But I thought you hated the idea of getting into music.
I do. But Lana will be going to college soon, and playing oboe professionally will look good on her application. Now, will you help her or not?
I wanted to say no, but Mom was talking to me after weeks, and I didn't want to disappoint her. So I agreed, and a week later, Lana joined me. But I had no idea how to fit an oboe in the band, and Lana didn't seem too interested either. All she did was sleep or order room service all the time, and I barely had any cash left for myself. To make things worse, we were a month away from the album launch, and I still had a bunch of songs to write. In this world so big...
Stop! This is not working out. We need something edgier.
Could we try a different note?
No! I want more emotion. Was there ever a time when you were angry?
Not that I can recall, but maybe when Bailey posted that video of mine without asking me, or the time she dipped my books into spaghetti sauce, or when she tried tried to spoil my solo on stage.
Darling, you can't let people walk all over you like that. Stand up for yourself. Dig into that rage and come to me tomorrow with a new song.
I spent the entire night replaying the conversation with Mr. Tucker, and when I calmed down, I realized he was right. I was a pushover. Bailey had tormented me for years, and I'd never stood up for myself. My own parents had treated me like a pushover, but not once did they pay attention to what I wanted. And when I finally did something for myself, they tried to snuff that spark out too. Heavy with rage, I picked up the phone and dialed in. Bailey? Yeah, you're out. You're a bully, and no bullies are allowed in my band. And I cut the call before she had a chance to scream. On a high, I called my mom next. Hey mom, Lana doesn't want to be here, and oboe doesn't make sense in this band. I'm sending her home. Finally! I couldn't believe I just stood up to my mom, and to be honest, I felt pretty proud of myself. The next day, I walked up to Mr. Tucker and told him the conversation I had with Bailey. I thought he'd be mad, but instead, he smiled.
Good for you, darling. And don't worry, we'll find a new drummer. Let me hear that new song.
I poured my heart into my song, and Mr. Tucker was so impressed, he sent it straight for recording. He even set up auditions, and within no time, we had a new drummer in our band. A week later, when the song was released, it got more popular than all our live shows combined. We rose to the top of every chart, got invitations to every celebrity show, and Mr. Tucker even extended my contract. I was making more money than ever, and life was pretty good. But the more I leaned into my emotions, the angrier I got, and pretty soon, I was lashing out at everyone. I ordered this salad with ranch. This is blue cheese. What are you doing? Trying to make me fat?
I'm sorry, ma'am, I forgot.
Did you forget to brush your teeth? Did you forget to take a bath? Did you forget to sleep? No? Then how can you forget to follow simple instructions? The waiter ran away crying, and I felt a bit bad. But with the amount of money I was spending, I deserved better service. But the next day, I was making waves on social media for being rude and mean. Apparently, someone from the restaurant posted a video of me screaming at the waiter, and now everyone was out there to get me, including the paparazzi.
Have you always been this spoiled, or has success gotten to your head?
Have you always been this stupid, or did you fall on your way here and damage your brain?
That's inappropriate.
Your face is inappropriate, Jane. You are a terrible interviewer. You should switch jobs because I don't think this one's gonna last that long. I was mad with power, and no matter how much people called me out for it, I just didn't care. I partied like there was no tomorrow, shopped like a crazy person. I was finally living my life the way I wanted to. I didn't even care about showing up at work, and my bandmates tried to warn me, but I was the star of the show. No one would replace me. I thought I was untouchable until one day I walked into the studio and saw Bailey in the recording room. What is she doing here?
Oh no, this is awkward. I was gonna tell you, but you're off the band, Cameron.
Since when and why?
Because you're a loose cannon, and I can't let you tarnish my reputation anymore.
But I did what you asked me to do, and now you're kicking me out? I'm the star of the band. You can't replace me.
Honey, everyone is replaceable in showbiz. Now bye-bye. Have a nice life.
I was stunned. Just like Bailey and my mom, Tucker had manipulated and used me. I felt betrayed, but I had no time to sulk. I wanted to show these suckers what I was made of. So I tapped into my network to find a new label, but no one was ready to take me on, thanks to my negative image. And while I struggled to find work, Bailey rose to fame. She was having her first ever solo concert, and it was completely sold out. I couldn't let her win this time, so I crashed her concert, sneaked my way to the stage, and right before Bailey was about to sit down for her performance, I pushed her away. What are you doing? Stealing your thunder, just like you stole mine for years. Cameron's back, baby! I kicked over her drums, and in a moment of pure rage, I grabbed the guitar and smashed it to pieces. Some of the things went flying into the crowd, and everyone started panicking. The show was canceled, security was called in, and I was thrown out of the venue. Tucker even threw me out of the hotel, and thanks to my crazy party expenses, I couldn't afford another place. Eventually, I had to move back home, but I was so messed up in the head, I hardly ever came out of my room. All day, I would watch TV and see Bailey's rise to fame, and it only made me realize the things I'd lost. Then one day, I was sitting in my room when Mom walked in.
You know you can't stay cooped up in here all day, right?
I don't know what else to do. It's not like anyone needs me anymore.
That's not true, Cameron. I was angry at you for moving out and then sending Lana back home. Then I realized that we'd been really tough on you. You were just a teenager, and you deserved to have a life of your own.
So you're not angry at me now?
Of course not, sweetie. We love you. We always will. My mom hugged me tight
ride, and I felt better than I had in days. With my family by my side, I slowly started picking up my life again. I got back to music and even joined my old high school again. I had to repeat a year, but that was okay. At least I had something to look forward to. One day, while playing in the backyard, one of my sisters recorded a video of me and posted it on YouTube. It went viral again. People were amazed by my transformation and started requesting my old songs. So I played them. Soon, I started getting calls from agencies. One of them asked me if I could perform my singles at their show. The pay was good, the venue was close to home, so I agreed. As I got ready backstage, someone tapped on my shoulder. Mr. Tucker.
Great to see you, kid. You've been doing well. Ever thought about coming back?
Aren't you working with Bailey now?
Yes, but she's boring. You're so much better. I will double your pay if you want. Think about it.
As tempting as it was, there was one thing I'd learned in my time in New York. Never let anyone walk over you. So I immediately called Bailey and gave her a rundown of what had happened. Why should I believe you? Because Tucker is a manipulative worm, and I don't want him to ruin your career like you ruined mine. You don't have to believe me, but just watch your back. Wait, thanks for letting me know. It's no excuse, but I'm an only child, you know? And my parents put this insane amount of pressure on me, and your family just seems so big and fun, and I was just jealous. Life's not always as it seems, but we can be a bit kinder to each other. Anyway, glad we had this talk. Same, you know, I really did like your new album. Bailey and I never stayed in touch after that, but I heard she quit and started her own band. As for me, I'm still singing in the backyard and making my own music. That's the best kind.
Stay calm, my dad said as I stuck my hand into the pool water. Before I could respond, he pushed me straight into the water, and it was the deep end. I struggled as he held on to me and kept telling me not to panic. All the while, it felt like he was trying to drown me. "You're a natural," he said as we got out of the pool. It seemed like an eternity since I'd gone in. "We'll get you that scholarship. Just you wait." I could only nod after the shock had faded away. I had to do this. What I really wanted was to get into a great university. University students had so much freedom. They were studying things that actually mattered and having the best parties too. But whenever I thought about it, I got pretty sad. I knew there was no way I was getting into one with my grades. I just wasn't smart enough. Academically speaking, at least. I figured that if my grades weren't up to scratch, excelling at sports could be my ticket to getting into university. Every day, I would take the bus to my dad's club. We did a lot of training and drills. I even made a new friend there, Mindy. Mindy had her sights set on the swim team, so we had a lot to talk about. She was also a pretty good swimmer and a faster learner than me. We started sharing everything with each other, and I even told her some of the tips my dad had taught me. Then, she told me something that would change my life. One day after training, I asked Mindy why she wanted to be on the team so badly. She told me about a swimming event that was held every year at the club. Only members of the team could take part in it. "There's a cash prize and everything," she said. Then she lowered her voice before continuing. "And the rumor is, recruiters from universities secretly come and watch it." "Like a secret talent hunt?" I asked, amazed. Mindy nodded. "And if they like what they see, they might just offer you a scholarship." That was my dream. I knew right away that this was going to be my shot at the life I wanted. But there was one big problem. There wasn't room for both of us. Mindy told me that they would only take the winner. She said that it was her dream to go to university with her scholarship because her family couldn't afford the fees otherwise. I didn't tell her that it was my dream too. It didn't seem like the right time. I went home and told my dad about it. He nodded and said he already knew, and that's exactly what he was preparing me for. "But first," he said, "a little warm-up. I've signed you up for the charity swim fest." It was my 14th birthday when the charity event took place. My mom and dad were in the stands cheering louder than anyone else's parents. Clearly, everybody else knew this was just for fun, but my parents didn't get that memo. I tightened my goggles and took my place in my lane as the announcer instructed everyone. I waited for the gunshot and dived right in as soon as it fired. My mind began to daydream as I hit the water. I dreamt that I was at the club event instead and that I was swimming for a scholarship. I kicked my legs as hard as I could, and I could almost hear the crowd cheering for me with each stroke. Before I knew it, I had completed all the laps and won the competition by a whole 9 seconds.
I was out of breath and struggling to climb out of the pool. But as soon as I did, my parents were there to hug and congratulate me. I looked around to see a cheering and clapping crowd, but there were fewer people than in my head. I made eye contact with a woman in a suit who was sitting at the far end. She was just staring at me. Weird, I thought. I dried off and was called to the stage to receive a medal. I noticed my dad had tears in his eyes as it was hung around my neck. The very next day, I started to focus on entering the grand event at the club. I needed to be a member of the club's swimming team first for that to happen, though. I showered and walked to the pool. There was a woman standing there waiting for me in a suit, and I recognized her from the crowd at the charity swim. Does she only have one suit? I thought to myself as I walked over to her. So, autograph? I asked her with a laugh. Actually, I was hoping you would swim for us, she replied politely. What? I stopped, confused. You see, she went on, I'm from an agency, and we are considering masters in training young athletes like yourself. The woman handed me a professional-looking business card. I saw you swim a few days ago, and I have quite the eye for talent. We would like you to be our new face. I was so excited. I was going to be famous, too. You won't be swimming against people for charity, though, the woman added. The people at this club are really good at what they do. We will get you on the best nutrition plans, get you the best training, and make sure a talent like yours is where it deserves to be, at the very top. There was something magical about her voice. My mind wandered and I thought about winning the scholarship again. The crowd in my head was about to start chanting my name when I heard the door swing open and my dad walked in. Ah, there you are. I was looking. He stopped when he saw I was talking to the woman. I tucked the card into my hair. Dad, this is... I know who this is. He interrupted me. You're the one with those fancy agencies, aren't you? He turned to the woman. A pleasure to meet the man behind this wonderful talent, the woman said. Whatever you're selling, we don't want it, Dad suddenly declared. I stepped aside as my dad got into an argument with the woman. She was trying to tell him that his methods wouldn't work when I inevitably faced real competition, as I'd never swam many laps in an event before. She was also telling him about the new equipment they had for training muscles to become stronger and more agile in the water. But my dad didn't want to hear any of it. We're doing fine. I've been at this for a long time, and I never needed any fancy tech, he said. Well, why don't we let the girl decide? The woman replied, calm as ever. They both looked at me, and I didn't know what to say. Could the woman really get me that scholarship? I thought. I looked into my dad's eyes and knew that there was no way he would let me do it. My dad got me this far, so I'm going to stick with him, I said slowly. My dad's eyes shined and he smiled as the woman walked away without another word. After training that day, I sent Mindy a message explaining everything. He wouldn't even listen to what she had to say. Like, hello, it's not the 70s anymore. Maybe he just doesn't know how the new gadgets work, you know? My teacher thought airplane mode would get his iPhone to fly, Mindy replied. Your dad hasn't let you down yet. She made a good point. Little did I know I would soon miss her good points. I decided to tell her everything. I told her that I was preparing for the swim team so I could get the scholarships too. Mindy was silent for a long time and I got really nervous. Those 3 terrible dots were mocking me. Eventually, she sent a text. And it wasn't a happy one. We both know you're a better swimmer than me, the message read. She said that I wouldn't have even known about the event if it weren't for her, and how I could take her dream away. I was surprised by her texts, one after the other, angrier and angrier. She felt so strongly about this. I started to feel bad. I looked at the mysterious woman's business card on the table, and I just knew that I had to see this through to the end. I texted Mindy that I was sorry, and I went to sleep. The trials for the swim team took place the year after, and I spent all my time training with my dad. Mindy stopped coming to the pool, and she wouldn't even reply to my texts anymore. I was really getting worried about her. After a few months, I asked my dad if he knew where she lived so I could go check on her, but he said that she was fine and he'd seen her around the club while I was at school. I was sad about losing Mindy, and I wondered if she'd given up on her dream because of me. Was I a terrible friend? How much more would I be willing to give up to get this scholarship? My dad started to notice that I was getting distracted and gave me more drills to keep me busy. I ended up falling asleep early most days because I was exhausted. But in all that time, I I never forgot about Mindy. When I was 15, I was ready to take the swimming test for the team. I was pumped. I could feel the energy running through my veins as I took my place at the pool. I looked at the other contestants and saw Mindy at the far end. I was surprised but really happy to see her. She made it. What I saw next, though, made me want to pinch myself. Behind Mindy, sitting comfortably in a chair, was the woman from the agency. Next to her were two muscular women carrying bags and bottles filled with what looked like an energy drink. The woman looked the same as ever and smiled at me briefly. My dad saw what I was looking at and reminded me to focus. "Oh, they're messing with the wrong family," he said. I took a deep breath and tried to get my thoughts away from Mindy and her multiple trainers. I readied myself and dived in the very second I heard the whistle. There was no daydreaming now. I knew I couldn't afford to lose. I had trained too hard to have it end here. I put all my energy into every lap and every turn, counting each lap as I went. The second I finished the race, I pulled myself out of the pool and sat on the side, breathing heavily. My dad walked over with a towel. "Don't worry, you still made it." Don't worry? I thought. That means I definitely need to worry. I stood up and saw Mindy sitting in a chair with some kind of special cushion. It looked super comfortable. She wasn't even breathing as hard as me. I looked at the scoreboard and my heart fell. Mindy finished in first position. I was in second by a full 3 seconds. 3 seconds? I thought, shocked. I was thankful that the club took the top 2 from this test, but I also started to wonder what special treatment Mindy was receiving from that agency and if my dad really was too old school. My dad was quiet on the ride home. He must have been thinking the same thing. The next morning, I saw the agency card lying on the table, and I couldn't resist. I dialed the number on the card, and the familiar voice of the woman answered, sounding way fresher than I thought anybody could on a Sunday morning. I asked her what she did with Mindy. "Why did you come to me if you were going to make her your star?" I asked angrily. The woman told me that the offer was still on the table for me and that Mindy's father hired her agency only until the club event. I paused for a moment. "Still there?" the woman asked eventually. I thought about the scholarship and what it meant to me. My dad wants what's best for me, after all, I thought to myself. "I'm in," I told the woman. Somehow, I could feel her smile at the other end of the phone. "Excellent. We'll be in touch." The woman hung up, and I took a deep breath. I needed to convince my dad. I found him watching TV and greeted him. There was no point in hesitating, so I told him I accepted the offer. He was furious. He angrily asked how I could betray him like this, and why I didn't trust him to get me the scholarship. "You saw Mindy, Dad. You know I've always been faster than her, so how did she beat me?" I managed to say. My voice was shaking. I'd never fought with my dad before. "I hope you know what you're doing," he concluded and walked away to his room. I sat down on the sofa with a heavy heart. First Mindy, now my dad? How much more would I need to give up for this scholarship? We had lunch without speaking that day. My mom was confused as to what was going on. She tried to ask my dad, but he just grumpily chewed his potatoes. Right after lunch, I got a call from the agency. They said they would send over a car to pick me up. I asked my dad if he wanted to come with me, but he told me to sit down and listen to him. He told me that the agency was a fraud and that they would use illicit performance-enhancing drinks to make athletes fitter. I was horrified. That would explain Mindy's outstanding performance, I thought. I decided to give Mindy a call and tell her these weren't the type of people we wanted to mess around with. Of course, she didn't believe me. She thought I was trying to put her down and increase my chances of winning the competition. I was extremely sad at her response because I was only trying to be honest with her. I decided that my dad was indeed the best trainer for me. After all, we'd been training together for so long. A whole year passed and the day of the race arrived. My chance at my dream university. I walked to the pool and saw Mindy there. She looked at me and smirked. Before taking my place, I looked at my dad and said, "No matter if I win or lose, you'll always be my hero and I'll always love you." I got into my position at the pool. It was time. The gunshot rang out and I blazed through the first round. There was a feeling of deja vu as I finished my laps and landed first place. The crowd erupted with cheering. I climbed out of the pool feeling depleted but accomplished. I looked at Mindy and could see she was surprised at coming in second place. I was given a couple of hours to rest before the next round, and it was a very welcome rest time, which came with a drink from my trainer. The bell rang and I got back into place. I didn't even feel tired anymore. My training was paying off, but I got overconfident in this round. I swam thinking I was unstoppable. When you're underwater, you really can't tell. At the end of the round, I got to see that Mindy was in first place this time. I walked over to the woman, still in her suit. She was still calm as ever, so I asked, "Aren't you glad that Mindy won that round?" She replied, "We don't care who wins. We just want to experiment on younger athletes so that professional swimmers can benefit from the results." "Thanks for that," I said sarcastically. I sat down to rest, but something in me changed. The woman's voice didn't seem so magical anymore. She didn't seem worried about my scholarship like my dad was. All she cared about was her agency getting the credit for whoever wins. I looked over at Mindy preparing for the final round, then at my dad, who gave me a thumbs up. I was nervous. I'd lost my best friend for this. The bell ringing interrupted my thoughts. I went over to the pool for the final round. At the sound of the final gunshot, I dived in. As I swam, I gave it my all at first, but then I started to think about Mindy and what it meant to her. Maybe she did deserve it more than me. After all, I just needed to get better grades, right? Towards the end of the final lap, I made my decision and slowed down. I reached the end to hear cheering, clapping, and a roaring crowd. I was breathing raggedly, but I wiped my eyes to see all the applause was for Mindy. She'd won. Her family was crying happily with her outside the pool. I walked over to my parents and my dad was talking to me again. He was trying to console me and saying it'd be okay, but I didn't feel sad. I felt happy seeing Mindy so excited. She looked over at me and smiled warmly. I waved back at her. At least I'd won my friend back that day, and my dad. As we left, I saw a man approach her and take her aside from the crowd to talk privately. She'd clearly got the scholarship. When I got home, I went to bed and cried into my pillow. I was happy but sad at the same time. It was a strange feeling. The phone started ringing, and it was an unknown number calling. I picked it up through tears and nearly dropped it as I listened. The man on the other end was saying he was a recruiter from a university, and he'd tried to find me after the race, but I must have left in a hurry. Then he said something I never expected. He was offering me a sports scholarship. I thought you only took the best, I asked with a runny nose, shocked.
We're smart enough to see that this year there were 2 of the best.
His voice made it seem like he knew about my decision not to win.
So, what do you say?
I thought about Mindy. She and I would be going to the same university. There was no way I'd let her go again. "I'm in," I answered. When my mom was pregnant with me, the doctors told my parents they were having a boy. "Wonderful. We'll name him Ace."
Ace. I love that name.
Then along came me. A girl, and I was born without a forefinger on my right hand. My parents were a bit freaked out at first, but they didn't really care. I was still their perfect baby. Hey friends, my name is Ace, and I live in a small town in Ohio. Please like and subscribe. When I was in kindergarten, our teacher asked us to paint with our fingers, and that's when a kid noticed my hand was different.
Hey, look at Ace's hand. So cool. Are you an alien? Whoa, Ace. Did a mouse chew through your finger? No, dummy. My hand's always been like that.
My classmates never bugged me about it, which was nice. Over time, more people found out, and some mean kids would call me a freak. But I was never bothered much, because I could do everything people with 10 fingers could do, like play baseball. Dad was really into it, and he taught me everything I knew. Once when I was 14, I saw some boys playing baseball in the neighborhood, and I asked if I could join, but they said they didn't play with girls. Losers. As I turned to leave, one of the boys hit the ball and it came flying towards me. I swiftly caught it and swung it at him. The guy seemed shocked.
Whoa, how did you do that? Yeah, you threw a perfect curveball.
How did I do that? And when I tried baseball over and over again, I learned that I could throw a perfect curveball because of my missing forefinger. After that day, those same guys wanted me to teach them. I started playing with them every day and gained a reputation for smashing the neighbors' windows. When I was in 11th grade, Dad gave me some big news. I'd have to finish high school in Cincinnati because he'd gotten a better job there and we could use the money. So we moved. The school was 5 times the size of my high school back home, and I was feeling nervous as I walked in. Just as I found my locker, a very pretty girl walked over to me.
Oh, hey, you look like you're new here. I'm Bree, and I must say, your overalls look awesome.
Oh, thanks. My dad and I have matching ones.
Really? The janitor wears almost the same. Is your dad the janitor?
Wait, was she making fun of me? Before I could reply, a boy with flaming red hair came running down the corridor and crashed straight into Bree, knocking her to the ground. Oliver, you moron, get off of me!
You were in my way, and now you've made me lose it.
Lose what?
The rarest butterfly? I was following it, and now it's gone.
What kind of guy chases butterflies? You are such a loser!
Stop being so mean to me, Bree, or I swear I'm gonna fall in love with you.
She shoved him aside and stormed off.
He grinned at me. I see you've met the school queen bee.
More like school witch.
Haha, yeah, that's Bree. So beautiful, but so cruel. Everyone's kinda scared of her, but not me.
Me neither. Soon after, I found out Oliver and I were in the same class. He was a great guy, and we started hanging out together. And I discovered that he loved two things: magic tricks and baseball. He was always trying out silly magic tricks on me that made me laugh. And when he insisted I join the school's baseball team, I got to see how good he was. And also really competitive. One day in the cafeteria, Oliver was showing me a new card trick when Bree and her minions came by. You guys make the perfect weirdo couple. Miss Nine Fingers and Mr. Tomato Head.
Having a bad day again, babe? I'll give you a hug if you don't mind the weird smell of my t-shirt.
Ew! And I'd never be the babe of someone like you. Do you even have any life plans, Oliver? Or are you just gonna be some homeless street magician?
Hey, I make plans every day. Like feed your goldfish, put on pants, annoy Bree. Why are you so worried about my future anyway? Do you see yourself in it?
In your dreams, loser! And with that, she grabbed a bottle of mustard and dumped the whole thing on his head. Ketchup and mustard go together. And before I knew it, I'd flown out of my seat and attacked Bree. She screamed like a banshee when I sat on her and pulled her hair. Don't mess with my friend again. I can hurt you pretty badly with just 9 fingers, you dumb witch. That incident landed both me and Bree in detention. But I was a hero after that. No one had ever laid a finger on Bree before, and lots of kids were patting me on the back, and Oliver just couldn't get over it.
That was epic, Ace. I can't forget the look on her face.
I wish you'd made a video of me, dummy. Bree gave me death glares from afar every day, but I guess she backed off because she knew I could kick her butt. Oliver and I grew closer, and we played every day to help each other improve our game. Even my dad loved him, and his mom was so nice to me. I found out that his dad was always in and out of jail, and his mom was basically raising him alone. Since we were always together, lots of kids assumed we were a couple, but that didn't bother us much. We were best friends, and nothing could change that. One time we were having a practice match, and I was on fire. Oliver was really struggling to hold his ground against my curveball pitching. Are you trying to hit me in the face, Ace? Boo-hoo. Focus on your game, Oliver. You already have 2 strikes. 1 more and my team wins. For some reason, Oliver seemed tense, and when I pitched, he missed again. When my team started celebrating, he just threw his bat, ran off, and sat under a tree. Hey, don't be a sore loser.
I'm just mad at myself. The final games are only a few months away, and that's where all the university recruiters pick talent. I really need a scholarship, and I'm playing so badly. And on top of everything, look, my shoes are ruined. Every player has some bad days. Cheer up, let's get some ice cream. Come on, let's go. He just sat there like a stubborn donkey as I pulled his arm with all my might. Suddenly he got up and I fell backwards, dragging Oliver with me. Awkward. By saying awkward, you made it awkward, weirdo. And then we both burst out laughing. I went to the bathroom to clean up, and that's when I heard Bree behind me. Do you know how gross it is to see 2 dorks making out? Get a room. We were not— Wait, why am I explaining anything to you? Think what you like. I was leaving when she said, I haven't forgotten what you did, Ace. I'm gonna get you when you least expect it. Oh, I'm so scared. I'd go running to my mommy if I had one. And I walked off quickly before she could reply. She sounded crazy. A week later, it was Oliver's birthday, and I wanted to buy him the perfect gift. I had to use all my savings, but it was worth it. I went over to his place, and when he opened the box, his eyes shone. Oh my God, new baseball shoes. Ace, you're the best. Can you sign them, please? 'Cause for me, you're a star. Are you sure you want me to destroy these killer shoes with my sign? When he nodded, I gave him an autograph. Soon we had our summer vacations, and I went back to Ohio to see Grandma. When I returned, I was in for a shock.
Oliver seemed to be over his awkward puberty phase, and he looked really different. I'd never seen his hair brushed before. Where is my crazy best friend, and what did you do to him?
I'm still the same guy. Hey, Ace, I gotta tell you something. Let's catch up at lunch, okay?
Of course. But when I got to the cafeteria later, I saw Oliver there with Bree, and she was all over him. I felt so angry. I wasn't jealous or something, but why her? And once she left, I asked him, and he was going on and on about how they'd bonded over the summer and how she'd really changed. Nobody. She was calling you a loser only months ago.
Well, I was acting like a loser. Come on, Ace, I'm kind of into her. I want to give this a chance.
All right, if it makes you happy. But I wasn't happy. Why was he calling himself a loser suddenly? Some weeks later, the baseball finals started. Our school's team was doing well, and Oliver and I were the breakout stars. But only one of us could get selected for the prestigious sports scholarship at the best Ivy League university. As we prepared to go onto the field for the last match, Oliver shook my hand.
May the best man or woman win.
Couldn't have said it better myself. I played hard and totally nailed the game. But when the scholarship winner was announced, it turned out to be Oliver. He even got a huge cash prize. I quickly got over my disappointment, and I was so happy for him. A week later, Bree threw a party to celebrate Oliver's victory. But when I got there, Oliver was just busy with people I didn't know. I felt out of place and went to go sit by the swimming pool. And that's when I spotted Bree showing off her necklace to her friends. Wow, Oliver sure has good taste. That looks expensive. It was the least Oliver could do after what my dad did for him. He's the head recruiter at that Ivy League university, and he basically gave Oliver the scholarship, even though Ace played better. That witch got what she deserved, and Daddy really thinks Oliver is gonna be a huge star one day. Oh my God, I felt gutted and furious. I ran up to Oliver and grabbed him by his shirt. You cheated? How could you? Oliver knew right away what I was talking about and quickly pulled me into another room. I yelled at him and he kept trying to shush me.
Hey, I did what I had to do. Your dad has a decent job. My dad, he's in jail again. You know my situation. I need this, Ace. You can get it next year.
Yeah, I know your situation, but that doesn't give you an excuse to stoop so low. Do you feel happy that you won by cheating? I don't even know who you are anymore. I spat in his face and left the party. Oliver and I didn't speak after that, even though he tried to talk to me and kept calling. A couple of months later, he stopped trying, and then one day, I saw him on the news. He was being called the next big thing. A few months later, I participated in a local fundraising match and led my team to victory. After I accepted the trophy, a man approached me.
Hello, Miss Ace. I'm from a prestigious university, and we want you to apply for our sports scholarship. Your missing finger gives you an edge that I've never seen in any other player. No one throws a ball like that.
I was excited to apply, and I got in. The opportunities my university provided me in baseball were amazing. After graduation, I got into the national women's team, and I heard how Oliver had received a huge offer from a league in Japan and had moved there. Sometime later, I met an amazing guy and fell in love for the first time. After dating for a few months, he proposed, and I said yes. One day, as I was walking into a coffee shop, I bumped into someone, and I looked up to see that it was Oliver.
Oh my God, Ace.
Oh, Oliver. Been a long time. I thought you moved to Japan with Bree.
Yeah, I did. But things didn't go so well. Bree's with a soccer player now. She broke up with me after I had a rather serious injury.
What? When did that happen? And then Oliver told me how he had an injury that left him paralyzed for a year. He had to work really hard to get back on his feet, and he was finally playing again. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, Oliver. Just then, my eyes fell on his shoes. You still have these? Why?
I have a game later today, and these are my good luck charm. Look, Ace, I'm so sorry for what I did. I was selfish, I was a jerk, and I was desperate. I'm not making any excuses for my behavior, though. Please forgive me. I've really missed you.
I didn't forgive him right away, but we kept in touch and slowly patched things up. The truth was, I'd really missed my best friend too, and I was happy to discover that he was still a weirdo. And when I got married a few months later, I was so glad my best friend was there by my side as my best man.
That's it. Today's the day I'm asking Liam out. I don't care what happens next. Liam was my crush since middle school, and I couldn't just sit around anymore. I had to do something about my feelings. He was one of the cutest guys and was really popular with the teachers. He had loads of friends. Wait, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Emily. Growing up, I was really shy and never really had any friends. I was awkward and clumsy and no good at any sports. But the only thing that I loved was technology. I was fascinated by machines. That day, with my best outfit on, I built up my courage, and when I noticed he was alone by his locker, I walked over to him. "Hi, Liam," I said with a shy voice. I watched him raise an eyebrow and look at me before closing his locker. "And you are?" he asked. "Emily. We've been in the same class since middle school." "Oh," he said. "What can I help you with?" I stuttered. I wanted to ask you if maybe you wanted to go out for dinner or a movie or something." His eyes widened, and not in a good way. "Oh, well," he looked around nervously. I can't. I am very busy. Studying, football, and I gotta go." And just like that, he literally sprinted away from me. How stupid can I be? I was so foolish to think that he would go out with me. I watched him run away, and feeling totally bummed out, I started walking to my next class when I stepped on something. It was a small black notebook. I picked it up and opened it. On the first page, I saw his name. I had found Liam's secret diary. Should I run after him and give it back, or should I keep it? I had the key to finding out more about him. I could find out what kind of girl he'd like and become that girl. I quickly slipped the diary in my backpack and ran to my next class. Throughout the day, all I could think of was what I would find in that little diary. I sat by my desk when I got home. I took a deep breath, made sure the door was closed, and opened the notebook. Liam's handwriting was not how I imagined it. It was very neat. I started with the first few pages. The entry started from when he joined our school a couple of years ago. I spent hours reading through. It was not as interesting as I expected. Stories about other girls, about football, stories about family and holidays, and regular stuff like that. However, some details kept showing up that made me think there was something more to this boy. Things like, one of my toes fell out today, and I lost a screw. And I wish this was easier sometimes, and things were back to normal. Kept cropping up. What? It was all very confusing. I couldn't stop thinking about it for the next few days. Some of the things Liam had said about parts and screws just made me so curious, and I was coming up with all sorts of crazy theories. I needed answers to figure out Liam's big secret, and to get those, I had a spy on him. On Saturday evening, I decided to go to his house. Luckily, he lived in the same neighborhood. He was having a party that night, so I knew the house was empty except for him. Loud music was blaring from a room on the second floor, so I knew where to look. I found a gardener's ladder at the back of the house and set it up under Liam's room. I climbed up and looked through the window. There he was, standing by a mirror, unscrewing something on his left ankle. To my shock, his ankle just snapped out of place. He fixed it, walked over to his closet, and opened it. It was the craziest thing I had ever seen. There was a whole collection of lower body metal parts. Liam was a robot, at least partly. It was truly shocking. Liam's secret was bigger than I thought. I suddenly felt the ladder wobble under my weight, and before I could do anything, everything just spun out of control, and I found myself crashing onto the grass below. I cried out in pain. I looked up and saw Liam staring down at me, absolutely furious. He moved away from the window, and within seconds was storming towards me. "You are such a creep. What are you doing here?" "Liam, I have your diary." I took out his notebook from my pocket. He snatched it, looking shocked and angry. "You had my diary and you read it, and now you're spying on me? Stay away from me." "Liam, I know your secret now," I said, "and honestly, I think it's pretty cool. I won't tell anyone, I swear." "Get out of my house now," Liam yelled. Defeated, I turned around and left as fast as I could. When I went to school the next day, there was a commotion. Around me, people were whispering, and what they said shocked me. "They say his legs are made of metal," a girl whispered. "Do you think it's true? They look human to me." I was really confused and shocked. Liam's secret was out. "You!" His voice was angry and deep, almost vicious. "You told everyone." My eyes widened. I tried to explain and tell him that I didn't say anything. He walked furiously towards me and said, "You don't know what you did. I hate you." He blew out and left the school. I tried to contact him. I sent many messages apologizing. I wanted him to give me a chance to explain. It wasn't fair, but he never responded. As months passed, I could not get over that incident. I felt as if somehow I had betrayed Liam. I tried going out with other guys, but I couldn't stop thinking about Liam. I was never able to be with someone for more than a week because my heart was with Liam. The end of my senior year was not easy. Liam's secret was still the juiciest bit of gossip. and I felt haunted by it. Luckily for me, college came around sooner than I thought. I decided to major in robotics to keep my passion in technology alive. I could hardly believe my eyes when, upon entering my class, the first person I saw was Liam. I thought he had disappeared for good, but there he was, still looking as handsome as ever. And it was no surprise that he majored in robotics as well. I never tried to approach him or speak to him, and he always ignored me and always asked to change groups if we were paired together for projects. Part of him believed that it was me who had exposed him. I continued to keep my distance. Being so close to Liam every day was getting difficult for me. I started seeing this guy Kevin, who was also in our class, and had asked me out a few times. He seemed rather cocky, but I thought maybe I could get myself to like him if I tried hard enough. It was selfish of me, but maybe with him I could finally get over Liam and put him out of my life for good. It was Kevin's birthday, and he wanted to throw a grand party. During the party, I think he wanted to brag to his friends that he had a girlfriend and kept me wrapped around his finger all night. I was really uncomfortable, but didn't know what to do. I had enough. We were all dancing and he forcefully tried to kiss me. "What the hell do you think you are doing?" I yelled, pushing him away, and suddenly all eyes were on us. Kevin stared me down and I knew his look. It said, "You are embarrassing me." He let out a fake laugh and wrapped his arm around my shoulder, pulling me towards him roughly. "What, am I not allowed to kiss my girlfriend?" he asked, and his friends laughed with him. "Leave her alone, Kevin." I turned around in surprise to see Liam standing behind us. "What's your problem, dude? You're the one who kept asking me to ask Emily out." I was really confused when I heard that. Why would Liam do that? I saw him looking at me apologetically. Then he turned to Kevin. "That's before I knew you were such a prick. Now let go of her. You're clearly making her uncomfortable." Kevin stepped towards Liam angrily as if to punch him. But before he could do anything, Liam gave him a big shove into the pool behind him. Everyone gasped. I stood there in shock for a few seconds and then ran out of the party. "Emily," Liam called out to me when we were outside. "What was all that about you asking Kevin to ask me out?" I said to him angrily. "I'm really sorry. I knew he was a bit of a jerk and I just wanted to get back at you for high school. I didn't know he would behave like this, though. It wasn't even me who let your secret out in high school," I cried out with tears pouring down my cheeks. He looked at me for the first time as if he believed me. "It doesn't matter anymore. It's such a long time ago. I want to forget about that chapter in my life. I shouldn't have been so petty, Emily. I'm very sorry about Kevin, and I would really like to start over with you." I gave him a small smile, relieved that maybe he finally believed me and secretly happy that he wanted to even talk to me again. I had never stopped having feelings for him. It was difficult to face Kevin and the entire class after the party. However, I was more distracted by Liam and his sudden interest in me. I would find him staring at me during science class. I would find small notes with jokes on my desk from him. And when I read them, I realized he was looking at me, waiting for a smile or a laugh. Every football match, I would see his eyes raking the bleachers looking for me, especially with a big smile after every touchdown. Sometimes he would go out of his way to walk me to class and sometimes get me coffee before school. As months passed, Liam and I got really close. We eventually realized we were in love with each other and finally started dating. Liam was a box full of secrets, someone who just wanted to live a normal life like any guy his age. And I suppose I made him feel normal. We were the perfect couple. But just as things were going smoothly, his legs malfunctioned. It was the middle of the night, and the wires that connected his ankles to the rest of the body sparked, which soon turned into a mess. He woke up screaming. His brain could not understand what was happening. He couldn't feel anything or touch anything, and his limbs were out of control. I knew I could not take him to the hospital. He didn't want his secret out in the open. I had no other choice but to fix him myself. I tried to remember how to connect all the wires correctly. It was a difficult task, especially since I was trying to keep him in a calm state at the same time. To my surprise, Liam's wiring was familiar to me. It was simple, very similar to one of the computers. Finally, after a few hours, I managed to fix the issue. Suddenly, Liam broke down, sobbing like a little kid. "Are you still in pain, Liam?" I asked, feeling really worried. "No, I'm not, thanks to you, Emily. I think I'm finally ready to tell you why I am this way." He told me that one day when he was 13, he snuck out of the house in his parents' car and took his little brother along with him for a ride. They ended up in a terrible car accident. He underwent many surgeries, but the doctors could not save his legs. That's why he had the metal ones. His little brother, however, had passed away. He felt so terribly guilty. It was all his fault. His parents forgave him completely because he was just a little kid himself. They all moved to a new town to try to get a fresh start and leave that terrible memory behind. But Liam had never been able to get rid of the shame. He wanted to keep his past a secret, and that's why he never wanted anyone to know about the accident or his legs. When his secret came out in school, he just had to leave. I wanted to know my crush's secrets all those years ago, but I never imagined anything so tragic. I could understand now why he had reacted the way he did back in high school. I comforted him and hugged him to sleep. His secret was safe with me. One morning, I rolled over in bed to find Liam wasn't there. I went downstairs and looked around. Suddenly, I noticed a folded paper on the table with my name on it. I opened it up and felt a wave of shock going through me as I read it. I am going away for good. You're better off without someone like me. I will never be normal. I hope you find someone who really deserves you. Liam. How could this be happening? We had been so happy these past few days. We finally knew everything about each other. I tore up the note in despair. I had to find him and bring him back. For the next few weeks, I looked for him everywhere. I went absolutely crazy because I was madly in love with him. Liam was my life. I went to his parents' house. They had heard nothing from him in a while. I went to all of our friends. I went to every place we had ever hung out at. I was starting to lose my mind. I was wandering about the city at night like a madwoman, hoping desperately that I would bump into him in some dark alley, but it was no use. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air, leaving me completely heartbroken. One day I woke up to find a note rolled up in a newspaper on the doorstep. It was from Liam. Emily, stop looking for me and just move on with your life. I want you to be happy. He knew that I had been looking for him. That meant he had been spying on me all this time and knew what I was up to. This gave me an idea. Later that night, as I was walking down a street a few blocks from my house, a couple of thugs started following me. I broke into a run and they followed suit. One of them grabbed my bag while the other shoved me to the ground. Just as I was about to scream for help, I saw a tall, dark shadow behind the men. "Get away from her!" Liam shouted, running towards them. They immediately dropped my bag and ran off like scared little rabbits. Liam bent down next to me and took me in his arms. "Are you hurt?" I held on to him, sobbing. "I'm fine, Liam. I knew you would come if you thought I was in trouble." "Wait, what?" he asked. I explained to him that I had staged the whole thing. I knew he was spying on me, and the only way to make him turn up was to pretend that I was in danger. Liam shook his head, half amused and half angry. "So those goons are your friends? And I was thinking they ran away like that because of how scary I look," he said. "Oh, Liam, you can't ever leave me again. I thought I was going to go insane when I couldn't find you. I don't care if you're messed up. I can help you with your leg and I can help you deal with your past. Please don't break my heart. I can't live without you." My voice cracked as I tried to control my tears. "I thought things would be better for you if I went away," Liam replied, his eyes wet. "If I have to live without you, I'd rather not live at all." Liam pulled me close. "I can't survive without your love either. I thought I could, but I realized my mistake. I need you and want you in my life. Let's go home now." We have been living together for a year now, and Liam has made no attempt to escape again. I convinced him to see a therapist, and he has been feeling much better mentally. As for his leg, I'm pretty good at fixing him up.
What are you doing? I gasped in horror as my mom tore apart our kitchen. She had 5 garbage bags full of perfectly good food. "I am making sure you stay nice and healthy," she responded as she turned her attention to me. It was a pathetic image. I was hugging a bag of baby carrots for dear life. She snatched them out of my hands and threw them into a bag. As she dragged the garbage bags to the curb, she told me it was for my own good. I was devastated. I couldn't believe some yoga freak had convinced her to throw away hundreds of dollars worth of food. If you think this is bad, wait till you hear what I did get to eat. Before I get into why a weird lady with hairy legs is the reason no one calls me by my old name anymore, take the time to like this video and subscribe to the channel. If you do, you'll have 10 years of good health. Trust me, I know a little something about health. I know that parents just want you to be healthy, but my mom takes it to a new extreme. See, my mom always prided herself on being a health nut. I never ate processed sugar or even meat. I grew up on all organic and vegan foods. I remember this one time she tried to throw a birthday party for me, and she made a cake out of tofu, salad dressing, and carrots. One of the kids literally threw up. Things didn't get any better as I got older either. One time, she packed me an organic lunch, and it smelled so bad, they evacuated the class. The principal thought it was a gas leak. It was actually just my smelly cabbage casserole. But her fitness obsession wasn't the only freaky thing about her. You would not believe the crazy things she did to stay up with the latest trends. She literally embarrassed herself and me on national television. I didn't legally change my name for no reason. She went through phases faster than a middle school girl. One day, she'd be dressed all preppy and sporty. The next, she was going out looking like a goth. One time, when I was 6, I went to a friend's place for a sleepover. And when I came home, I didn't recognize my own mom. I cried so hard because I thought my mom had left me. I used to think that her worst phase was the time her friend convinced her to join a cult. She actually shaved her head and painted her skin green. But boy, was I wrong. that wasn't a patch on what I'm going to tell you next. The worst thing was that the person behind my misery wasn't a creep with green skin. This time, it was a seemingly harmless lady with a sweet smile. So I really didn't see it coming. Even worse, I may have brought them together. I was an aspiring singer and actress, and I often performed at the community center and local theater. My mom met her at one of my performances and immediately became her best friend. She was calm and relaxed. I was actually pretty relieved about my mom meeting someone who was actually normal. So I encouraged Mom to invite her over to dinner one night. Oh, how I cursed my stars for that moment. Because when her friend came over, Mom put out a nice spread of salads using vegetables from her own garden. She was certain she'd impress her friend. But her yogi friend stuck up her nose and gagged with disgust. "I thought you were healthy," she sneered. I practically choked on the bean sprout I popped in my mouth. She went on to list all the dangers of food and talked about how the government can track you through carrots and that there are magic spells in nuts. My mom nearly died of embarrassment. I burst out laughing. I thought she was kidding at first. I asked her if she didn't eat food, then what does she eat? Apparently, she had been waiting for someone to ask because she whipped out a suitcase full of tablets. She explained that she was the CEO of a special company that sold the only safe things to eat on the market. I told her she was insane. But guess who bought it all? Yep, my mom. Seriously? I know you're friends and all, but $1,000? I asked. I told my mom it was a scam, but she was super positive that this was the food of the future. In fact, she even got so paranoid about government tracking that she made me wear a hat made of tinfoil that, you guessed it, was sold to her by her yogi friend. I figured it would blow over in a few days, like her last few phases. But I was very, very wrong. The next evening, when we sat down for a meal, she poured those stupid tablets on my plate. I asked her to make me a sandwich, and you would have thought I'd slapped her. She glared at me and refused to give me anything else. She said there was no way on earth she could do me such harm. In fact, she said she would throw away all our food. For the next month, I lived off of granola bars and vegetables I stole from the garden. I even ordered one of those snack boxes and hid all the chips in my room. I would literally drool whenever I saw a commercial for McDonald's or Pizza Hut on the TV. My mom, though, she seemed perfectly content eating those stupid tablets. One day, I'd had enough and decided to have a real meal. One of my biggest crushes, Bruce, had asked me out on a date the day before, and I texted him that I was ready to be picked up immediately. I let my mom know I was going out and ran out the door before she could say anything. I hopped in his car and told him I wanted to go anywhere. I was starving. My phone was blowing up with tons of warnings about staying away from food and how I forgot my special hat. It was so annoying that I shut off my phone so she wouldn't wreck my evening. But to be honest, I managed to ruin my day all by myself. He kept trying to make deep conversation and connect with me. Unfortunately, my body had a mind of its own. See, every time it was my turn to talk, my stomach would growl. I tried shifting in my seat to make it look like it was just the chair squeaking, but it was obvious that sound was coming from me. I just hoped he didn't think I was farting on our first date. I was so embarrassed. And to make matters worse, he seemed embarrassed for me. He was going to take me to the movies, but when he saw how much my stomach was growling, he asked if I wanted some real food. I'd never nodded so hard in my life. He took me to a pizza place all my classmates hung out at. Due to my mom's obsession with healthy food, I'd never eaten pizza before, and I couldn't be more excited. I mean, I didn't know if I was more excited to see Bruce or the pizza he took me out for. By the time our food came out, I was drooling. I literally had a puddle on my new top. It was actually pretty embarrassing when Bruce asked me if I'd spilled water on my shirt. But my evening was about to get even worse. Just as I was about to bite into the juiciest slice of pizza I'd ever seen, someone slapped it out of my hand. I almost cried as I watched the pizza fall to the floor. I whipped around and saw that my mom was there, and she was furious. I wanted to scream. Then, to make matters worse, she started shouting at me. She went on this long rant about how crazy and idiotic I was to eat food after I'd heard about the spells in the tracker. She kept trying to hand me the stupid metal hat, which ruined my hair and made me look like an insane robot. "Who is this crazy lady?" Bruce asked. "I would be her mother, young man," she shouted back. I wanted to crawl under the table, And that's exactly what I did. My hiding was rather short-lived as my mother dragged me out from under the table and pulled me back to her car. I had a feeling I wasn't going to get asked on a second date. To be honest, I was sadder about leaving the pizza behind. After that, Mom strengthened her iron fist. As I ran out of snacks, I grew hungrier by the day. This was bad news all around. See, if I get too hungry, I get hangry. I get mad and moody and snap at everything. I just wanted to eat real food. My mom saw I was upset and decided to surprise me with the news that I'd been called back for an audition I was particularly hyped about. I was glad, but at this point, I'd be happier if I got an apple. What I wouldn't do for a nice, juicy apple. To my utter disgust, my mom even brought her stupid yogi friend to watch in the audience. My mom said it was for support, but I could see her friend was looking to sell her dumb products to anyone she ran into. Today is not about that though, I told myself. Today is about me. I was excited, but something felt off. I told my mom I was starving, and she just gave me a new round of tablets. They looked a little different from the ones I'd taken before, but I was too tired to even question it. Unfortunately, when it was my time to walk up and perform, I wasn't as prepared as I wanted to be. As I walked on the stage waving to the camera, I lost my balance from dizziness and tripped. If falling wasn't bad enough, I literally crashed into the musicians and even broke a guitar. Everyone started booing me. I stood up to try to show them my skills and make up for my blunder, but my stars had something else in store for me. I projectile vomited all over the crowd. I ran backstage without even seeing. As if I could now. I wanted this day to end, but judging by the numbers of cameras pointing at me, I wasn't forgetting this day anytime soon. I also was not talking to my mom anytime soon. This was totally her fault. I ran out of the hall. Thankfully, Mom was nowhere to be seen. I decided to go and get myself something to eat from the McDonald's across the street. It was trashy, but I deserved a burger right about now. When I walked through the door, I shrieked. It was my mom. She was sitting by herself at a corner table and had a hamburger half jammed into her mouth. I couldn't believe it. I ran straight over to her. So the pill diet isn't good enough for you, but it's good enough to ruin my life? Horrified, my mom asked why I wasn't on stage. She obviously hadn't even bothered to watch me. Instead of supporting me, she was cheating on the diet she forced on me. She said she could explain, and it was just a one-time moment of weakness. But no way was I buying that story. I was so disgusted. I decided I would rather starve than talk to her. But that's when I remembered. I was on the other side of town, and I was starving. I realized that my last hope was the only person I never wanted to face again. My stomach grumbled, and I knew I didn't have a choice. I made the call. Bruce came surprisingly fast. Turns out, he had come to watch me. Instead of laughing or making fun of me, though, he was super sweet. He even stopped and got me a milkshake so we could hang out. He then brought me to my empty house, where I packed up all my stuff and went to live with Bruce. I was done with whatever crazy things my mom had going on. I even filled out paperwork to legally change my name, so I would never have to be associated with that embarrassment who puked all over the stage. Bruce took me out on a date to take my mind off of everything. We decided to check out this fancy place that opened up on the other side of town. When we walked in, I saw someone fall out of the chair and break a glass. I ran over to help. And who did I see? None other than my mom. Again? One time weakness my butt. She had seen me walk in and was hiding from me. That's when I saw what she had on her plate. A steak! Was this what she always did? This time, I wasn't going to ignore her. I was furious. She was such a hypocrite. She begged and pleaded to explain why she did what she did. She said that when she was my age, she struggled with body image issues and had lost a big break because she had binged on junk food and gotten deathly sick right before an audition. Quite ironic, I thought, given that I'd ended up doing the same trying to starve myself. She said she thought that if she raised me on a strict diet to stay lean and thin, I would be successful and not miss my chance just because of bad eating habits. There was just one small problem. She couldn't lead by example, so she would go out and buy hamburgers and fries in private. Unfortunately, though, my problems didn't end there. Even after we made up, I couldn't go back home. My mom lost her house because of how expensive her friends' treatments were. Between tablets and crazy privacy devices, she was over $300K in debt. I nearly fainted when she said that. Sure, we weren't poor, but we weren't that well off to just throw away hundreds of thousands of dollars like that. I demanded that my mom go and confront her yogi friend immediately because we were getting our money back. This was actually the first time my mom was going to visit her home. I imagined the smelly hippie living in a trailer park or a tent in someone's backyard. This lady was living like a queen. She had a huge mansion covered with gold statues and a giant fountain. When we knocked on the door, a butler answered. We asked if it was the right place, and he said it certainly was. Only problem was that just a few hours ago, the police had taken her away. The police? We were in shock. We drove down to the station and joined a large group of people out front. When we asked what the big crowd was for, it turned out they were all also looking for the lady. That yogi lady scammed hundreds of people out of millions of dollars. Sometimes she was a nun selling magical holy water that she scooped out of the sewers. Other times she was a hippie that sold dog pills as supplements. Hearing that I had spent months eating nothing but dog pills made me almost projectile vomit on the crowd. If nothing else, this story has a bit of a happy ending. See, we ended up getting $2 million in our settlement case against her. It was more than enough for my mom to get a new house and me to start my career as an actress. I'm grown up and moved out now. But I do meet my mom for a weekly dinner. She still tries to be healthy, but in a good way. I like to say that she learned her lesson about being gullible, but she just asked me and my now boyfriend to come to some mysterious spa that will change my life forever. Wish me luck.
Go, run.
I ran up the basement stairs with Ryan right behind me. We sprinted out the door, and I paused to catch my breath. My teeth were chattering.
Here.
But then he hobbled out of his house.
Get back here. We gotta go.
How far can we go on the ice? Hi, my name is Melody Walker, and I'm from Whittier, Alaska. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I was from the tiniest town, and my house was even further away, tucked between these frosted mountains. And I loved to play or roll in the snow, but what I loved most was whenever we had to go into town. The people bustling from shop to shop, the cars whooshing by, and the laughter all around. And when I saw kids, I knew I had to be friends with them. If only I could stay in town a little longer. By the time I turned 6, my parents had started homeschooling me. It was fun in the beginning. I could go to class in my pajamas, I could turn in homework late by batting my eyes, and our cafeteria was open 24/7.
If I ate 2 cookies and then I'm gonna eat 2 more cookies?
That's too many cookies. But when I would watch TV or a movie, well, school looked totally different. I had no desk, no detention, and of course, no dances. I complained sometimes to my parents, so they did everything they could to cheer me up. We would play hide and seek or a game of chicken, a modern family one, or become anchors of our own imaginary show. My dad even tried to teach me to waltz. I only crashed into 1 or 2 vases. Still, it felt like maybe I was missing something. Like I had no one to give my friendship bracelet to or ask me to the prom. And when I was 15, my life took a sudden turn. My dad got a promotion, so we were moving to the city. And I was ecstatic. I can finally have friends and maybe a boyfriend like MSA. But it wasn't that easy. I wish there was a handbook for high school. I had so many questions. How do you get in line for lunch when the crowd never ends? And where do you sit in class? Why do all these kids leave that wobbly chair for me that keeps bumping me in the back? Soon, I felt like I wasn't fitting in, but I wasn't a quitter. So I remembered how kids would act on TV shows or movies, and I tried the same with Amy, who was sitting next to me.
What are you doing?
Oh, you gave the right answer, so I thought I'd... No, we don't high five. What are you, 10? And it got me. Alone during lunches, alone during class, and alone during dances. Maybe I wasn't cool, but maybe if I was smart, I would finally make some friends. So I posted my tests with an A+ on my locker and on my Instagram stories. Neither worked. And then I did something I shouldn't have. Mrs. Smith, didn't you want to pass out that quiz before class was over? You can guess what's next. But at least my teachers liked me. They knew I tried hard, maybe too hard, and word got around to the principal. He tracked me down one day and asked me to join the school's newspaper.
You're pretty good at academics and writing, and the paper needs some help.
and it was a ton of fun. It helped the day fly by, and I ended up hearing the gossip from everyone. I heard where to get the best spray tan, which corner of the library was best for, and that Jessica P. stole Jessica's R's homecoming crown and wouldn't give it back. By the time I was 17, I was writing full articles and editorials in my free time. I also got to interview school hotshots, the big leagues, like cheerleaders and athletes. And finally, I was assigned to talk to Ryan, the captain of the hockey team, with a killer smile. So Ryan, how do you deal with the team pressure? Lonely? I'm feeling lonely, lonely. Stop glancing and tell me, hold me, hold me. I totally blurted it out. I slapped my hand over my mouth. As my face burned red hot, I immediately regretted serenading him. Ryan laughed, and I turned to hide my embarrassment, but my feet twisted over each other, and I fell back on Ryan.
Whoa, you have a lot of school spirit. Are you okay?
Oh, yeah. Oh, Melody, be professional. I took a deep breath and tried to recover. Are you excited for next week's date? Game? Next week's game?
We're pumped, and I like a good date. Game.
That smile again. I felt like I'd melted into a puddle. From that day on, everything changed, and my heart fluttered whenever he was even in the same room as me. And once, when I was in the cafeteria trying to merge into the lunch line with no luck, I was about to give up when a hand tapped me on the shoulder.
You can stand in line with me.
I spun around to make sure he was talking to the right person.
Yes, you. Everyone gets feral at lunchtime.
It felt like everyone had disappeared, and it was just him and me. I couldn't think of a single word to say, but spit it out. I believed you, I'm so stupid. I cringed at myself, but Ryan just laughed. Could this be the start of something? And then one day, as I was washing my hands in the bathroom, I saw Amy crying in the corner. I went to put my arm around her for a hug. What is wrong with you? Don't touch me. I'm sorry, you looked so sad. Amy rushed out of the bathroom and ran into the principal.
It is way past the bell. Where's your hall pass?
She's with me, sir.
Is she?
I'm interviewing her for, a story about the new tater tots. He angrily shuffled around the corner. Thank you. You didn't have to do that. That old man, he's a weirdo and always yelling and ranting and would love to give attention to everyone. Well, it seems like you were having a tough day. Yeah, boy trouble. Amy invited me to sit at her table for lunch. This was what I needed. I had a group of girls to hang out with every day, gossip about boys, or just share fries. Amy was cool. She gave me advice on how to wear my hair and which season my colors were in. We even worked on a history project together. I helped Amy get an A, and she helped me get out of that wobbly seat in the back of the classroom. And one day at lunch, everyone was buzzing about a party. Are you doing anything tonight? I can get you an invite. Oh, I don't know. I felt like one of the girls. I was also included. I have real, true friends now. Kelsey can pick us up. Come on, there will be really cute guys there. Like, anyone from the hockey team? Like Ryan? Of course, he wouldn't miss it. My first real party, and I had nothing to wear. I dug through my clothes like I had made mountains of rejected outfits until I found the perfect one. As snow lightly fell, Amy's friend Kelsey pulled up with Amy in her car with her two other friends, Allie and Emma. We drove to the house on the very top of a hill. The music was bumping and we could hear laughter. In the cafe, Amy and her friends pulled me into the dancing. Even though I couldn't dance to save my life, I felt at ease in my little friend circle. After a while, I cut my way out of dancing to look around for Ryan, but he was nowhere, so I joined others around the pool table.
Do you play?
It was Ryan. I nervously choked on my words. Do I play pool?
Do you?
No, I don't. But I could. That doesn't seem too hard. Did I do this right at all?
Yeah, not quite. First of all, you hold the cue stick in the other direction.
The other direction. I knew I was missing something.
Let me show you.
Ryan stood behind me and moved my hands on the cue stick.
It's all about angles.
He put his arm around my arm and showed me how to shoot. I could feel his breath, and I got goosebumps. As we played, I didn't even notice the other people trickle out. I looked at my phone and gasped. I gotta go. My parents are gonna freak out. I've never been out this late.
Do you need a ride? It looks like the storm picked up.
Whoa, A ride with Ryan? And just then, my imagination went wild in my head. I could see us sitting in the car, our hands brushing against each other as we tuned the radio. I might even say, "Oops, I'm sorry," just to make it happen again. And when it was time for me to leave, Ryan would come running out of the car and say,
Melody, you forgot your phone.
I would know that I did it on purpose, but I would pretend to be surprised. Then I would take a step towards my house, and he would grab my hand, spin me around, and kiss me. And just then, Amy popped in. "No, Ryan. She's getting a ride with me and Kelsey. She doesn't need your stupid truck."
Okay, no problem. Thought I'd offer. See you later, Melody.
Amy crushed my dreams badly, and with a heavy heart, I waved goodbye to him. Don't get your hopes up. He's a massive flirt. I think Kelsey is in her car. We walked outside, and all the other cars were gone, including Kelsey's. Where are you? I don't have any service. The wind had picked up and was whipping around us. Everyone tried their phones, but with no luck. I shuffled up back to the cafe, but the lights were out. This door's locked. We've got to do something before we turn into icicles. There's another house just down the way. We can go there. It's closer to town, so we'll probably get reception. Probably. The four of us waddled down the street in our dresses, slipping and sliding as the snow whirled around us. We arrived at the front door and knocked. No one's answering. Amy looked under the doormat, and then, under a frog statue, she pulled out a key. Too easy. I don't know if we should break into someone's house. We're not breaking into someone's house if it's already open. I don't know if the police will agree with us, but my hands are turning blue, so we crept into the house. It was small and creaky and smelled like an old wet towel. Let's see if they have chips. I walked past the mantel and looked at the owner's photos. The face looked familiar, but I couldn't place it. I could hear whimpering noises coming from the basement. You guys, you hear that? I opened the basement door, slowly made my way down, and found crates and crates of puppies. But they looked hungry, and I could feel that I would be their next meal. The basement door slammed shut. I ran up to the door, but it was locked. Amy? Ellie? Emma? Hello? I pushed as hard as I could, but the knob wouldn't budge. I was left alone for hours, out in the rural parts when there wasn't any cell service. I was so scared, but somehow I gathered myself, and I remembered there was one number that could get through.
Hello, 911? What's your emergency?
I'm locked in a basement, and I can't get out. A door slammed, and I knew the owner of the house must be back. A bad feeling crept into my stomach. Whoever keeps dogs like this in their basement must be dangerous and crazy. I needed to get out of here pronto.
What is your address?
Up on a hill? I had no idea where I was. I could hear a man's footsteps upstairs, and the puppies started barking like crazy. I think I'm on a pine hill or a peanut hill. Something with a P, that's for sure. I picked up a crowbar just in case I needed a weapon to defend myself. The door swung open.
Melody?
Ryan, what are you doing here?
I was worried about you, and when I didn't reach you, I called Amy. She told me that she left when she'd been waiting for you around here but couldn't find you. So I came here, and then I spotted your scarf.
Yeah, but she was here. Anyway, I've been trying to call for help, but I don't even know where I am. Ryan took the phone.
Hi, 1430 Pepper Lane.
Pepper! I was close.
What are all these puppies? Some shady person may definitely be selling them illegally.
Another thud exploded upstairs, and a shadow appeared. Principal Crabapple?
What are you kids doing here? Breaking and entering is a crime, don't you know?
I'm sorry. I got trapped here when I was looking for help. Please let us go. It's all a misunderstanding.
And we don't know anything about the puppy mill, and we will never speak about this to anyone.
The principal's eyes darted around the room, crazy and frantic.
I can't trust you. You won't be getting my secret.
He lunged at me, and I threw the crowbar at him, and it landed on his foot. He started hopping like mad.
Go, run.
I ran up the basement stairs with Ryan right behind me. We sprinted out the door, and I paused to catch my breath. My teeth were chattering.
Here.
But then he hobbled out of his house.
Get back here. We gotta go.
How far can we go on the ice? Just then, police cars squealed onto the property. Ryan put his arms around me as the police handcuffed Mr. Crabapple.
We're gonna be okay, Melody.
Everything was fine, and the police did their investigation. And at school, Amy avoided me like the plague for a week, then finally came to apologize for what happened. You could have gotten me into real trouble by telling the police about me, but you didn't. Why, Amy? Why did you do this? The thing is, Ryan and I used to date, but I wasn't over him at all. And then I saw him scribbling your name and poring over your newspaper articles, and it just drove me mad. So, you took me there on purpose? No, I had no idea about that eerie house, but I could have helped you out of the basement when I left you there on purpose, so that you would know that it wasn't your place to just take him. I thought it wasn't over between us, but it is, and I realized he only likes you a lot. I wish you would forgive me and we could still be friends. I have forgiven you, but I'm not sure about being friends again. Well, I volunteered at the shelter to help place every last puppy. I also wrote a gripping story for the newspaper about our ex-principal. It was the talk of the town, and I got famous too, only because I stayed true to who I was, even if it made me different from everyone else. Oh, and me and Ryan, we're still going strong. I can beat him at pool now, and we recently went out on a date with our cutie. Hello friends, I'm Maxine, but you can call me Max. Please like and subscribe before I continue with my story. I was born prematurely to a single mom who lived in a beautiful farm. Since I was so weak and fragile, Mom treated me as if I was made of glass. Literally, Mom was constantly worried about me, from what I should do to what I should wear. She'd always give me organic food to eat. I had to drink green-colored smoothies in the morning to boost my immunity system and whatnot. It didn't end there. She'd always make sure that before going out, even for a walk in the park, I had on tons of sunscreen and was wearing knee pads and a helmet. But I always did the opposite. I loved to run and hang upside down on the monkey bars. Hey Mom, come on, let's try this together. It's so much fun. Oh God, no way. Calm down, honey, please. Don't get me worried. Oh, Max, you don't have to make snow angels, honey. It's so cold. Oh, no. Why did you take off the training wheels? It's dangerous. What? A hike with your friends? Do you have any idea how many things can go wrong during such an activity? You could fall, you could hurt yourself, and you could get lost. That's how Mom was. One time when I was 16, it was raining heavily and Mom wanted me to get back in. I didn't, and as a result, I got sick. This herbal tea will do wonders. Mom's herbs were doing absolutely nothing to help, and when I got a high fever, she rushed me to the hospital and it turned out I was pretty sick. I'm so sorry, sweetie. Why was I being so reckless? I should have brought you to the doctor earlier. Don't worry, Mom. I'll get better. I had to stay in the hospital for 2 days, and it was then that I became fascinated with everything doctors did, except for the needles. Mom, I want to have the exact same lab coat. It looks so cool. I'll be a doctor when I grow up. Once I graduated high school, I told my mom that I wanted to go to New York to prepare for the entry test of the best medical school in the country, and I wanted to apply. Mom was jumping with joy, and the next day, I saw her going to the grocery store on a bicycle. What's that, Mom? Where's your car? Oh, honey, I wanted to, buy a new model. You sold it! Mom! Oh, honey, you are all that matters to me in the world. You know I always wanted to become a doctor, but you know how you were born so early, and I was always worried about raising you and keeping you well. I am so happy to see you fulfill your dream. I know you're gonna make me proud. I didn't think twice about selling the car to cover your studying expenses. I'll always do all I can to help you. Once I was in New York, I was living in a hostel with a crazy roommate who was also a student at the same university I was applying to. I'm Mia. Welcome to my crazy world. Oh gosh, she was really crazy. That girl was always busy talking, laughing aloud, and lazing around. But she was also sweet and kind, and we both totally hit it off. Come on, get dressed. You must come to this concert with me. We'll have a blast. What? I've never been to a concert before. I'm not sure I'm very comfortable going there, Mia. What do you mean you've never been to a concert? Have you been living under a rock? No, but my mom didn't really like the idea of me being in such a crowded, closed place. And? Is your mom here now? Let's go out, let's have some fun! This is an experience that you shouldn't miss. After going with Mia for that concert, something inside me just changed. I saw life, people, parties, and many more things. I felt like I'd been living in a prison during the years I lived with my mom. This was freedom. My mom didn't let me do any of these things. Hey Mia, let's go to this yacht party. It sounds like so much fun. Yeah, most of my friends are going, so it's gonna be amazing. Mia, please take me with you to the concert. But you don't even like this band. Still, I want to go out and have fun. But everything changed just a day before the test. I spent the day studying and at my wit's end. And that's when Mia suggested I take a break and go to a party with her. What? No! I have to finish up the physiology section and then get to botany and then… Girl, if you pass this entry exam, then you'll have to go to college for 4 years, and then you'll have to do your residency in your 30s, and the list of things you'll have to do will go on and on and on, and suddenly you'll find yourself in your 50s and haven't enjoyed yourself. Believe me when I say life is short. Let's go and have fun. Well, this sounds almost convincing. You know what? I'm coming. Mia sure knew how to have fun, and then we did the most amazing thing together. We crashed a party. I promise it'll be fun. Dr. Peyton throws the best parties. She's known for that around here. Dr. Peyton? That name sounds familiar. Wait a second. She's gonna be one of my professors when the academic year starts. Are you out of your mind? You want me to crash my future professor's party? Why not? Should I explain to you again that you only live once? What if we got caught? Come on, who would notice 2 girls in a crowded party? It's her daughter's birthday party, so a lot of her friends will be there. We'll go unnoticed, I promise. The place was amazing, but right when I was stuffing my face with food, a lady came and looked at me up and down.
May I know who you're with?
Yes, Dr. Peyton invited us.
Oh dear, I don't think I have invited any clumsy intruders to my party. I know all of my daughter's friends, and definitely you're not one of them.
Oh my God, my cheeks were burning red at that point. That was so embarrassing. Right then, Mia held my hand and whispered to me, "Run!" But Dr. Peyton started to follow us because she wanted to know who we were. When we got caught outside, I tripped on a rock and was about to fall, but a guy who was standing there caught me in his arms.
Hey, whoa, easy there. Are you all right?
Yeah, I mean, there's this crazy lady chasing us, but yeah, I'm good. Come on, Max, we need to go, now! That witch was hot on our trail, so I ran off with Mia. Well, the night was crazy and we had so much fun, but when I woke up the next morning, the first thing I did was scream. I slept in and missed my entry test. No, this can't be happening. No, stupid me. This is all you're doing. Me? Excuse me? You were the one who wanted to run around Times Square in the middle of the night? She had a point, but what was I gonna tell my mom? I couldn't break her heart. Plus, I was so sure she'd want me to return to the farm if I told her the truth. I couldn't go back. I didn't want to. So I did what I had to. I lied. Yes, Mom, it's so good. I am so excited. I love the city, I love the college, and the teachers here are so nice. Thanks for everything, Mom. I didn't like lying to Mom so much, so in the coming weeks, I stopped taking her calls. But that totally backfired when one day, Mom was at my door.
Oh no, you look so tired. I missed you a lot.
Oh wow, what's in this jar?
My baby works so hard, so these are protein bars to make her mind sharp.
Gosh, Mom, you never forget to bring these. Thank you so much. The next day, I took Mom out to a nearby mall, and just as she picked out a dress, someone else grabbed it too.
Hey, excuse me.
I grabbed it first.
Nope, Oh, if it isn't Brittany. Weren't you the girl who had a baby right after high school? It's definitely you. Are you still living at your dad's farm?
As my mom and the woman talked, I learned she was in my mom's school, and it seemed they weren't very fond of each other. My mom later told me that this woman used to bully her when they were in high school. But there was something much more problematic with the woman. She looked a bit too familiar, and then it hit me. It was the woman whose party I had crashed with Mia, Dr. Peyton. And the moment her eyes met mine, she smirked.
Oh, here she is. So Brittany, your daughter is going to a medical college? Yes, you heard me right. You're not the only one from Mississippi who could get into a college. My daughter here is making the family proud. Oh, I see. Dear, do you mind telling me your batch number? Oh, you might have forgotten. So, what's your anatomy professor's name?
He is Professor Derek.
Oh, Dr. Derek, you say? Well, the anatomy professor is a lady, and she happens to be me. Well, your daughter is nothing but a liar, and let's not forget an intruder. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, I'd say.
Saying that, she turned and left, but Mom looked so disappointed in me. How could you? I had high hopes for you.
I don't care about the test, but lying? I didn't raise you to be a liar, Max. I'm going back. How could you?
What was I supposed to tell you? Mom, I partied all night and missed the test. You want to know why I lied? 'Cause I didn't want to return. Mom, you're basically a helicopter parent. New York was my path to freedom, and I took it. You didn't let me do anything fun for the past 17 years of my life. But now, I decided to start living. So please, let me. The moment the words came out of my mouth, I regretted saying them, but the damage was done. Mom packed her bags and returned to the farm. In a couple of days, I realized how I'd hurt her, and when I tried to contact her, she shut me out. For the first time in my life, I felt alone. Yeah, alone in a city of 5 million people. I was sad for weeks, and it was Mia who pulled me out from my slump. Can you just stop bothering me? I am not feeling all right. Feeling all right? You have been in those PJs for 2 weeks. Boo-hoo, you missed your test. What's your next step? Stay in those PJs till you die? Gosh, Max, your life can't get better by chance. It can only get better by change. That was some tough love from her side, but it worked. I picked myself up and even found a job. I have to admit, it was hard, very hard. I was working my butt off. I needed to get into that college and make Mom proud. The following year, the entry tests were back on, and this time, I got in. I was so happy and even visited Mom for Christmas and broke the news. But things had changed. While she was happy and even helped me out with the fees, it just wasn't the same. But I still hoped to win my mom back, and to make Dr. Peyton pay, of course. On my first day at medical college, it was like I was walking in mazes, and I felt more out of place than a mustache on a baby's face. But thank God, I spotted a guy in the corridors. Hello? Dr. Evan, right? Wait, you're the guy from that witch Peyton's house. What were you doing there?
Oh, I was invited to the birthday party, but what were you doing there?
Oh, it's a long story. I'll tell you later. Could you please tell me where I could find Class 07? Just as I got a seat, Miss Peyton entered the class and gave a very, very boring lecture. I was amazed at how the students didn't doze off. In the end, she asked if we had any questions, and I jumped to my feet. Yeah. I wanted to know about the hormone that causes hatred. Oxytocin. Oh, you! Just leave the class already. Why? I passed the entrance exam and I'm an official student here. I'm not going anywhere. Leave the class right now or I'll have you expelled for disorderly conduct. Ugh, I so hated her. After that day, I loved getting on her nerves every now and again. Hey, I wanted her to suffer even if it was for a little bit. But I also didn't want to get suspended. Besides her, all my professors were amazing, and I was actually loving college. Perhaps a little too much since I would run into Evan every now and then. Soon we started hanging out, and it turned out Evan was a pretty nice guy. Even Mia liked him when they both met. Oh my God, you totally look like McDreamy. Did anyone ever tell you this? No wonder Max is always talking about you when she gets home.
Really? Explains why I always have hiccups.
Mia? Can you please just get us some juice or tea or maybe coffee? Oh gosh, this was so embarrassing.
Nah, just so you know, I'm always telling my friends about you too. Guess we're pretty alike after all.
Well, time passed and I sort of got over my anger at Dr. Peyton. I was so focused on my goal that I didn't care about her anymore. I sailed through my semesters and was in my final year when one day I got a call from my neighbor back home. It turned out Mom had been sick for some time and was in the hospital. Even though I had an exam the next day, I took a flight to meet her. Seeing Mom so fragile, it broke my heart. I sat next to Mom the entire night. Mom, how are you feeling? Max, what are you doing here? You have an exam today. But how did you know? We don't talk that often. Your friend Mia is such a sweetheart. I call her every now and then to ask how you're doing because I want to give you your space. I know I worry a lot, but I can't help it. I am so sorry for breaking your trust, lying to you, and no, honey, it's not your fault. People need to make their own mistakes to learn from them. I was taking that from you, and I shouldn't have. Mom, I love you so much. Saying that, I hugged her. I stayed with Mom for a week until she was home. Meanwhile, I had informed the college about her health, and I knew I'd get things sorted once I was back. But when I returned, I got the shock of a lifetime. Dr. Peyton had recently been made head of the department, and she refused to let me retake the exam. But why? I have the right to take this exam. You can't do this to me.
Oh, I sure can. And I'm doing it. I don't know how you were able to enter this college, but make no mistake, you're not graduating on my watch. You were probably out somewhere, crashing someone's party. And then you had the audacity to pretend that your mom was sick so that we'd let you retake the exam whenever you felt like it. Irresponsible. Maybe it's time to go back to that farm of yours. Please, leave now and close the door on your way out. That woman was a certified witch. I didn't know what to do, so I told Evan everything. Later that day, I decided to confront Miss Peyton one last time, but I stopped in my tracks when I heard Evan's voice coming from her office. Mom, you need to cut that out. You can't just waste her hard work. That lying piece of... She doesn't even deserve to be a doctor. And why are you standing up for her? Don't tell me she trapped you, wrapped around a farm girl's finger. I expected better from you, Evan. Mom, Max is my friend. You have to stop this. Otherwise, I'll have to go against you. You wouldn't dare. Just when Evan came out, he was stunned to find me there. You tricked me. No, Max, please let me explain. Look, I wanted to tell you who I was, but seeing how much you hated my mom, I couldn't. I was afraid to lose you. I don't care. A lie is a lie. I didn't want to see Evan again, but he never stopped trying. But in the following days, I realized how Mom must have felt when I lied to her and how I was being a hypocrite by not forgiving Evan. One day, as I was in my room, there was a knock on the door and it was Evan. Mia had let him in. Wait, before you kick me out, just listen to me. I told the dean about your case, and you can still finish your degree. You actually went against her? Why are you helping me? Isn't it obvious? I like you. Thanks to Evan, I was able to retake the exam and passed with flying colors. As for Dr. Peyton, I could tell the world what she wanted to do to me just because she and my mom were rivals in high school. But I decided to move forward because I didn't want to be a miserable person like her. On my graduation day, I invited Mom, and the moment I saw her, I ran to her. You came! I am so happy you're here. I wouldn't miss this for the world. I'm so happy for you, honey. When Dr. Peyton handed me the degree, my smile was so wide, and I knew how much it annoyed her, but who cares? Well, after graduation, interning, and residency, I finally got a job at a hospital, and today is my first day. Wish me good luck.
Hi everyone, my name is Marina, and I'm from Nevada. Please like and subscribe. I was raised in a small town by my aunt who owned a small bakery and loved me to bits. Aw, honey, today's your first day at school, so I packed muffins for all your classmates so you can make a lot of new friends. You're awesome, Aunt June. She wasn't super rich, but she was the richest person at heart, and that's why everyone loved her so much, including me. I always wanted to be just like her, so I'd help her out at the bakery. Marina, I'm gonna go out for a bit. Can you put the pink icing on the cupcakes? Sure thing. Later, when the customer came to pick up her order, it turned out I'd caused a disaster. This was supposed to be for a gender reveal party, but you put yellow icing on the cake. Ugh! That wasn't the first time I mixed up colors. My aunt knew something was wrong with me. Turned out I had color blindness, and I couldn't differentiate between certain colors. Is it gonna be like this forever, Aunt June? I'm afraid so, honey. But cheer up, because I've got a brilliant idea. The next day, everything in the house and all the ingredients in the bakery were labeled along with their colors. Aunt June made things so easy for me, and our life was just perfect. Until one day when I was in second grade, an old man walked into our bakery and offered to buy it. This bakery has been passed down from generations in our family, and there's no way I'm gonna sell it. But the man's tone just got more rude. You should have signed these papers while I asked you nicely, but now you're just gonna pay for your stupidity. If you don't leave now, I'm gonna smash your car and then you'll have to pay for your stupidity, sir. The old man left at my warning, but the next week, another man was back with some papers that claimed that the bakery didn't belong to my aunt because her parents never signed the deal in her name, and now we had to move out. My aunt looked around for help, but the legalities were too complicated and no one was ready to help. So eventually we had to give away our bakery and move to the city. Thankfully, Aunt had enough savings to rent a small place, and she started working in a small grocery store. And while I was trying to adjust to this new life, I saw a kid my age in the front yard one day, choking on something. I immediately ran to help him, but the moment the food stuck in his throat came out, I was shocked. Why were you eating a doll's head? I wasn't. He pushed me back and ran into his house next to ours. Turns out he was the landlady's kid, Timmy, and he was so weird. Whenever I'd try to go close to him, he'd just run away. Even when I joined school, I saw some kids throwing popcorn at him, but he wouldn't budge. "Hey, why won't you say anything? Why do you let those kids bully you?" But instead of answering me, he just ran out of there, and I decided I wasn't going to bother with this guy anymore. But later that night, I was in my room when I heard someone crying. I looked out of my window and saw it was Timmy crying in his room. So I climbed onto the tree outside my window and jumped into his room. And he freaked out.
What are you doing here?
"Look, I don't know the deal with you, but if there's some issue, you really need to talk about it." At first he hesitated, but then he broke down.
I miss my dad. Ever since Mom and he got divorced, I haven't seen him, and the kids at school always make fun of me because of that. I hate it here.
"Hey, it's gonna be all right." I told him things were gonna be easy only if he fought back and didn't let those kids get to him. And it seemed like my advice worked. The next day, I saw Timmy was surrounded by a bunch of kids. "I heard the cupcakes we gave you last time had Barbie heads in them. We're so sorry for that. Here, take these. They have cockroaches." And to my shock, Timmy pushed the bad guy away.
"Get away from me, and don't trouble me anymore or I'm gonna tell the principal about you."
The other kids ran away scared, and Tim turned to me with a bright smile.
"Did you see that? I wasn't scared, and what you said worked."
After that day, we started getting along and became the bestest of friends. And Tim grew up to be really protective of me. He'd keep me away from all the bad guys and trouble in school. Then on my 16th birthday, I told him I was going to start working to support my aunt, but he had a weird reaction.
"No, you can't do that. Your aunt wants you to study and make a life for yourself. You shouldn't be waiting tables, and if you need money, you can always tell me."
Tim was a genuine friend, and I loved how he always cared for me. But now I really wanted to support my aunt, so I took the job without telling anyone. But the very first week of my shift, something weird happened. I ended up making a mistake because of my color blindness, and the customer went bonkers on me.
"I want to see the manager right now and get you fired."
But I told you it was a genuine mistake. But he kept shouting and started pulling my hand when one of his friends got up and stopped him.
"Let go of her hand and apologize to her right now." "Dude, you want me to apologize to this low-life waitress?"
As soon as he said that, the guy landed a punch on the bad guy's face and my jaw dropped. Holy jeez! The manager immediately threw all of them out, but after my shift was over, I saw the guy who stood up for me was still sitting in the alleyway and his hands were bruised. I immediately got some ice for him. "Excuse me, sir, you can use this." But for some reason, he looked really mad at me.
"Who do you think you are trying to act all nice, huh? Just leave me alone."
I could see his eyes were red, like he'd been crying, and I thought it was best to leave him alone. But to my complete shock, I saw the same guy in my class the next day. The teacher introduced him as a new student, James. While the girls were drooling over his handsome looks, he kept staring at me the entire time, and the moment class was over, he came up to me.
"I don't want you spreading any rumors about me from last night. Do you get that?"
Before I could even reply, he just stormed away, and Timmy came running to me.
"What happened? Was that guy bothering you?"
I didn't want Timmy knowing about my job or anything about how I knew James, so I brushed it off and went ahead to prepare for my chemistry practicals. But turns out, James was already there. Minutes into the practical, I realized some of the labels on the chemicals were missing, so I asked James to help me differentiate, but he didn't even look at me. That jerk. I continued guessing and mixing the chemicals, but suddenly they caught fire, and I almost got hurt when James jumped in and pushed me out of the way. I quickly got up and put out the fire.
"What are you, nuts? Did you want to die?"
Suddenly my eyes went to the burn on his hand, and I rushed him to the nurse's room and gave him first aid myself.
Seems like you're always helping people who are hurt.
Yeah, especially those who get hurt because of me, and with you it's every single time. And that's when this tough guy finally let out a smile. You don't look so bad when you smile.
"I know. I don't want the chicks going crazy over me, so I keep it under check."
This guy had multiple personalities. As time went by, we started spending more time together because we had similar projects, and James turned out to be a really fun person to hang out with. He'd often walk me to my work after school, and we'd enjoy all sorts of treats on our way. And even though he was a little mysterious, he was growing on me by the day. But there was someone who just hated our closeness.
"What's going on between you and that new guy? He's bad news. Stay away from him, Marina."
What are you talking about? And how do you know he's bad?
"Oh, come on. Haven't you seen? He's always covered in bruises. Just stay away from him, okay?"
Well, I could understand Tim's concern, and there were things I wanted to know about James too. A few days later, we were at a friend's party playing Truth or Dare when I was given a dare to kiss James. My heart raced with excitement, but I saw Timmy looking at me with furious eyes. I wanted to run out of there, but thankfully, James got up and left first, and I let out a loud sigh. But later, when I went out, he was waiting for me. Was it that bad, huh? The idea of kissing me so you sighed with such relief when I left? No, it's not like that. It's just that there's only so much I know about you and I didn't... Suddenly, he pulled me close and looked deep into my eyes. What do you want to know about me, Marina? Well, why did you cry that night in the alleyway? And is there something that you keep from me? My mom is really sick, and she was admitted to the ICU that day, and I couldn't help but... Shh, it's okay. You don't have to say anymore. With that, I pulled him in for a kiss, and he whispered into my ears, I love you, Marina. Gosh, I loved him too. But the very next day at school, my fairy tale came to an end when I received a message from James's phone. Here's my parting gift to you, Marina. There were several pictures of me kissing him and me working as a waitress with ugly captions, and he shared them with everyone in the school. What in the world? I tried to call James about what was going on, but he wouldn't answer it. And I felt so embarrassed and furious about everything, but then Timmy came to me. Hey, are you all right? I thought he'd question me about the pictures, but he just took me home and comforted me. I don't believe what's going on, and I can't even reach James. He left, Marina, and he's never coming back. He then showed me the newspaper articles of how James was the grandson of the same businessman who took away my aunt's bakery. I heard his grandfather sent him here as a punishment because he used to be a jerk at his old school, but looks like he's still going around messing with people's feelings. Gosh. There was no way I was going to forgive a jerk like him, but I wasn't going to cry over him either. I blocked him everywhere and decided to shift to another city for my college, along with my aunt. And after graduation, I joined a top law firm and helped my aunt open a nice bakery in the city itself. For the opening day, we sent out invites to everyone across the city, and it all went so well. After we were done with the day, we were about to close up when Timmy took me to the roof and proposed to me. I love you, Marina. I have always loved you and... Oh, Timmy, please stop. I liked him too, but he was my friend and I could never see him any other way. What is it now? Don't tell me you still love that moron. Timmy, what are you saying? You know I hate him. Then why won't you say yes to me? I tried to explain to him, but he wouldn't listen. And suddenly he pulled me in and tried to kiss me. God, Timmy, just stop. Just then, I saw a man pull him away and punch him hard. James, what in the world are you doing here? How dare you touch her, you filthy. I pulled him away before he could hurt Timmy anymore and slapped him hard in the face. Who do you think you are walking into my life again? Didn't you already mess around enough last time? Marina, what are you saying? I never messed around with you. Oh, really? Then why did you leave? And what about those texts and pictures? What? I have no idea what you're saying. I know it was my fault to leave you like that, but I told Timmy everything. What? What do you mean? That night after you left the party, I received a call that my mom had passed away. My grandfather wanted me to return home. Timmy was right there and I asked him to inform you. What? I even tried to contact you, but you had me blocked everywhere. And when I called Timmy, he said you hated me and you were with him now. Timmy, what is he saying? Did you hide this from me and lie to him? Yeah, I hid the truth. I didn't want you to be with a jerk like him when I've loved you all my life. So I lied. For you. But those messages from your phone and those posts. I have no idea, Marina. I lost my phone the same night. You didn't lose it, moron. I stole it and sent those messages and those pictures. Timmy, I can't believe you. You son of a witch. No, James, just let him go. He's a jerk and doesn't even deserve that. Oh, Marina, please don't cry. I'm here. I'm here for you now.
Hi, my name is Dawn. My mom named me that because I was born at dawn in the basement in secret. Mom was dumb enough to have me when she was 17. Back then, things were different in my country, Armenia. My grandpa was really strict, and he would have kicked my mom out if he found out about me. Although back then, 17 was the legal age. The moment I was born, Grandma said, "Oh, God, she looks exactly like her jerk dad. She's the ugliest baby I've ever seen. Let's just get rid of her." She wasn't wrong. Dad wasn't handsome, and neither was I, unlike my gorgeous mom and grandma. But I knew I was special in some other way. I just had to find out what it was. But because I was a secret child, I was never allowed to leave the basement and had a weird childhood. Mom would leave me with Grandma and go to school, and when she came back, she'd switch shifts with my grandma. When I was 3, Mom and Grandma tried to teach me Armenian, but I just couldn't understand it. Isn't it bad enough she's a secret child and ugly and now also dumb? All our family members are geniuses while she's a dyslexic. You really should just put her up for adoption.
Grandma, you're meanie. I am smart. Smarter than you. Wait and see.
One day when I was 4, Mom was reading something in English, and I took it from her and started reading fluently. My grandma, who was a professor in linguistics, looked very shocked and said that I was dyslexic in my mother language, but fluent in English. One day, Grandma and Mom came to me crying and said that Grandpa was dead. Mom was sad, but said she would finally marry my dad. Dad was a genius like the rest of the family. He was a professor of mathematics and aerospace engineering. At first, I thought I'd finally meet Dad now that Grandpa was dead, but Mom told me that if she told Dad about me, he might run away, so I had to stay in the basement a bit longer. But there was no way I was going to do that. Finally, when I was 5, I had the perfect opportunity to escape. My Aunt Mary from the States came to visit us. She was also a professor in something so fancy. I got my opportunity to escape. I left the basement and ran to Dad. Daddy, it's me, Dawn, your daughter. Dad looked stunned.
Who is she? And what is she talking about?
Daddy, look at me, please.
But I looked at his face and he looked like he was gonna explode, and I just knew I'd messed up big time. I needed to say something, so I said, I'm like your daughter. Mary adopted me last week. I'm from the States. I'm a genius in English literature. I can write sonnets. Please, just teach me to become like you. Dad was super impressed. He smiled and said,
You talk like a genius. You have the genius's eyes, the genius's face. Welcome to our family, Dawn. Dawn, the adopted girl from the States.
His tone suggested that he knew something. I was afraid he didn't believe my lie. My dad asked my aunt if she could leave her adopted child, aka me, here. He began to love me so much. He used to say,
She's special. She's something else.
One day when I was in the 2nd grade, Dad found out that the teacher didn't make me the star of the week. He went insane. The next day, he came to school and insulted the teacher for deliberately trying to destroy my career. The teacher started crying. I hugged her and said, Oh, please don't cry. Dad can be awful sometimes, and it's awful being awful. Dad heard me, and in front of the entire classroom, he roared,
What did you just say, you moron?
Dad, people make mistakes.
Some people make much more mistakes than other people, and we don't want them in our lives. Come with me, right now.
And after that, he decided that we would move out of the country altogether and go live in the States for better education. Mom refused to come. I have a life here that I love. I don't want to leave it.
You love life? That's the most foolish thing a person can do.
Darling, I'm a human.
Save it. We're over.
And just like that, my jerk dad left Mom there. I was enrolled in the best school in the entire States, and Dad made the principal dedicate 1 day for me to teach the entire class because he said I was smarter than my own teachers. My classmates hated it and thought that I was trying to act smarter and more important than them. As a result, I never had friends until I reached the 6th grade, when a new boy came to our class. He was from Belgium. He sat behind me, and the teacher asked him to introduce himself. And he said,
Hi, I'm Belgium from Ben. No, I'm Ben. Yes, I'm Ben from Ben.
Never heard of that country before. Where is it? In nowhere? Next to your brain? Everyone started laughing. What mean kids? So I got up and defended him. You guys are awful. Ben is my friend, and if you annoy him, then you're annoying me. And that would not be okay. And you know exactly what I mean. Everyone went silent and turned their heads to the board. From that day on, we became best friends. But when we were in the 9th grade, that changed. One day, Ben and I had a presentation in physics class.
Sir Isaac Newton quantified the gravity between two objects when he formulated his 3 laws of motion. There are 10.
Suddenly, he tripped and took me down with him. We both fell on the floor, and the chart paper in his hand floated down and covered us. Look at Ben 10. He's real smooth, isn't he? But Ben and I weren't even listening because he was on top of me and his blue eyes were hypnotizing me. Slowly, he inched closer. I froze, but suddenly the teacher told us to get up. From that day, I really started to have feelings for him, but I had to make sure Dad never found out. He would ground me for life for just having a crush. He always said,
Smart people don't fall in love, and genius people don't even know what love is.
A few months later, though, Ben asked me out. He said I was smart and pretty. I wasn't pretty, and he wasn't telling the truth. But I appreciate what a man in love would say. I agreed to date him, but told him to keep it a secret. We had the greatest time of our lives. But all that came crashing down when Alina joined our class in the 10th grade. She was from Belgium, and even I knew she was a goddess. I mean, at first it was fine, but then one day she asked Ben if she could borrow his notebook to take some notes. He agreed and gave it to her. When she took it, she touched his hand, like touch them, not by accident at all. And then she said something in Dutch, and whatever she said made Ben laugh and blush. I was so annoyed, but I asked him about it, and he told me it was nothing. I got crazy mad and went back home and started Googling ways to look gorgeous. One website said that eating flowers would make me beautiful, so I filled up my plate with rose petals and started munching. Ugh, phew. This is horrible. What am I even doing? I suddenly realized I didn't need to look beautiful to impress him. I was already a genius. So I started learning Dutch. Since I was a Germanic language genius, as Dad was always saying, I became fluent in Dutch in 2 months. Then one day, while Ben and I were having lunch, Elena came and asked to join us. Ben scooted over a little, but I didn't budge. She turned to Ben and in Dutch she said, Ben, you're a good guy. You should be with someone who understands you. Someone like me, and not some Armenian Dumbo. You and me. I jumped to my feet and replied in Dutch, I think it's time for you to finally shut your mouth, you witch. They both looked stunned. Then she said something in French, and I said, I can understand that too, you moron. Leave my boyfriend or I'll make you regret the moment you move to the States. I thought she'd have some shame, but no. To my utter annoyance, she turned to Ben and said something in German. Ugh, Belgium, why do you have to know so many languages? Just choose one. She grinned at me like the witch she was and pushed me aside. Sounds like you didn't understand German, huh, genius? I lost control. That's it, you witch. Before I knew what was happening, I slapped her hard and pushed her on the ground. Ben was shocked.
What's wrong with you?
I had to fight because words in 3 freaking languages did not stop her.
Just go home, Dawn.
And then he helped Alina and left with her. I went home that day feeling so furious. I told Dad everything. He laughed at me and said I was stupid for believing Ben at all.
He's a jerk, and he's obviously crushing over this other girl, Elena.
He was right. The next day, I broke up with Ben. The rest of high school just flew by, and I graduated with honors. At graduation, Ben came to talk to me, but I ignored him. A month later, I moved to another state to specialize in teaching English to foreign kids with dyslexia, but Dad was dead set against it. After weeks of begging, he finally agreed, but only after he made me promise him I would publish 25 research papers every 4 months, and he really bought it. Pfft, as if. When I entered my dorm room, what I saw made me scream. Ben!
Hey, roomie.
What are you doing here? Are you crazy?
Yeah. Crazy about you. Please, don't let your dad control you when he's 1,000 miles away.
I suddenly realized I wanted to say something to Ben, and I tried to pronounce it. But I couldn't complete it.
I know, Dawn. I love you too. I love you so much.
And with that, we shared an intense kiss. From that day on, we became inseparable again. But after a while, Ben started to spend a lot of time outside. I asked him about that, and he assured me everything was fine. But I was suspicious. A year later, Ben's dad lost his fortune, and Ben decided to drop out of college and start working to help his dad. He left and would visit whenever. One night, I was waiting for Ben in my room when I heard a knock on the door. It was Dad, and he was livid.
So, who is your roommate?
What about saying hi first?
You're with Ben, aren't you?
Dad, listen, he's not what you think. He's a good guy.
Oh yeah? If he's such a good guy, why is he in prison?
What? Ben was in prison?
You heard me. He and his dad are in prison. You don't read the news? Some embezzlement or something. I can't believe you're dating a thief.
Dad, don't call him that. I'm sure he's innocent.
Are you hearing yourself? What language is this, you idiot?
The language of love, Dad. I want him, and I love him, and I'll wait for him.
That's so stupid of you, Dawn. I didn't raise you to become like this. Are you sure you're ready to pay for this mistake?
Mistake? If falling in love is a mistake, then I want to live with this mistake for the rest of my life.
Then forget you had a real father. Now I see you like the adopted girl you pretended to be. From today, you're a stranger to me.
So all this time, he knew that I was his real daughter and didn't say anything to me or Mom. A month later, Ben got out of jail and I was happy to see him, but also thought about what Dad said. And sure enough, Ben had changed, and not for the better. He became distant and cold. Then he started asking me for money. I would give him some at first, but then I started feeling something was fishy. I decided to leave him, but he didn't take that well. He started threatening me and stalking me everywhere. I felt really scared, so I decided to go to my dad. Sure, he was a jerk sometimes, but he would forgive me just like he forgave Mom, right? Wrong. As soon as I entered the house, Dad smirked.
I don't even want to know what he did this time. Get out.
Dad, please forgive me. I made a mistake.
Everyone makes mistakes, but some mistakes are unforgivable. Dawn, get out of my house.
Why? What crime did I commit? Who do you think you are, huh? I'll tell you who you are. You're a pathetic, bitter man. I stormed out. I had some savings and started working online as a freelancer, and I made a lot of money. I didn't even try to talk to Dad for years, but then one day he called me. I went to see him. He looked tired and sick. He looked into my eyes.
You're a brave girl, Dawn. You're brave for making different decisions.
But I failed. I lost everything.
No, you didn't, sweetheart. You gained experience, and you became wiser. Forgive me for not understanding you, my darling. I love you so much.
I love you too, Dad. After that day, we became closer, but Dad left us after a few months. I never forgot him and his last words. Now, 8 years later, I'm married and a mom of 2 beautiful boys. I did become a professor and published tons of research papers to help millions of kids around the world. And I still sometimes make bad decisions. But the important thing is that I learn from them and become wiser. When I was little, my big brother was my protector. And now, I'm the one protecting him. I just hope I don't get arrested. Oh yeah, and like and subscribe or you'll miss out on the mystery. I'm Zelda from Washington, D.C. My brother Ryan has always been there for me. When I was clumsy and dropped my ice cream, he got me a new one. When I fell, he picked me up. And when I watched a scary movie, he covered my eyes. And when he had to go somewhere and leave me alone, I want Ryan! On my birthdays, he always gave me the best presents. One time, he even paid the zoo to let me meet the giraffes and elephants. Mom told me he worked all summer to afford it. Since he was so cool, brave, and awesome, you'd think he'd want to be an astronaut when he grew up, or a lion tamer, or a dinosaur catcher. It's a thing. Look it up. But no, because our mom had to support us both by herself ever since he was little, his dream was to buy her a house one day and be rich enough that she wouldn't have to work anymore. That and take me on a grand adventure, which was my dream. Yeah, my brother's better than yours. Deal with it. Ryan got a super cool Mustang. He would always pick me up after school, and of course, all the girls swooned and every single one of the boys was jealous of him. I was the most popular girl in school without even trying. What kind of music does he like? Does he have a girlfriend? How can he afford such a cool car? Is he rich? Take it easy, girls. I'll tell you everything you want to know. My brother works for NASA. He's an engineer. He's saving up to buy my mom a house. No girlfriend. If he had one, I would be the first to know. And as for music, he and I listen to the same kind. Synth. The girls are always asking questions about you. They're all in love.
What do you tell them?
Just the usual. It's not like you're a mystery or anything.
They don't need to know my business. Next time anyone asks, tell them you don't know.
What? Why?
Look, NASA is secretive. I can't tell everyone about what I do there. The government doesn't want anyone to know. I wish I could tell you more, but I can't. Actually, we really can't talk about it at all. I've already told you too much. Just be cool about it, okay?
What? No. I want to know everything. Tell me immediately.
Maybe someday I'll be able to explain, but for now, keep everything I said between us.
Ryan, that's not fair.
Life's not fair. Here we are, Go on. I have to go back to work. I'll see you on your birthday.
My birthday's next week. I have school tomorrow. You have to pick me up.
Oh, right.
Ryan, I'm worried. You're acting weird.
Don't worry, little Z. I can handle myself.
He dropped me off and drove away like he always did. Except this time, something felt different. Government jobs are very hush-hush. I'm sure he's perfectly safe. Please, respect his wishes and just leave him alone, okay, honey? He forgot my birthday. He never forgets my birthday. He's been a little distracted lately, just a little stressed. But he's okay, I promise. But I knew Ryan more than anyone, and he seemed worried. The next day, I waited outside our house for him to pick me up like he always did, but this time, he didn't show up. OMG, what happened? You're soaked. Didn't your brother pick you up? No, and he didn't call either. Something's wrong. I texted him all day, but there was no response. After school, with all the girls waiting to see him like they always did, I stood at the curb, looking right, left, waiting, calling, and yeah, you guessed it, he didn't show up. My brother, who had been there for me since the day I was born, was now missing. Mom, I can't find Ryan anywhere. He won't answer his phone, and he didn't pick me up today. Oh, honey, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. He texted last night and said his phone's dying. He'll be getting a new one soon, but he won't be able to reach us for a few days. Why didn't he tell me? He was acting strange yesterday in the car. Something is going on with him. What if they heard us? Who? The government. What if they listened to our conversation? And now, honey, you're just so used to him being around, and now you're extra worried. This is probably the longest he's been away from you since he graduated college, isn't it? Well, yeah, but it's strange that he didn't text me when he texted you. And why didn't he pick me up? Maybe he had car trouble and couldn't call you. Don't worry. Your brother can take care of himself. He always has. Why wasn't Mom more worried? Everything felt wrong. Was I just being paranoid? She left in a hurry to go to work, and I was alone with my thoughts. Everything Mom said was true. But then again, he really was acting weird yesterday. And just because Mom got a text from his phone doesn't mean it was really him. I had to be sure. I rushed to the bus stop and went to the only place I knew I could get some answers, NASA. I would say he was an engineer, just like he told us, so they wouldn't suspect I knew anything more, which I guess I didn't really. I couldn't believe the giant space shuttle and huge NASA logo out front. This place was intense. At the front desk, I asked if I could speak to my brother. What's his name, darling? I told her and waited while she was on the phone. While she talked to the person on the other line, she looked at me as if there was something she didn't want me to know. Sorry, sweetie. No one here has that name. That's when I saw two men in black suits and sunglasses at the end of the hall looking at me. Or were they looking at me? Maybe they were just waiting for someone. I didn't want to find out, so I hurried out of there. I had no idea what was going on. It didn't make sense. Unless they really didn't want anyone to know where he worked because he was part of some top secret mission. Without any other choice, I decided there was only one more place I could go to try to find him and find some answers. His apartment. I had only been there one time when I was about to move in a year ago, but I had written down the address. The building was super tall and fancy. I ran to the door and pressed the number to his unit. When an old woman answered, I asked if my brother lived there, thinking maybe she was the maid.
No, he doesn't live here. Sorry.
My head was spinning. What the heck was going on? I saw my brother almost every day since we were little. I knew him, didn't I? A black SUV parked right behind me on the curb. I couldn't see through the tinted windows. I ran. Just then, I got a text from Ryan. All it said was an address that I didn't recognize. I tried to call, but there was no answer. What if it wasn't really him? I could be walking right into a trap. I got on the bus and headed that way. I couldn't go to the police yet. I had nothing to report. But what if I was going into a trap? But he was my brother, my protector. I had to try. Whatever it was I was heading into, I had to be brave. The sun went down. The street of the address was dark and dirty. My mom would never let me come here alone. Then I found it, a broken down old motel. I climbed the steps and knocked on the door, my hands shaking. It opened, and I saw a beautiful young woman standing in front of me. Zelda, who are you? I'm May, your brother's girlfriend. Come in. I walked into the small room and saw Ryan sitting there, his head down like he was crying. I ran and hugged him. I'm so glad you're okay. I've been looking everywhere for you. What's going on? I went to your work, to your house.
I lied, Z. I don't work for NASA, and I don't live in that nice apartment building. I've been living here. When I showed it to you, I was a real estate agent, but I was terrible and I got fired. Now, I work at a rental car place. The Mustang is theirs. My boss caught me using it last night and fired me.
But why did you lie? I thought we were best friends.
We are. I was ashamed. You always thought I was so cool. You looked up to me. I said I would buy Mom a house, and I can't even afford to pay my own rent. She has to help me. I wanted to still be that big brother for you, the one you looked up to.
You are my big brother. Of course I still look up to you. You're my whole world. I don't care what you do for work. See, Ryan? Zelda, I told him you'd say that. He didn't want us to meet because he didn't want me to lie to you. But I'm glad you're here now. And I'm so sorry, but Zelda, we need your help.
No, we can't ask her to do that. She could get caught. She could go to jail.
That's when they told me what Ryan had done. I was in total shock. My brother was so angry at his boss when he was fired that before he left, he snuck into the office and stole money from the safe.
You did what?
I know, it was stupid. It was a mistake. The security guard is there now. He knows me.
When they open tomorrow, they'll see the money's gone and your brother will be on the video. We only have until 7 a.m. before
I go to jail and my life is ruined.
My heart was pounding, my hands sweating. I couldn't believe this was happening. I know he said he was angry, but this? I don't understand. That's not you. Why did you do it?
I wanted to pay back Mom for all the money she let me borrow. I'll go. I'll put it back.
No, Zelda, if the security guard ever sees him, he'll be caught. If he sees you, he won't know who you are. You can run.
But this is my mistake. I'll face the consequences myself.
I wouldn't help you steal money, but we're not stealing it. We're putting it back. So I'll help you because you've always helped me. Yes, I knew it was dangerous. I knew I could get into serious trouble, but all he wanted to do now was make things right. He drew a map of the office and explained to me exactly how to get in and out. The problem, of course, was the guard, and the fact that he had been caught on tape, which meant I would have to delete it. I had no idea how, but he wrote it all down along with the combination to the safe on a piece of paper. Why not just send it to my phone?
You can't take your phone. If they suspect you, they could use it to see that you were here. I'll call Mom and tell her you're sleeping here.
So my mom knew he'd been lying? That's why she wasn't worried. Here, the money is in this purse. Just pretend it's yours and take my hoodie to cover your head. I left the apartment, following the directions he gave until finally I was outside the office. The guard was outside the gate. There was no way around him. My first thought was to cause a distraction, but there was nothing anywhere. So I just walked right up to him. Sir, please, can you help me?
What are you doing out here at night, miss?
I forgot my phone in the car I rented. Everything I have is in there.
Can it wait till tomorrow? I'm not supposed to let anyone…
I can't. He took pity on me and let me in. He asked which car, and I pointed to a random one, getting ready to cry again when he didn't find it. And that's exactly what happened. Can I use the bathroom? In the stall, I checked the paper Ryan gave me. I had to climb into the vent to get to the office. I knew the guard would get suspicious, but there was nothing else I could do. I just had to hope he was too uncomfortable to go into the women's room. Before I put the money back, I wanted to make sure the video of my brother was deleted, so I went to the computer. There was a password, but Ryan had written it down on the… Where was it? I checked all my pockets and even the purse. It was gone. The door flew open, and the security guard aimed his flashlight at me.
Come with me, young miss.
I failed. There was nothing I could do now. He led me out, and at the gate, I saw the black SUV, and from inside, a man in a dark suit and sunglasses was waiting for me. What was happening? When I got close, the man smiled and took his sunglasses off. It was Ryan?
Happy birthday, little Z. How'd you like your adventure?
But my birthday
is next week. I know. Then it wouldn't be a surprise, would it?
I'm pretty sure this would still be a surprise. Ryan told me he did work at NASA, and he owned the car rental place because 6 months ago, he invented something for the government, and now he was a billionaire. What about May?
She's my friend from work. If I was dating someone, you'd be the first to know. Why? Do you think she likes me?
But your apartment.
I moved out 2 months ago because I bought a house.
Wow, you got your own house?
No, that one's yours and Mom's. Mine is that one.
Mom came out from inside, smiling and waving.
Thanks for trying to save me, little sis. My protector.
I was happy. He really was the best brother ever, except for one thing. You made me walk to school in the rain. I need you, Diane. Come to my house, ASAP. I need your help. I rushed to his house in a panic. He sat in his bed, looking like someone had died. But Marco didn't have any family, so I asked what was wrong. He said his flash drive had gotten corrupted and he had lost some very important files that he needed for his college scholarship application. I've been working on my application for 5 years. I'll never get the scholarship now. I asked him if there was a solution, and looking at me very thoughtfully, said, "Well, there is one thing you could do." Then he told me that he had a copy of those files on his old flash drive, but that drive was with the girl he dated before me. Unfortunately, he said his ex was crazy. If I ask her, she'll never give it to me. I asked him how he expected me to get it, and he said I'd have to be sneaky. I would have to pose as an applicant to work as her live-in personal maid. I laughed, but he looked dead serious. "You just have to sneak in and get the drive. It'll be in and out." I told him I would consider it. He seemed grateful and showed me his ex. I jumped up in surprise and said, "There is no way on earth that I will speak to that witch again." The crazy ex he was talking about was Frankie. He looked surprised that I knew her, and I told him that I had known Frankie since I was a little girl. She had once been my best friend, but then she became my biggest enemy. Thankfully, in middle school, her family moved away and I never had to see her again. Hearing my refusal, Marco looked devastated. He begged and said his whole life depended on the contents of that flash drive. "Just help me out this once, babe," he begged. "If you can get it, I'll give you my Porsche." I couldn't believe my ears, but I felt like now I could consider the idea. I mean, given the payoff, how bad could it be, right? The answer? Very bad. The minute I walked into Frankie's huge mansion for my interview, she ordered her butler to kick me out. I immediately started crying and made up a story about how I had become homeless. "For the sake of an old friendship, please give me this job," I said sadly. For a minute, she stood silent, and I hoped she had fallen for it. The next second, she laughed at me and said, "As much as I always thought you deserved to be my servant, now that I think about it, I don't even think you're worthy of that, you loser." I started to fake cry and said I'd do anything to get the job. "Anything?" she asked, looking evilly at me. "Yes." "Okay, I'll give you a job if you get my face tattooed on your arm." She laughed and said not to come back unless it was with a tattoo, and then she had her butler escort me out. Outside the house, Marco picked me up, and when I told him what had happened, he said it was only fair that I do what she asked. I told him that he was out of his mind, and he said if I was smart, I could probably plan my own little revenge on Frankie once I was inside her house. Well, he was right about that, and after all, the tattoo could be tiny. The very next day, I showed up at Frankie's place with a tattoo. She looked like she couldn't believe her eyes, and laughing hysterically, she said, "Wow, you're desperate, aren't you?" She had me doing all sorts of weird and gross things for her. She told her usual cleaning staff that no one needed to do any of their work. "It's all Diane's responsibility now," she laughed. I had to report at 5 a.m., and she would make me hand wash all her clothes. Then she made me clean her toilet. Some days, she left garbage all over the floor and said I had to pick it up with my bare hands. Worst of all, I was her new entertainment. She watched me the whole time, so I had no time to look around for the drive. Finally, one day when she had made me clean the pool, hand wash her delicates, and give her a mani and a pedi, I fell asleep in a corner of the room. I had fallen asleep when a jug of freezing cold water was dumped on me. I jumped up, spluttering. Sure enough, there she stood, laughing at me. But I was so tired, I started to cry for real. I asked her why she hated me. She looked surprised, and after a minute, she softly said, "I don't know. Get out of my face." I hurried away, feeling embarrassed. But to my surprise, she started being less mean to me after that. Once, I was talking to the housekeeper about how much I craved ice cream. "You're such a greedy pig," I heard Frankie say. I turned around, and she was laughing at me. I was so embarrassed, but to my utter surprise, Frankie had some ice cream distributed to all the house staff. Does she have a soft spot in her heart for me? I wondered. I decided there was only one way to find out. A few days later, when I was sure Frankie was close enough to hear, I said, "It's been ages since I've seen a movie. My friend said she could give me some, but I can't even afford a flash drive." Unbelievably, that evening, when I went to my room after my daily chores, Frankie was standing there wearing a sexy red dress. She tossed a flash drive into my hands. I could barely hold back my excitement. It was the same drive Marco had described. "You can delete whatever's on that drive. It's useless stuff. My creepy ex-boyfriend left it here." I caught him snooping around my room one day. Imagine that. I have a feeling he was trying to steal my credit cards. What else would he want? I dumped him immediately and had him escorted out of the house. Seriously, being a billionaire can be so hard sometimes. I almost rolled my eyes at her, but I didn't care. I was out. As soon as she left, I snuck into her study to check the drive to see if Marco's essay was in there. To my surprise, it wasn't. Marco would be crushed. But then I had an idea. Marco was always so secretive. He might have put it in a hidden folder. I checked, and sure enough, there was a folder there. But it wasn't an essay at all. Because the folder had been accessed from this computer before, I was able to decrypt the security key and open it. I felt like a genius. I opened it and was confused by what I saw. It was a list of people and their personal information. One quick Google search showed that they were all well-known business tycoons, billionaires, and the wealthiest politicians in the country. They had a folder each with their full profiles and information about their net worth, bank accounts, and other private and sensitive info. I transferred the files to my cloud and called Marco. I could hear the relief in his voice when I told him I had the drive. In 10 minutes, he texted that he was outside. He practically snatched the drive from my hand and dropped me off at my house, saying that he would catch up with me later. Before I could even ask him for his car, he was already gone. But I had other things to do. I rushed to my room and downloaded all the files. I studied their content and waited. I got a call in half an hour. "This is an empty flash drive." I had to hold the phone away from my face. He was shouting so loudly. "Oh no, really?" "I hadn't checked it, Marco, but it's the flash drive you described. She must have deleted your essay," I said. "Damn it, Diane, I need that file." He screamed and hung up. I just stared at the phone in shock. Who was this guy? I had his ex's face tattooed on my arm, and now he was being such a jerk. I decided to spy on him. That night, I crept up to his bedroom window and saw him pacing around the room. Just then, his phone started ringing, and he grabbed it quickly. "The profiles are all gone. What should I do?" he yelled. "We have to get rid of them before they expose us, Dad." Dad? Did he just say Dad? And he has to get rid of us? Did he mean me and Frankie? The next day, I knew what I had to do. I called him up and told him I actually had what he wanted. I told him I knew everything about him, and if he wanted the data, he'd have to come see me alone. Sure enough, he showed up right on time and tried to tell me some lame story about how it was a misunderstanding and this was just research for business school. I let him think I was buying it. Out of nowhere, an older man appeared. This must be his father. I was surprised when he rushed forward and grabbed my arms, twisting them so I was forced to my knees. But before they could drag me to the car, the police jumped out from their hiding places and the father and son were dragged away. I was so relieved. I thought this nightmare was behind me, but boy, was I wrong. A week after the incident, I was on my way from my job when a black van cut across my path. Before I knew it was happening, Marco jumped out. "Hello again, sweetheart." He laughed and grabbed my arm and forced me into the van. Soon, I was in a dark room. I had no idea where I was, and I couldn't understand how Marco had gotten away from the police. Suddenly, a door opened and Marco came in. I tried to scream, but he said, "This is a soundproof room. Scream all you want." "Why are you doing this? I thought you loved me." I started to cry, but he couldn't have cared less. He laughed and said, "I chose you simply because you were the only one who could get into her house. I knew her vanity would make her accept you as a maid." I started to cry, and he said he would let me go if I gave him the data. I told him the police had taken it and I didn't have it anymore. He looked furious. and I knew he didn't believe me. He went out to talk to his father. Outside, I heard them arguing, and finally his dad came in. He swore if I gave him the flash drive, he would tell me the truth and help me. How stupid did he think I was? The next day, Marco and his dad decided to move me. They said they were taking me to another safe house. They stopped at a gas station, and I told them I had to go to the bathroom. They were suspicious and eventually let me go. As soon as they turned away, I broke into a run and ducked into the nearest building. It was a gym. I was running frantically, trying to hide, when I ran into someone. The girl screamed and I swore. But when I saw who it was, I gasped. Frankie! Seeing me, she rolled her eyes. I was sure she would never help me because I'd quit without notice and I'd taken her flash drive with me. But to my surprise, she looked worried and asked me what had happened. Marco, I said breathlessly. That seemed like a magic word, and immediately she told me to come with her. On the way, I told her she was right and that Marco had kidnapped me. She looked incredibly sorry and said, I knew he was bad news. He scammed my father, you know. She was in tears when we reached her house. Inside, she said, before his crash, Dad gave me a list of very high-profile businessmen who he had worked with. But Marco stole the list from me. Then he scammed all those people and tried to pin the blame on me. Feeling sorry for her, I decided it was time to tell her. I have the list. I filled her in on why Marco had sent me to her in the first place. To make up for it, I have a small gift for you. I revealed that the necklace around my neck had a microchip where I stored the data. Frankie couldn't believe her ears or her eyes when I handed her the chip. She pulled me in and kissed me. I couldn't believe it. But just as I kissed her back, she pushed me away and started laughing like a maniac. Only you would be so stupid to fall for this, she laughed. My father he's the one who scammed all those people. Marco? She laughed. Marco is an undercover agent. He must have just managed to make a copy of this list when I realized what he'd done, and then my father had to go underground. When I saw you leave the house with him just after I gave you the drive, I knew I'd made a mistake. I had my men follow every move you made after that. I gasped. Now that I have it, she said, throwing the necklace into the fire, I can destroy it and Dad can come back. I tried to leave, but she pulled me back. Where do you think you're going? She demanded. Don't you know what happens to people who know too much? She yelled for her guards to come and get me, but no one came. She called again and finally the door opened. When she saw who it was, she paled. It was Marco. Now it was our turn to laugh. When Marco had kidnapped me, his boss, who had been pretending to be Marco's father, had told me everything. He ran away because that was the plan. I laughed. This chip was a fake. They have the original files. Immediately, she made a grab for me, but both Marco and I had seen it coming. I ran away from her while Marco tackled her to the ground. She tried to get up and run, but he was too quick for her. Finally, the cops came in and grabbed Frankie. She glared at Marco and demanded to know why he was so set against her family. Why don't you just leave us alone? She screamed at him. He looked serious for a minute, and then he said something that left everyone shook. Remember that man your father scammed about 5 years ago? The one after which you could afford this luxurious mansion? That was my dad. Frankie looked shocked. Marco continued and explained that after the scam, his father had gone bankrupt. That day, I swore I would bring you down. A week later, news of Frankie's dad's arrest was all over the news. Marco and I, we managed to avoid being named. Now I'm in college and I call myself Julie. I'm still dating Marco, who calls himself Jason. In fact, he just texted me. I need you, Julie. Come to my house ASAP.